Hi, folks. Welcome back to the Javelina 100 live stream here. My name is Nick Hilton. I'm here with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Andy Jones-Wilkins, as we kick off live stream number 2 here for Javelina. Andy, how's it going?
Great to be here, Nick. Thank you. And thank you, Running Water and others on the chat for being patient. We're back up and running, and we should be good to go for a while now. So great to be here.
Yeah, it's exciting. We're through about just over 9 hours of exciting racing. Most of our elite, or some of our elites, have come through their third lap, and the rest of our field is making their way through the course here. At last check-in here, we've got our top 5 men through mile 65. That's Dakota Jones, Jonathan Ray, Arlen Glick, Brett Hornick, and Nick Corey. All of them still very much in the hunt for those 2 Western States golden tickets. And we've had our top 2 women come through 65 miles. That's Heather Jackson and Devin Yanko. And we're waiting on Brittany Peterson, who will be the third. So Andy, as we kind of kick back here and reset for the second stream here, what are your takeaways? What are you expecting here over the last 35 miles of this race?
Well, first of all, I that men's field is well bunched, but has some separation. I mean, it's a race within a race, because we know Arlen Glick has entry into Western States already. So whatever place he finishes, perhaps those other 4 guys are battling for 2 spots. I think that's intriguing, especially because you've got 2 highly experienced runners in first and fifth in Dakota and Nick Curry, and less experienced but still very successful runners in Jonathan Ray and Brett Hornick. So that gang of 5 right now is really interesting. I'm also intrigued by Bobby Harrington, who just as we were talking earlier on the end of the last stream, has come out from the East Coast and has sort of just moved through the field, especially over the last 4 hours, and made his presence felt. Then on the women's side, now just having Heather and Devin come through Coyote Camp, and one would assume Brittany Peterson in relatively short order. We've got a group of 3, followed by an impressive chase pack of women not so far back. So, I think, as I've thought a lot about this year's Javelina, and as I've said publicly, it's the second most competitive 100-mile ultra in the country this year after Western States. It's a more dense field. In past years, by mile 60, the point we are now, you might be able to say, there's 2 or 3 people who are going to win this thing. That's not the case right now, and it really gives me a sense of where this race has come as a competitive race. In addition to being a wonderful party in the desert, it's a highly competitive race, and these folks that win these 4 golden tickets are going to have earned them.
And not just like competitive from the sense that, there's lots of top runners. It's competitive in the sense of how fast everybody here is going to run. There's going to be a number of runners under that 15-hour mark based on how people are going now on the men's side, and on the women's side, there could be a number under that 15, 16-hour mark. So The level of competition has just gone up and really reached another level at this year, the 20th running of the Javelina 100. It should be noted too that Dakota Jones, coming through his third loop, was just a few minutes off of Pat Reagan's course record from back in 2017. Heather Jackson was about 8 minutes off or so of Camille Herron's course record pace there. So they're within the ballpark of some record times as we await some of our athletes here to come through. And right now on the stream, we are looking at Coyote Camp for runners making their third loop here. This is mile 65.1. So Our next athlete we're expecting here is Brittany Peterson on the women's side, and then Bobby Harrington, our 9th overall person and our current 6th place runner on the men's side, coming through here.
And interestingly enough, this 4th loop for these front runners is definitely still hot. But they'll start, especially once they get past Jackass, they'll start to be like, oh, it's cooling down a little. The shadows are getting a little bit longer. We've got a chance here to maybe make a move. Maybe I've gotten out of the worst of it, of, big ice bandanas and everything else, and maybe I'm, it's ready to sort of finish this thing.
Yeah, just the intensity of the sun waning a little bit and the temperature dropping just a couple of degrees, that's going to make a huge difference, especially in the desert like it is right now. So here it is. This is, again, that view, the drone shot here from Coyote Camp, but we can see runners coming into, what was that? This is Jackass Junction again. I've made that mistake before. So This is the drone shot here coming into Jackass Junction. So right now we're just getting a nice, beautiful view here of the central Arizonan Sonoran Desert.
And it's a beautiful day out there. It was windy in the morning, but the wind died, and it did sort of heat up. I don't think it was an unusually hot Javelina, but hot enough that you saw the ice, you saw the crews cooling runners down, you saw them taking a little bit more time with their crews at Coyote Camp, and I think what one would hope that as they get into the cooler evening hours, they'll reap the benefits of that.
And it looks like we just had Brittany Peterson come into mile 65.1. That's Coyote Camp. She is our third female, 8th overall. She is right about just over 6 minutes back from Devin Yanko. So she was 3 minutes back at the Javelina headquarters. Now, who knows how much time she took there? We didn't really get a sense of what kind of time she was spending with her crew, but she is currently 6 minutes back from second place Devin Yanko.
Yeah, that's a solid top three, and it seems like it's and there's Bobby Harrington
right away. Quick turnaround there. So he is 22 minutes back from Nick Curry. He came in at 9 hours and 12 minutes. So he's slowly but surely he's making his way up to be competitive with those top 5 men.
Yeah, I think that's a story so far. Bobby Harrington, seemingly a mountain runner from North Carolina, with chops at things like Grindstone, coming out here to the desert and letting it rip. I mean, he was when you look at his splits earlier in the race, he was with it. He was 10, 15, 17 minutes behind Dakota at certain points, and I mean, he's just over an hour now, but he definitely has worked his way through the field, and it'll be interesting to see how these next couple hours go for Bobby.
Yeah, it seems like Bobby, just kind of glancing at the splits here, maybe isn't so much making a move as having some other runners around him potentially start to fall off and struggle a little bit. I know we saw runners like Jacob Pusey and some other ones have some issues with the heat earlier on. I know the temperature says only 75, but that sun is intense out here in Arizona. So as some of those runners have fallen off, he's taken advantage and been really consistent here so far in the second half of this race.
Interesting question from the chat. Speaking of golden tickets and Western States, why do you think the great Harvey Lewis has never raced Western States? I don't know. I'd have to ask Harvey, but I know. I mean, Harvey loves the flatter stuff. He could come to a race like this and probably do pretty well. It's not that hilly, but he loves the flatter stuff. And Western States is not flat. It's got a lot of downhill, but it also has a lot of uphill. So I suspect we might see Harvey out at Western States at some point. He'll have to find a way to get in, like all of us. But I think putting the right training in, putting the right energy level that we know Harvey can do, I think if he wanted to, he could find a way in.
All right, so it looks like that Dakota Jones has checked in here to Jackass Junction, mile 71.6. in 9 hours, 14 minutes. And now that's a gradual climb of a section up from Coyote Camp up there. So it looks like his pace slowed down a little bit over that 6 miles. He was kind of close to course record pace, but looking back at this now, he's lost a bit of time on Pat Reagan's course record. Is still faster than Arlen's pace from last year, 9 hours and 20 minutes. So running well, but we'll see if Jonathan or Arlen or Brett or even Nick have been able to close that gap over that 5 mile stretch from Coyote up to Jackass Junction.
Yeah, there's no real way to sugarcoat it. Like, that stretch is a slog, especially when you're doing it for the 4th time. You're going through all of those rollers. It just seems relentless. And I think, just under an hour, it might be that some of these guys start to reel Dakota in on that stretch. We'll see. Jonathan has been running that section well, looking at his splits from earlier in the day, but it's a slog. No two ways around it. And once you get to Jackass and you can catch your breath and get that nice, smooth, buttery downhill, it seems like all is right with the world. But,
yeah, good spot. So hopefully he can catch his breath here from heading over to Rattlesnake after what seemed like it might have been a tough crawl here for Dakota.
But I think that puts him. What was if you scroll back? I think Pat was probably 850. 850. So he's now 25 minutes off course record. So for those folks in the chat asking earlier about the potential for a course record or sub 13, I think unless something miraculous were to happen, I think we're talking about a 13 plus finishing time here.
Yeah, and for reference, he was only 3 minutes off a course record pace at headquarters. Yeah, so in that 10-mile stretch, he's dropped almost 20 minutes from what that pace was. So this could be really getting interesting, depending on what Jonathan Ray, Arlen, and Brett and Nick can do over this section of the course. Now, we started a new stream. We haven't talked much about the course. I know when you look at the course profile by itself, it's not like it's particularly intimidating. Only about, 1,200 feet of gain per loop, but it's a sneaky tough course in comparison to what the course map says. What can you tell me about that?
And it really has kind of 5 distinct sections. You come from headquarters over to Coyote Camp, and it's like we've been talking about a little bit, kind of just boring, flattish, rolling. There's a lot of sandy bits going through there. Then you hit Coyote Camp, and section 2 is this kind of grinding uphill, that I think favors somebody like Jonathan Ray, who's been running that really well, or in the case of Heather Jackson on the women's side, that's where she's been making some time. And then you hit these just relentless kind of rollers that we've just seen Dakota come through, and it looks like Jonathan. What's their gap there?
3 minutes, just over 3 minutes.
So it's gone from 5 to 3.
He's cut 2 minutes off that over the last 6 miles. So.
All right, so we'll see how that downhill to the road crossing and to Rattlesnake goes. But you get through those rollers, and there's, that's the one section of the course where there's actually some technical stuff. You go down in these washes. There's a little bit of rocks. There's some kind of off camber. And then you get to, so that's section 3. Then you get to Jackass, and you get this nice, very gradual downhill, smooth. You can really open it up. You cross the road at Rattlesnake, and you just kind of bop in to the finish. So I think the most successful runners, especially now that they're out there on Loop 4, are managing those sections and realizing where they can make time, where they realize they're, maybe other runners get a gap on them, and also realizing, but I know when I get to Jackass, I'll be able to maybe make it back up.
Yeah. So. And then Chris Warden in the chat, obviously always chiming in with good nuggets, talking about how Dakota is still running a faster direction than Patrick did because now it's only a one-way race. So
good old Chris pointing out what we're what we don't know.
Yeah, he's just sitting there furiously typing away like these idiots. Dakota's running a faster direction, but that's just makes Pat's course record look even more impressive now.
Aid Station Fireball, Liam, thank you for that. Liam, as I think most listeners know, is a very, very astute fan of the sport, and he has noticed that Nick Curry took 7 minutes out of 4th place, just over 4 miles. Again, we sound like broken records, but Nick's coming, folks.
Yeah, there's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. Yeah. So I'll be really interested and curious to see if he's been able to chop off any more time from that in this next section here from Brett and Arlen.
And JC, yes, Nick has not run Western States. He's got a long history with Hard Rock. He's a great hot weather runner, but for one reason or another, he's never run Western States. And I spoke to him on Wednesday night at the little group run we had up at headquarters, and he was pretty clear. He's like, I want to run Western States. I want to get a golden ticket here, and I'd love to go run that. I know Jamil ran it once years ago, and so I think that Nick has his eyes on the prize, and I, for one, would be surprised if he didn't get it. I don't necessarily see him finishing in the actual top 2, but if Arlen bumps up to 2nd and Nick squeezes into 3rd, then I think it's a done deal for Nick. So it will be fun to see how these last 5 hours go.
Yeah, Nick's really, I feel like he's coming to his own too, just the last 2 or 3 years where he's really been kind of more competitive at the national level. So I feel like, for the next couple of years now, at least, he's going to have a lot of shots to get that ticket and to get into Western. I think if he does get into Western, he's going to be a handful on that course as well too. So it'd be fun to see him race that.
Right. The Western States course plays in perfectly to his negative split attitude, to his hold back early attitude. I could see, for Nick Corey from Forest Hill, which is mile 62, to the finish, reeling in 30 people.
Yeah.
And that's just the way he likes to run.
And he's not going to be a guy who's going to be bothered by the heat necessarily either.
No. And I think he's also he's a technician. He'll maybe get down there and spend a little time on the course. He'll understand what he's in for. He'll be smart. So but time will tell. He doesn't have that ticket yet.
Yeah, you got to punch it first.
Yeah,
you definitely got to earn that. And then we got a question here: is Javelina 100 the easiest golden ticket course? I don't know if it's the easiest golden ticket course. I think they're all challenging in their way, and it is one of the 100-milers on the list too, which I think might make it harder than some of the 100K or shorter options that are on there on the list. I don't know what your take is on whether it's the easiest course or not.
No, who's that? Patrick? No, UTMB is the easiest. UTMB is the easiest golden ticket course. I mean, come on. You get to go to France. You
drink some wine.
You drink wine. Eat croissants. Since they've brought it back to having hundreds. I mean, there's this first weekend in December, UTMB Thailand. We don't know anything about that course, but that's going to be a golden ticket race. So I'm sure. I mean, it's Thailand. I imagine it's got some challenge. So of the 300 milers, okay, I'd probably give you Javelina is probably the easiest, not knowing anything about the Thailand one. Of the 100Ks, I mean, the easiest 100K is Bandera for sure. And then probably Canyons and Black Canyon. And probably the hardest 100K is Canyons, especially since they go uphill now. So, I mean, you got to probably divide them into both of those parts. But no, it's not the easy. It's not. If your question is, it's the easiest course, it's the easiest 100-mile course. If the question is it the easiest course on which to get a golden ticket? Definitely not. And Robert Ivan says, define easy. Thank you, 8 Station Fireball, is running a fast 100-miler easier than running a fast 100K? No. Running a fast 100-miler is harder. And Black Canyon is probably easier, but I'm speaking as a back of the packer chasing lot. No, I remember talking to Jamil when he first designed the Black Canyon course. And one of his goals, not to mention of like showcasing this incredible part of Arizona, was to find a course that would mirror Western States, a net downhill, some climbs in the beginning, some flat, fast running at the end. And except for the year that he had to, reboot it because of terrible weather, it's pretty good. If you look at people who've gotten golden tickets at the various races and then how they've had success at Western States, Black Canyon golden ticket winners do really well at Western States. So if that's your barometer, if you want to know what it takes to run a good Western States, then run Black Canyon, but it's only 100K. I would say if you want to, really test your chops on what it's going to take to run a good Western States and you only want to run 100K, run Canyons. And if you want to know how to run in the heat, come out here. And if you want to have a good time, come out here. And if you want to just enjoy time in the desert, come out here. And if you want to just really spend a lot of money and get your ass kicked, go run UTMB and get a golden ticket there. There's so many options. It's like all-you-can-eat buffet these days with golden ticket races. Sorry for the joking, but I do think every race, I will say this about every golden ticket race, if you get a golden ticket, you've earned it. You've earned the right to run Western States. And that's what the series is all about. And as a now Arizonan, retransplanted Arizonan, I'm proud that 2 of the 7 golden ticket races are right here in Arizona. I mean, there's more golden ticket races in Arizona than there is in California. Yeah. How good is that?
Well, so I think Patrick is probably sorry he ever asked a question to begin with, as we he might never ask a question in the chat again. But we have Riley Brady checked in here to Coyote Camp, 9:25. She is now about 14 minutes back of Brittany Peterson, so she's closing that gap on those top 3 women for that golden ticket as we go along here. She was almost 20 minutes back, actually, at Javelina headquarters, and is now just 14 minutes back going into Coyote Camp. So that's Riley Brady there, moving into top 10 overall and fourth on that women's golden ticket race.
Isn't it impressive too that I know as she's competing as a non-binary, but in the female race right now we have 4 females in the top 10.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy impressive. Yeah. I mean, the showing from the women's side this year, and even the past couple of years with Camille locking in a top 5 finish last year has been pretty awesome. And
I think we have Arlen at
this would be Jackass Junction. So at about 9:27, he hasn't crossed the timing mat out yet, so he's 10 minutes and counting behind Jonathan Ray. So he's lost a little time there. He was 6 minutes back at Coyote Camp, now about 10 minutes and more back here at Jackass Junction.
Look at him doing the trademark sling the left leg over the table and just hang/sit on the table.
Those poor aid station workers are going to have to sanitize that table considerably after his butt's been there for a little while. So there's Arlen Glick, and now I think this is really going to get interesting because he's losing a little bit of time on Jonathan Ray. We'll see what Brett's been able to do, but he was losing time on Arlen in the last section, and Nick back there has been making up time. So we'll see what happens here once we get those final 2 of the top 5 in here through
I will say Junction. I like what Arlen's doing here. He is taking his time. This is cool. This is a clinic on cooling strategy. I know we don't have sound, but he's like getting the ice down the arm sleeves. He's getting the sponge. He's getting more ice in his hat. He, now having run Western States, he knows the importance of heat management. I mean, the couple of extra minutes he's using up right here are well worth his time.
I mean, I could save him an hour. At the end of the race, depending on how things are going, you got to take your time at some point.
So he's leaving there, and he's completely cooled off, and he's going to hit this downhill section and get rolling. So that time spent right there, great camera work, by the way, crew. That's fantastic to get Arlen in the aid station. I just think that's really some helpful for all runners out there. Anybody from front, middle, back of the pack, him taking care of himself right there was really cool to see.
So we are watching here Arlen Glick as he leaves Jackass Junction with his pacer in tow, getting ready to hit the 5-mile stretch to Rattlesnake from here. And you can see on the screen we've got our women's top 10 and our men's top 10 flashing up here so you can see where everybody stands. Big movers so far today is Nick Curry and Bobby Harrington, who have moved up considerably from being in the 20s and 30s to hold on to those top 5s. And I think they're going to continue to move up here over the last couple hours here of the race.
There's a nice drone shot of Jackass. What a build out that is. Just beautiful desert landscape. Nice on the ground camera work too to give you get through there. You have just a little short kicker uphill, and then you get that nice buffed out downhill all the way to the road crossing, and then ultimately to Rattlesnake Ranch. Across the years, thank you, JC. I'm thinking about it. The question is, AJW, will we see you racing it across the years? First of all, it won't be racing. That was decades ago. But I'm considering going out there. I've admired the race for a long time, back in the the Nardini Ranch days and even before then. So if I get a chance to do it, if I'm feeling okay, I think I might spend my New Year's doing across the years. So thank you for asking.
And officially, Arlen came out here at 9:29, so 12 minutes back to Jonathan Ray. And we have had Pat Reagan. He has checked into Coyote Camp as well, right around 9:29. So he still continues to move forward. He is right now 8th in that men's division, so still holding on to a top 10. Despite dealing with some cramping issues earlier on in the race, he is still moving quite well.
Oh, I didn't know that. So Patrick had some early cramping?
Yeah, so when he came through at the conclusion of his first lap or second lap, I don't remember. He was getting worked on by his team there because he was dealing with some cramps, and we saw him at some subsequent aid stations stretching out his hamstrings and trying to keep himself loose there. So
here's some good video. There's Nicole Bitter and Casey Lichtai.
Yeah, both
Miguel,
checking in here.
Coyote Camp. She's gonna, of course, have a hug. Casey, one of the most likable people in the sport, and I have to admit that there's Zach Bitter with Nicole. That's a fearsome foursome right there, by the way. Don't count them out. Nicole and Casey with Zach and Miguel coming out of Coyote Camp. What do you got for time on that?
So they're about 6 minutes back
from Riley.
Yeah, 6 minutes back from Riley Brady. Riley left at 9:25, and then they're leaving at about 9:31. So, and that is, they lost 2 minutes or so from headquarters to Coyote Camp. They were 4 minutes back at headquarters at mile 61.
That's a dynamic race.
That
in
is.
That sort of 5, 6, 7, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the women.
Absolutely.
We're far from seeing that race wrapped up.
And they've kind of held a consistent gap to Brittany Peterson. It's been about 20 minutes for Nicole and Casey from Brittany, and Riley's been the one who's been eating into that gap of that group of three. So she is right now about 14 minutes back of Brittany in third.
Yeah. And again, this is a little bit where you get the play into the strengths of the course. Is this the four of I can't tell.
This looks like the four.
That's Casey and Nicole with their pacers.
Yes. And it looks like maybe Zach up. No, yeah. Zach's in the blue there, looks like in the back.
Yeah, I think that's Miguel out the front. Miguel, Casey's longtime pacer. She often likes to have him run in the front, which is somewhat unusual. But and then Zach and Nicole side by side, and so this is a section they've got a little bit of level right here, but then they have a nice big drop down. And then it's kind of grindy for a little while. But I suspect this is a part of the course where you kind of like to have company. You can see, right, that's beautiful. They're going to be going right up that towards those mountains. Great shot. And, of course, they're doing this now for the fourth time.
Yeah, they know every rock or every cactus is. They are very familiar with this part of the course this time.
Yep. So they dip down, and then it contours to the right, and as much as Javelina has a hill, that's a pretty good hill, and it's got some rocks and some technicality. So it's great to see them running well. It's great to see them kind of getting together. I suspect there's still a lot of run left in Nicole and Casey.
Absolutely. Well, this will be my time. I'm going to sign off here. Thank you, Aravaipa, for having me on the commentary. It's been so much fun. Andy, it's been fun to meet you and commentate
really
with
Thanks
you today.
Yeah,
thank you so much. And I'll be watching this the rest of the day. Excited to see how it goes.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience here while we do some moving around, and a huge shout out to the great Nick Hilton. For anyone who has tuned in to the recent Aravaipa live streams, Nick has been a staple in the broadcast booth. So shout out to Nick. He pulled through for the Cocodona live stream. He helped us out up in Flagstaff. And then he just couldn't get enough of us. So here he was again for Javelina. We'll see if we can rope him into some more live streams in the future, because even AJW, when we were taking a little bit of a break there, was like, man, Nick, you've got a really good voice for this.
He does. He does. All right, am I good? You guys,
Great.
You got me. All right, good.
They'll let us know if they can't hear us.
Okay.
That's why we love the live chat. They make sure they let us know how we're doing. And again, we just watched Nicole Bitter and Casey kind of meander off out of Coyote Camp with their respective pacers. They both looked like they were in really good spirits.
They did. They were moving well. They were still had spring in their step. It was nice to see. I think both of them are super experienced. Of course, they've both won the race before, so I think that Garrett Keller. Yeah, this is a good time as we're transitioning from Nick. He did a fantastic job. Garrett asked about just the men's and women's top three. You know, on the men's side, at last check, we had Dakota Jones. 3 minutes back of him was Jonathan Ray, and then 12 minutes back of him was Arlen Glick. And then on the men's side, women's side, Heather Jackson, 9 minutes back to Devin Yanko, and then an additional 7 minutes back to Brittany Peterson.
We're going to see if we can get some footage here from Rattlesnake as we are awaiting runners to come through there. So we'll see. Rattlesnake is the aid station that has had the most connectivity issues
Yes.
today, whether it be for timing or whether it be with these feeds. So we'll try to get as much as we can from some of these aid stations. Otherwise, we have a lot of camera feeds getting up and running again at headquarters, which will be kind of the next place we see some of our race leaders. As again, we kind of await them here. It looks like
I will say as we're celebrating the 20th anniversary, and at the kickoff of my session here, we talked about Jerry Kay. I think the other thing that's worth talking about is how the live stream has evolved, and got to give Jamil Curry credit for just sort of envisioning this thing. And as we're looking at this drone shot right now, I mean, can you imagine 10 years ago, ultra runners being able to tune in on television and see pictures like this, from their homes in Minnesota or London or Australia? And it's not without a tremendous amount of work. Matt has a lot of it as the main kind of marketing guy and transportation communications guy here at Aravaipa to make all this happen. You're at home and you might see a blurry picture, or you might see a drone shot move to the side, but rest assured, now that I'm seeing how the sausage is made, it's no easy feat, and it's impressive. And being out at the race venue this morning and in the media trailer with Jamil and Jubilee and the rest of the team out there, it's a remarkable undertaking. And so I hope you're enjoying these pictures and videos from the race and the commentary. Javelina has grown tremendously, both in terms of its number of participants and its stature on the ultra running calendar, and we're seeing something really, really wonderful today in this race, this dynamic race on both the women's side and the men's side, and later on we're going to talk about all the incredible intriguing storylines in the middle and back of the pack of 10-time finishers and 15-time finishers, and David Bliss, who's here, the only person in the race today who ran it the first year in 2003. It's fantastic, and so enjoy this celebration of running, this Halloween celebration, and we hope you enjoy following along with the race coverage. Chris McCoy asks, triathlon, Heather Jackson? Yep, that's the one. Heather Jackson from Bend, Oregon is in the lead at Javelina 100. And this, for as far as we can tell, this is her first ultra. First ultra, not first trail race. Not, obviously, as a highly accomplished triathlete, she knows how to suffer for 9, 10, 11 hours, no doubt about it. But this is a different beast, and kudos to her for jumping in and giving it a shot. She'll obviously be out here probably running the longest run of her life. And the fact that she's still going after it and still staying off the front, I think is super impressive. Oh,
and here we're looking at is that Lottie Brinks? No, that's that's Jason.
That's Jason Green. That's the
right
legendary there. Beast Coast race director, Jason Green. I'm not sure who the runner is, but he's sponging her off.
Yeah, and it looks like the feed froze there. Let's send it back to Jackass Junction here.
Right. So this gives you a real good sense of the sort of coming and going and the crossroads of Javelina that is Jackass Junction. If you think of it right now, you've got some runners who've bolted through on their fourth loop. You've got a majority of runners who are kind of hitting it on their third loop. You have some who might be coming in there on their second loop. You might still have some 100Kers coming through. Meanwhile, these race volunteers are shoving ice up arm sleeves, helping people with drop bags. Remember, this is the only location on the course, aside from the headquarters, where runners can have drop bags, and all doing it with a smile and a positive attitude, and in some cases, a lime green leisure suit.
Well, that's part of the evolution of Jackass Junction, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, Ryan Montgomery, who was on the broadcast earlier, he's going to be out there for the festivities later. So we're gonna get to see how Jackass Junction evolves throughout the course of this journey as well.
A question from Lindsay Clemens. Thank you, Lindsay. Has anyone heard Heather Jackson say if she would accept the ticket if she were to get it? I have not. But if she finishes in the top 2, I know my good friend Craig Thornley, who's the race director of Western States and is here at the race right now, is probably just going to walk right up to her and ask her. So I hope that she does. I think it would be a great story. But as for now, I do not know if she has said yay or nay if she gets a ticket or not.
Now the people are speaking the truth here. Andy's volume is kind of up, and Matt's is lower.
There we go. Okay. There, you've straightened it out. That would make my mom happy.
No, that's what I'm here for.
That would make my mom happy.
Let's take it back to headquarters here if we can get...
Christine Demergian, did Lottie Brinks just win the 100K? We'll have to check on that. Maybe we could get somebody to check on that. I don't know. It's possible. Alan Singer, is the coverage going through the night? You betcha.
So we'll be going until about 1 a.m. tonight as normal, and then from 1 to 6 we will have just a finish line cam set up for everyone, and then Chris Warden and myself will be back on bright and early tomorrow morning to bring in all of the final finishers.
Randy Jensen, thank you for that comment. Some clarification in the chat. So, yes, I did know that she did Kona 3 weeks. I didn't know she did Big Sugar. I know that was the final gravel race in this year's inaugural Grand Prix, with Unbound and the rest. So that's pretty cool. I mean, she's got a lot on her body with Kona and then Big Sugar. And if she's obsessed with Western states, well, I can tell her that she's not alone in being obsessed with Western states, as someone who's obsessed with Western states myself. Beat Courtney Dauwalter's course record.
I think
mixing things. On the Lottie's 100K. Yeah.
I think Aid Station Fireball is helping us out in the chat there.
Thank you.
Doing the research for us. Shout out to
Liam. You're the man. Keep it coming. I hope you plan on staying up all night too. Patrick, yes, Devin. Patrick asks on the chat, is Devin based in Colorado now? Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what town. I'm just going to make a wild guess and say it's Boulder, but I don't know.
I want to say it was Salida.
Maybe it's Salida, but yeah, she moved on. She moved on from the Bay Area, from Mill Valley. Again, great footage from Jackass. Look at these costumes. Look at the sequins on the aid station volunteers. Beautiful stuff. Slinging grilled cheese and PB&Js and hopefully Pringles and avocados, which, by the way, if you have never had a slather of avocado on top of a Pringle, you haven't lived. So do it sometime. Go right now. Take a break while we're waiting for the leaders to get back to headquarters. Buy a sleeve of Pringles, slather some avocado on it, and tell me I'm wrong. Oh, and salt and vinegar Pringles, by the way. It's great to hear all this positive feedback on Heather Jackson from on the chat. Yes, I think a lot of us in the ultra running world were wondering, what's this incredible world-class triathlete coming to Javelina for? I think now we're seeing she obviously loves to run. She apparently loves running in the desert. And so for those of you in the chat who know Heather and are commenting, thank you for that, because we're the ultra running community. We like everybody, but it's nice to know. That Heather kind of gets it. I will say too, just back at headquarters when Heather came in for at the end of her first loop, I was chatting with her crew, and they actually weren't really kind of sure how it worked, like whether they had to run all the way around the parking lot or they could just go into the aid station and come back. And the crew was wonderful. They were just like, well, hey Andy, can you tell me, like, how does it work? Where does she have to go? And it was just so heartwarming to see. Sometimes you see an elite athlete who might come from another sport and come with another perspective, and they or their crew might feel like or act like they should have some sort of a special treatment. And it was the absolute total opposite of that. It was just like, hey, we want to just make sure we're doing the right thing, and we've never been here before, and we want to make ourselves as available to everybody and all the runners. And it was just a great little moment, and I enjoyed getting to know those guys over the next kind of hour or so. And obviously now they know what they're doing, as Heather's out on her fourth loop and pretty much crushing this thing. So good stuff all the way around.
And we are tuned in here at the Great Jackass Junction, where the party hasn't even started out here yet.
Oh yeah. I mean, right. It's just kind of a pregame. Oh, maybe those guys. That poor guy's doing the lean on his quads. The guy with the hair's maybe going to say he should go in the duck pool. No, they're parting ways.
Here's the aerial shot of Jackass Junction here.
Kirby Amaker, I welcome your comment. I'm going to guess that there are more than a few of us who are watching our first ultra trail run here to cheer on Heather. Welcome. You've come to the gold standard of ultra trail race coverage with Aravaipa Running, and we're thrilled to have you here. And we're obviously thrilled to have Heather here, and maybe next year you can come run Just make sure you sign up early because the race fills fast. But thank you for that. It's I think many of us, ultra trail running especially, has been such a kind of a niche sport, niche within a niche sport. That as we become more mainstream, it's valuable to have exchanges with folks such as yourself, and for people like Heather to come to our races and to see it happening. So thank you. Chris Warden, Mojo sighting. Oh my goodness, this is so great to hear. Anybody out there who thinks they're good looking, you think you're handsome or pretty, just go find Scott Mojalowski. He'll make you feel like you're the ugliest thing since like the world began. He's an incredibly good looking guy. He's like 60 years old. I think he's going to be out. He's probably out there at Jackass Junction with his massage table, which likely means that most runners that go through there are going to get a massage because it's Mojo. And he's an incredible guy. I've been running ultras since the early 90s when I first came here into Arizona. He was one of my mentors and still in many ways is one of my mentors. So, Chris, thank you for noting the Mojo sighting. Okay, Heather Jackson fans, are you guys like all texting each other and saying, get on the chat and tell us how much you love Heather Jackson?
I think so.
That's okay. We love Heather Jackson too. And thank you for joining our live stream. This is, Matt, this is
We are
still
out
Jackass,
Yep,
right?
we're still out
Still
at
at
Jackass
yeah.
right now.
Good coverage at Jackass. Is Rob out there? No, Rob's getting out there a little bit later, I think.
Yep.
But,
Rob will be out there at in about an hour, I believe.
Yeah. Yes, Pete Mortimer was the. Thank you, Chris. Once again, that was Pete Mortimer. Pete, oh my gosh, a legend here in these parts. All kinds of great finishes. Had a great finish at Western States this past June. So good to see Pete out there helping other runners. Here we are back at the start-finish. If you haven't been to Javelina, the start-finish is one of a kind in ultra running and maybe in all sports. But and the master of ceremonies, or perhaps the mistress of ceremonies, is Jubilee, our race director, and she's on the microphone and greeting every runner as they come around and make their way back out for their next loop, typically changing costumes, multiple times. You'll see her at one loop, and then you come back from the next loop, and she's in a different costume. It's just one of those incredible parts about this race. And there's a DJ playing music. There's Freak Brothers Pizza. There's kettle corn. There's games for the kids. They had like a big pong game and cornhole, all going on there at the headquarters at the start finish. So, frankly, it's worth coming to Javelina 100 just to see the spectacle at headquarters. When I was working with one of my athletes who got into the race very late, she was very worried about whether she was going to be able to have time. I mean, by very late, I mean like 2 weeks before the race. She was worried about whether she was going to have time to get a crew together. And I said, oh, don't worry about it. It's Javelina. Just show them the website, show them some of the pictures, and they'll totally want to come. And wouldn't you know it, within like 3 days, she had a crew. Because who wouldn't want to come to this? At the end of October in the desert, beautiful sunshine, people waiting on you hand and foot. It's beautiful. So I like to call it the ultra running's Burning Man, but it's probably a little bit better than that.
So we're seeing runners still coming into Jackass Junction, as you can tell by the lime green suited individual who is helping us there at the aid station.
Something worth noting in the results is one thing we observed earlier in the day was how what a conservative race Annie Hughes was running. For those of you who follow the sport regularly, Annie has had an incredible year, winning Run Rabbit Run, Cocodona, a couple of other races. This coming off second place in the Ultra Runner of the Year voting in 2021. And Annie, being a 200-mile runner and a big mountain runner, many were wondering, what would she do at a relatively flat and fast 100-miler? Well, she's methodically worked her way through the field and is now sitting as 8th place woman, just a little bit behind Manuela Sokol, who was one of the early rabbits, the Belgian 237 marathoner. And I suspect we haven't heard the last of Annie as she makes her way potentially through the crowd. She her time at headquarters was 9:28, so a 9:2800K is nothing to shake a stick at, and she was within range of Manuela Sokol and some of the others in front of her. So there's still a lot of racing left to go, and seeing what Annie's doing is a good indicator of that.
And let's see if we can get that turned the other way. We do have our leaders starting to come into Rattlesnake here.
Yeah, I do see that we have Dakota Jones.
Here we're getting some good feed in the Rattlesnake aid station now.
Dakota Jones hit Rattlesnake at 9:55 elapsed, so that was
we just saw him
just moments ago. So this will be a good indication of how we're doing on the men's race. You might recall Jonathan Ray was about 3 minutes back of Dakota at Jackass, and they've just completed what Nick and I were talking about, that amazing buffed out 5-mile downhill. Not steep downhill, but super runnable, great kind of place to make time downhill. And we'll get a gauge on, how Jonathan's legs are as compared to Dakota's, as well as Arlen, because we saw Arlen getting all iced up and ready to go at Jackass as well. And I'm thinking that if Jonathan naps a little bit, Arlen's going to be on him. Now, I've got, again, to those of you who've been following along all day, know that we have had some challenges with the timing mat at Rattlesnake Ranch. Rattlesnake Ranch is the third aid station on the course. It's just 3.7 miles from Rattlesnake Ranch back to headquarters. So there have been some examples of times coming through the race timing that have then ended up not matching up when they got to headquarters. Right now, though, with what we have to go on, Jonathan Ray is through Rattlesnake Ranch just 1 minute behind Dakota Jones. Again, let's put an asterisk next to that and put a hold on it until we get to headquarters, which will be in 25 minutes. We'll get a better idea of that. Arlen Glick has not come through the timing mat yet, but we would presume, be the next one through, within about 7 to 10 minutes. So again, Dakota, we had eyes on Dakota coming through. We have not had eyes on Jonathan coming through, but we have him at least on the tracker coming through.
Yep, and we are back at Rattlesnake here, so
and we're getting some decent footage on Rattlesnake right now.
Hopefully, we'll be able to keep that feed so that we can bring you all the goodies.
Indeed. Oh, and I'm just realizing I might be able to use this instead of my phone, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. Might be a little bit bigger. Okay, leaderboard. Thank you. Thank you for all the comments on the chat. I do not know. Judy Redmond asked, does anybody know if Heather Jackson picked up a pacer on the fourth loop? I do not know. We should get eyeballs on her because we've had really good camera work at at Jackass, so we might be able to find out if she has one there. So yes, again, Liam, thank you. Aid Station Fireball. John, only 1 minute back of Dakota at Rattlesnake Ranch. We saw the same thing on the tracking. Just since we've had some variability on the tracking going through Rattlesnake, we want to just kind of hold on to it until we get back to headquarters. Dakota, Jeff, good question. Dakota, let's just call it mile 77, 78. When he gets back to headquarters, he'll be at 80. So let's just call it 77, 78. I mean, he's smelling the barn at this point. But when he gets back to headquarters, it's 19.3 miles to the finish.
It's the Bell Lap, right?
The Bell Lap, indeed. So yeah, we're getting some good. As Bridget M, is Jacob Puzzi still on course? As far as the information we have, yes. We know he went out hot. He came back a little bit, but he's, I would suspect, not far from done.
And here we have a shot. I believe this is leaving Rattlesnake.
That's the exit of Rattlesnake. Yeah, that's a great shot. And is that a fixed camera?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So we'll always have this.
So you might see someone darting by. So we do have a still camera. This is looking southwest from the aid station at Rattlesnake Ranch. Again, that for the fourth loop, mile about 77. And
let's take a look back in the aid station here. And we are going to send it back out to Jackass Junction here. And we see the man, the myth, the legend right there. I believe that's Peter Curry, is it not?
With the staff shirt?
Yep.
And the hot mitts?
Yep,
oh,
right
yeah.
there.
That's Peter Curry. These are great shots from Jackass, looking really good. Kiesha, Isidore, do y'all think Nick will be able to catch up? I don't think Nick's even started racing yet. I mean, I think he's calm, cool, collected. I think we'll have a good indication. I think, hang on, interrupting.
Wait, that's Heather right there.
Heather Jackson. So we have eyes on Heather Jackson. Heather Jackson fans, you can see her. So this is at Jackass Junction. She looks like taking her time, getting some fluids down. Coke. You triathletes drink Coke too? Beautiful. This is great stuff. See, we're all one big happy family. So yeah, it looks like she's taking her time, being smart. Jackass Junction, by the way, is mile 71.6, so she's still got just under 30 miles to go, but she looks calm, cool, collected. I know several people were asking about a pacer. She's filling bottles. She looks very composed for someone who hasn't run this far. And this is great. Oh, sorry, I jinxed it. This is great footage. Okay, there we go. We're getting Heather Jackson bottles, maybe some cooling. Yep. Welcome to Ultras, Heather.
Just cool as a cucumber in that aid station. No panic, no rush, nothing.
Absolutely. Good point, Matt.
I guess if you're a world champion in
Yeah.
triathlons, you're probably used to maybe even bigger stages than this. So you're probably calm under pressure here.
Taking care of herself. This is great footage. Thank you, team. This is beautiful. Thank you, Cindy. You guys like your Coke. We appreciate it.
Common ground for trail runners and triathletes.
Yes, indeed. It's nice to see. We're all one big happy family. Oh, wait a minute. She just put her trash in the garbage can. You guys do that too?
See, we've got a number of shared interests here.
There we go. And there she is, off, still moving well. Let's see. I'm not sure if the camera person is even going to be able to follow her for very long, but that's good. So on the clock, 10 hours, just over 10 hours. Just over 10 hours, 71 miles. This is good stuff. And thank you for all of your new viewers. It's so great to have all you new viewers from the world of triathlon. Thank you, Debbie. Heather is used to lots of pressure from years of Kona. Yes, indeed. I imagine the pressure of Kona is intense. So thank you for that. Cindy, you guys get disqualified penalties for littering. Good. It's not nice. Well, funny story. Jerry Kilgariff, the longtime race director here, was famously disqualified a legendary older gentleman named Hans-Dieter Weissar for throwing a banana peel into the desert. She DQ'd his ass. So this is good stuff. So, yeah, thank you again. So nice to find such common ground. So this will be interesting. With such good footage in Jackass, we will get a sense now of where the chase group is. As a reminder, so now the official time of Heather off the timing, Matt, is 10:07 a lap, so 4:07 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And at last check, 6.5 miles ago, Devin Yanko and Brittany Peterson and Nicole Bitter and Casey Lichtai were in chase. So we'll probably get a better idea of whether Heather is holding a lead, gaining a lead, losing a lead. But it was really, really good to see her calmly working her way through that aid station, chugging Coke, cooling herself off. She looks like an old pro, I got to say. She looks like an ultra runner. Ultra running history, I think this must be Davy Crockett.
Yep.
And Davy is commenting on the internet's ultra list, which I was an active member on. And Jerry Kilgariff, the founder of Javelina 100 and who was honored this morning as the honorary starter, was the second most active poster on the ultra list after only Gary Cantrell, who is more widely known these days as Laz. And Jerry, and here we have Devin Yanko. I'm going to interrupt this diatribe because Devin is in pretty close to Heather.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what her
exit time is, because I think the time that we're getting is the exit time. But that's Devin Yanko, longtime ultra runner, 40 years old, Colorado.
Howard, Colorado.
If anybody knows where Howard, Colorado is, you get bonus points, and we'll send you a pair of Gooders. But Devin has been running calm all day. Sometimes the stress gets the better of Devin, but she looks calm. She is running well. And this next section, this 5-mile section that we've been talking a lot about, downhill to the road crossing, is her wheelhouse. It's gradual, downhill. As you can tell, Devin was a college basketball player. She's 6'1". She can stretch it out. She's 7th overall. She is obviously coming into this aid station calm. By the way, I think, going back on the pacer question, I think we assumed Heather left alone without a pacer, and seeing Devin right now leave, we're going to get a split. she also is still alone. So at least we know the first 2 women through Jackass 71.6 are going at it solo. That was a quick aid station transition for Devin. No doubt. And we should get a split anytime. And Howard just a few minutes from Salida. Okay, you were right, Matt. Basically Salida.
I think someone else had already said that earlier in the day, and I just happened to be listening. So,
so back on the story, Davy Crockett's story and the Ultra list. So Jerry, just cut it to the chase. Like if Jerry Kilgariff was on Twitter, she'd get banned, and that was what she was like on the Ultra list. And so, I mean, that's kind of enough said. And she founded this race, and so you can see why you get like people in costume and naked people running and all kinds of stuff like that, because that was what Jerry wanted. But as Davey mentions, the idea for the race was hatched on the Ultra list, and here we are 20 years later. And it's just, I mean, I think she's so proud of what she hatched, and it was nice. She hatched it. Jerry was only race director for a couple of years, and she knew, she founded this thing, and she's going to move on and do other things. Now, she and her close friend Linda Van Tilburg for years also race directed the Zane Grey Highline 50-miler. Back when that trail was actually really tough and not the freeway it is today. But it was a fantastic event every April as well. So they had Javelina in October, and they had Zane Grey Highline in April. So we've got the splits at least, and we think these timing mats are accurate. And we've got Devin 4 minutes and 13 seconds behind Heather. So, yes, Elise Mordos, is this Heather's first Ultra? Absolutely. First Ultra. But obviously not first time going deep and long and hard. So, with a 4 minute and 13 second gap between Devin and Heather, with 29 miles to go, basically, the temperature's certainly starting to cool. As you can see in this drone footage, the shade comes in off the hillsides. I think this is
from Javelina headquarters going out. So runners should be coming into headquarters.
Okay, so this is going towards Rattlesnake.
Yep.
So the runners would be coming towards us on the screen.
Yep.
Cole Hetzel, excellent question. Was Ultra List an Ultra Running Forum website or just a list of races, and is it still around today? It was an email listserv. So you went to Dartmouth, for some dude in New Hampshire who was like an ultra running geek, had a listserv, and you put your email in and you signed up, and then every morning you woke up, you had 30 emails from random ultra running people. It was fantastic. Whether it's still alive today, I don't know, but if it's not, it should be. Because it was like the kind of place you went and said, should I use road shoes or trail shoes for this? Or like you'd ask Laz, how do you get into Barkley? And then he would block you, things like that. So, yes, Liam, again, Devin she put 5 minutes into Heather. It was over 6.5 miles, but it was, I think you're going to see, a little bit of closing by the time we get to the headquarters, and then it's game on. It's not a very long loop, not a very long 19 miles, at least for me sitting here in the studio. We are awaiting, we're awaiting the leaders into headquarters. Is that right?
Yeah, we should be getting the leaders.
We might have seen that in the drone. So
we're trying to keep an eye on both Jackass and headquarters right now, to see what we can get.
Again, as a reminder, while we're going off the live timing, we have enough questions about the timing mat at Rattlesnake that we really don't want to take that as gospel. And since it's only 3.7 miles back to headquarters, we're confident that we can have things corrected by then.
It looks like this might be Dakota.
We know Dakota's in white.
And that person is running very
Yeah, that person is
quickly.
running very fast. So I think we have eyes on Dakota. Matt, what would you say? Is he within a mile?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, there we go. And I think he's with Pacer.
It looks like it.
Yellow
Definitely.
bib.
He's still looking so smooth. But then, how close is Jonathan Rhea?
Right.
That's the big question.
If this drone shot will stay, I mean,
That might be
person's moving fast.
That might be him. And I saw Dakota look back a couple of times already well.
We may have the 2 leaders in the 8 at the same time. Chris, if I assume you're out there, you're gonna get another speed workout in.
I think Chris might be resting up for the night shift.
He might be, yeah.
You know, we appreciate Chris so much that we put him on Aravaipa After Dark here.
Yeah.
On the live stream. That's definitely Dakota.
That is definitely
There's no doubt
Dakota.
in my mind.
And it's definitely a pacer because that's a yellow bib.
Yep.
And
they should be coming into entering headquarters here in just a moment.
Chris has chimed in the chat that he's in bed. Yeah, you're in bed, but you're still on the chat.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Oh, this is great. Great footage by the drone team of Dakota and his pacer rolling into. Elise Mordos, it looks like John is closing the gap between Dakota through Snake. Yeah, we're aware of that.
Well, did he just stop? Is that him?
We are aware of that. Again, we're just not entirely confident of the timing, Matt, at Rattlesnake. So we're hoping to get eyeballs on John. But it does look like Dakota is taking a little chill break here. Maybe doing a little Jeff Galloway walk run. You never know.
Well,
unless we lost someone off the front, but I don't think so. I think that's Dakota just taking a little chill, maybe, or he is going to use the facilities.
Yep, and we're going to go to Jackass Junction here, which probably isn't a ton better than watching Dakota use the facilities. About very similar. I mean, earlier we had Bob Hearn in a G-string right in the middle, right in the middle of our shot. So
I know it's you can't unsee that stuff.
And it looks like they're back out.
The question is that Jonathan Ray, who is moving well with the pack right in front?
Well, that looks like him right in front of Dakota now.
So did
with
the P break?
Black hydration pack?
Yeah,
or
I think
dark color.
I think we're basically
because he's moving fast.
Yeah, he's not a lapped runner.
No.
And all right.
Yeah, that looks like the outfit he had on earlier as well.
So, we'll get absolute confirmation when they get to the headquarters in any moment now. We have our 2 leaders, Jonathan Ray,
as they
and
pass
about six strides behind him, Dakota Jones, a few minutes away from headquarters. And, I know Dakota well enough. He's a sly enough dog. That might have been a fake P-stop to let Jonathan catch up so that then they could just beat the heck out of each other over this next 19 miles. But, wow, this is guys, there's 2 spots in Western States right there running down the trail.
Well, it looks like maybe his pacer is hanging on. And just went to the other side of you see the trail in that little section there was pretty washed out. I feel like while the trails are fairly groomed overall here at Javelina, you do have those sections where like the central part of the trail ends up getting washed out and you've got to kind of pick a side.
Yeah. Well, and the central part gets a little sandy.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
Yeah, really is. Really is. And again, a little reminder. I know most folks know Dakota from his second place finish this past July at a Hard Rock 100, but he does have some flat fast chops with two super fast 50 milers at Lake Sonoma, and he also has experience on his side as a 31-year-old. He's been in the sport 13 years, so do the math. He's been around. And he's made it no secret that he wants to come back to Western States, or come to Western States. He's not run it. He's hung around there a lot, paced people, crewed people. But these guys are stride for stride right now, Matt. I mean, it's
Yeah, I mean, this is awesome.
this is this is the new era of Javelina. So again, we're seeing Dakota Jones and Jonathan Ray, stride for stride, into headquarters in what'll probably be 10 and a half minutes elapsed, which, folks were asking about the potential of a sub 13. I mean, unless these guys really raise their game, I don't see a sub 13, but certainly 13:30 is going to have to get it done, and probably 13:10, 12, something like that.
Dude, this is just awesome.
Yeah, this is really awesome.
Well, and Dakota doing it with bunny ears or cat ears or whatever he has on his hat there, which is even better. He's not only is he competing really hard, he's also embracing the fun that is Javelina.
Yeah.
And here they come back into headquarters, and now they've basically got they have to basically do a loop around this entire parking lot and then go back out, which is kind of cool, in terms of like the atmosphere that creates.
Oh, Somer, Kreisman, thank you for the correction. Dakota was third at Hard Rock. I know. It was both those European guys beat him. I'm sorry. I'm still sort of sore about that. Just kidding.
But it's like, if you were going to finish third, those are probably two guys that
that's a pretty good third.
Yeah.
So, here they are. They go by the bathrooms. They come down. This is great. Great job by the drone team.
Yeah, and shout out to the folks at Game On Live Studios based out of Utah. They're helping us out with some of the drone operators and some of the static cams that we have set up. So huge thanks to them for helping make this possible.
Yeah, great stuff.
And then through the tent.
Yeah, I love this. Just good bolting through the tent and then into the chaos of the.
And then we've got it. It's not
All right, got some stuff on the ground.
Yep. We will have him come in here soon. We'll just stay on this drone shot for right now.
So I've got to say, having been here all morning, this little shoot, for those of you watching at home, this shoot through all these pop-up tents is just one of the most electric and fun and funky and creative, and it's there's nothing like it in ultra running, and these runners get to run through it 10 times, once coming up, and then they'll go around this little corner and once coming back, and there's really nothing quite like it in the sport that I've experienced. So here's Jonathan Ray.
It looks like he's dropped his pack off already.
And there's Dakota.
And so do a little loop, and then you go right back out where you came.
And they are stride for stride through headquarters with a 19.3 miles to go. So there we go with the split, and we know this is accurate.
And it looks like Dakota stopped to walk there, or maybe he just stopped at his crew.
Just to give you a sense, this is late in 100. I know a lot of new viewers are on with the Heather Jackson phenomenon from triathlon. Those two runners are separated by 2 seconds after 80.5 miles. 10:25:15 and 10:25:17. That's not normal for this sport. So it's basic. They basically got a 19.3 mile race. We've got some good footage here again of the pathway in again through the tents. It's just a fantastic sort of space in the ultra running world that you just don't see anywhere else.
Yeah, and actually one of like maybe the most to me one of like the coolest finish line videos I've probably ever seen was last year when Camille Herron came flying through this area. It's dark, so it's all lit up by lights, and she is yielding a lightsaber, sprinting through here, shattering the course record. It looks like, is Dakota being paced by...
That's Dakota.
Was he being paced by Senseman? Well, it looks like Jamila's filming, but I don't see his camera feed.
Well, it looks like Senseman's calves.
I just saw the rabbit kit as well and was like, and the mustache.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, that looks like it could be Eric Senseman.
So you got the rabbit kit. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, that's Eric.
Yeah.
See, it freezes
in
a good way for us. Let's see if we can get... Oh, we got the folks at Game On Live Studio in the chat as
All
well.
Right.
Hopefully they heard us tell them how much we appreciate them. But
right.
Jonas is the drone pilot here at the start-finish area, and he's just been doing an excellent job. They've been out there all day.
Yeah.
So they've just been grinding, and again, we couldn't do this without them and without all of our other volunteer filmers, and we'll send it out to Jackass Junction for the time being. We'll send it back here. But yeah, I mean, it takes a small village to put these things on, and so we appreciate it.
Lab Rat a few minutes ago asked about the distance of the start. So those two leaders, Jonathan and Dakota, they were just over 80 miles, 81 miles. It was technically 19.45 miles from headquarters back to headquarters. So they're in the teens.
Less than 20 miles to go.
Less than 20 miles to go.
That can be a long 20 miles, though, still.
It can. A lot can still happen in 20 miles.
You still got another probably 30 minutes before it starts to cool off, and then it's going to cool off like that, you know?
So what do we have? Is this the drone coming back up the valley?
Yeah, so now the drone is following them out towards Coyote Camp.
Got it, yeah.
And we got some folks in the chat, Jonas for president.
Right on.
I agree.
The world would be a better place.
And then we're going to take a look over. This would be Rattlesnake at that road crossing right before the aid station. And actually, looks like we've got some folks coming in to the start-finish. Here we are out at Rattlesnake.
Hey, Dakota's mom, thanks for checking in. Good to see you on the chat, Beth. He's having a great day. Maybe we'll see you at western states and on the fourth Saturday in June. I sure hope so. I know Dakota's been thinking about that for a long time. It'd be nice to have him out there for the big dance.
And so out at Jackass, it looks like we're still waiting on our third female runner to come through. So we should have
It does look
that.
like it should be soon, but
Yep.
we've got 2 females through Jackass.
Yep.
Heather and Devin. Of course, we've got 2 male runners through the start finish, neck and neck.
So we've got a couple of things to keep our eyes peeled out for here, right? We want to see who that third lady is to come through Jackass here, and then we want to see who the next runner through
Right.
HQ is, through
We want to see
JQ
if it ends
is.
up being Brett Hornig, if it ends up being Arlen Glick, if Nick Coury makes a little bit of a move. I think it's kind of wide open for those next spots. But those 2, it looked like Jonathan and Dakota had definitely upped the pace, at least judging by, and it might have just been the presence of the other one that got him going. But
And here it looks like we got a drone shot out coming into Jackass Junction. And again, we are keeping our eyes peeled on a number of fronts here.
if for some crazy reason you're just tuning in to the live stream after about 10 and a half hours of racing, on the men's side, we have 2 men through the 80-mile mark, 80-plus mile mark. Jonathan Ray and Dakota Jones, basically stride for stride, and with a chase pack of Brett Hornig, Arlen Glick, and Nick Coury, a little bit spread around, as well as Bobby Harrington.
And then it looks like Brittany Peterson right here
There's
coming
Brittany
into Jackass Junction, so
Jackass
she's the
Junction.
third
so this
woman.
would be our third place woman.
You know, she's having a really good day, really
She
good
is.
run today. Shout out to her coach, of course, who helped get her to the starting line healthy and happy, which is the most important thing. But
Indeed, the goal today for Brittany is to run happy, and she's been doing. I got to see her come through twice, and she's been running happy. So, and it looks like she's gonna do her thing in the aid station, eat some solid food. She's coming down from Idaho. The hot part of the day is going to affect her a little bit, but there's still a lot of racing left. She looks positive. Dave, her pacer there in the red shirt's going to get her going, and that's our third woman through Jackass. So still a race there. You know, she's got some time to make up, but I think she's keen on dropping old Dave if she can, like we saw Heather do. A little bit of cooling, a little bit of water fight, and off they go.
and there she is.
She just threw that watermelon, Ryan. I hope she put it in the bucket. Good stuff. Good footage again. These guys out at thank you. These guys out at Jackass are doing a great job with the camera work, and so Brittany Peterson
And
hit
we're going to send
71 and
it
a half
back into
miles.
the aid station proper here. You know, oh my, look at this.
And there's Nicole Bitter
in the aid station. So, I mean, she's a minute behind Brittany or something like that.
That's a really...
Which means Casey...
Remember, we saw her leaving with Casey and Miguel.
Mm-hmm.
So we're probably going to see Casey pretty soon.
Yeah, I would imagine that we're going to see her pretty soon as well. Decent amount of experience right here.
Oh, yes, indeed. And a trustworthy pacer in her husband, Zach. And, yeah, they're right there. We'll get the official split as she goes across the mat. But
she kind of snuck up on us there.
She did.
But,
and now, thank you, Stephen Josepher, on the chat, because we have this non-binary category, we're getting Riley Brady. You're right. Yes, thank you. Riley Brady is actually in third place, coming through in 10:29.
And she, again, identifies as non-binary, but is competing for
in
the women's
race,
golden ticket.
Yes. And then Brittany now at 10:35, and I'm assuming we'll get Nicole's split anytime.
Yeah, and I think that is the timing point right there, so we should get
thank
Nicole's
you.
update.
Thank you, Steve Josepher, for that update. We missed that.
So we're going to try to keep our eyes peeled at Jackass Junction right now for our next lady runner to come through.
Which we would guess would be Casey.
And we've got some movement here at
there's Arlen. There's Arlen Glick.
And
orange shirt.
Arlen coming through. We'll see if that feed.
Right. So
it looks like we may also have some movement at Jackass here. Yep, and there is another.
That's a female runner, but I wonder if that's. I do not know Lauren Puritz, but that might be Lauren Puritz if we can get a bib number 610.
Yep. Let's see if our trusty camera operator can get a bib number here for us. That is 37.
37. Thank you.
Catherine Drew. Yep, Catherine Drew.
A former 11th place Western States this past year, so kind of hungry to get back. So she's leapfrogged quite a few people.
Yeah, and I wonder if we missed, maybe they missed the timing point at Coyote Camp, right?
Yeah, they might have.
And then we are going to send it back here for just a moment. Yep, and here we go. We got Arlen Glick. He's back on his way out of Javelina headquarters. We'll send it back here. We got Catherine Drew in the aid station here, and we are going to switch camera angles because we had Bob Hearn in the shot there. Yep.
Right. It's an R-rated race, but not an R-rated live stream. Oh goodness. Catherine seems to be handling herself well in the midst of all that, which is nice. And
we're back to Javelina headquarters here. Shout out to Bob Hearn, fixed time legend.
Yes, indeed. Tim Pfluger, thank you. Yes, Riley is a Beast Coaster from Pennsylvania. You know, I used to live in Pennsylvania, and I know she's from New Hope. There's Casey.
There's
Lichtai.
Casey.
New Hope, Pennsylvania, along the Delaware River. Great little town, by the way. Lots of rugged trails in that area. So good stuff. You can get lots of good running in that area, and not a lot of it's easy. So here's Casey Lichtai, still not that far back from that group with Brittany and Nicole. And I guess with Riley, Brittany, and Nicole, and now Catherine. I think she goes by Catherine. Solid food again. Thank you, Carly. Cat Drew. We'll go with that. Easier for everybody. Casey's still keeping it smart, hiking out, getting some food down. She knows she's got this nice section ahead.
Here we are back in the aid station here at Javelina headquarters. And we should be theoretically seeing Lauren Puritz sometime
Right, I'm trying
soonish
to
as
figure
well.
out how we can get where Cat Drew came from. So we're still at headquarters here, correct? Yeah.
Yep, we are at Jackass Junction
Or
right
Jackass
now.
Junction. Okay.
Who do we have in the aid station here? And again, we should be seeing the leaders getting pretty close to Coyote
I was
Camp.
thinking we
I would
see,
I would think.
In another 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, and we're gonna try to we'll have a drone feed back up out there, and we're gonna try to get another camera feed out there as well. And again, we're out here where the desert disco will be happening once
Indeed.
the sun goes down.
Indeed. And then when does the evening race start? There's a 31K that do they go out there at like what in the middle of the night or
I want to say it starts earlier than I would have thought. I have it in a spreadsheet here. 6 p.m. is what I see, but that could be Andy, our wonderful director of technology, who's here helping us get these overlays and leaderboards and stuff like that working, is telling me 6:30, but I see 6. So either I put it in the spreadsheet wrong or Andy's wrong. One of the two. Let's see. And this is one of the sites to behold. Is this is the only drop bag location?
That's right.
It's quite gracious that you have a drop bag location on a 20-mile looped course, right? But you can see them all nicely put out by bib number, I believe, so that they're easy to find. Let's see. I couldn't read a bib number there. We'll switch back over here. And there we have, is that Pat?
There's Pat Reagan. Looking okay.
Looks like he's having a day.
Yeah.
But what I will say is he's still out there moving forward.
Yep.
You know, we've seen him at Western States. I believe the first time he ran, he was having a day, and he was, sticking with it, was able to turn it around and have a really strong finish. And so the Savannah, Georgia native, shout out to Pat, coaches Stephanie Flippin, known for his speed, his mustache, and his southern drawl.
Yes. His first Western States too. He ran so conservatively that when he finally got to the last 20 miles, he just busted it out. I mean, some of his split times on that course
he has some of the fastest splits.
Some of the fastest.
Yeah.
For the last 20 miles. So, Pat chooses his races carefully. He enjoys just coming out and mixing it up, and I think he went out hard. He had you can kind of see him favoring his quads a little bit. I think he probably had some issues early, but he's gutting it out at this point, and that's impressive. I think he could call it a day. I don't think he's going to.
Do you know who's pacing him here?
I can't tell.
Nicole Monet, maybe?
Oh, really?
That's who it looked like. Oh, my goodness. That's who it looked like. I remember, obviously, she's run Black Canyon. She did Project Carbon X that was put on by Hoka, or Project Carbon X2, maybe.
Okay, got it.
But she also ran Desert Solstice, and I believe that's her. I could be wrong, but she's also a Hoka-sponsored athlete.
Yeah.
So that would make a lot of sense.
Well, this is good to see. This is good to see Pat moving along, getting through Jackass. Not his best day, but he's still making it a day.
And we're going to send it to our drone out here just outside of the Coyote Camp aid station.
Right. Well, this would be about
We should have our leaders coming any time now.
Right, so we still have a spread in the female race from Heather Jackson at 10:07 through Jackass through Casey at 10:42. So still plenty of time for some movement there.
That race for second could be pretty interesting, right? Because you have Devin Yanko at 10:11. Brittany Peterson at 10:35, but we know that
We have Riley Brady at 10:29.
Yep, exactly.
And then just 2 minutes behind Brittany is Nicole.
Yeah, and she's moving really well.
Yeah.
Gonna be super fun
And
to
then-
watch.
And then with someone's moving fast through the trees, but it might be someone else. And then what we don't have eyeball. Oh, we just got it. We just have Brett Hornig through the start finish. So 11 minutes behind Arlen in fourth place. So again, this subplot there is, of course, Arlen is in Western States already. So were he to finish in first or second, the golden ticket would drop down to third.
Yeah, so really those first two guys are trying to hold off.
Right.
Currently,
They're
Brett
really trying to
Horning.
hold off Horning and Curry.
Yep. And it looks like we do have. Oh, that camera feed froze. We'll go back to this. And we expect to see Dakota Jones and Jonathan Ray anytime now.
Yep.
And it's so awesome to see, some of these runners who are on, their third loop or their fourth loop, or a loop or two behind, just still out there moving forward.
Oh, yeah.
Super awesome to see. Hopefully they have a wonderful overnight experience in the beautiful Sonoran Desert.
It does get beautiful out there at night. Really does. And, they're starting to feel, you could see in this drone shot, the lengthening shadows. You're getting a little bit more cool. Sometimes the hillsides will give you a little shade. But if they've, for those middle and back of the packers, if they've stayed under control and taken care of themselves and used good cooling strategies, remember, there's 1,200 stories out there, 900 stories in the 100-mile race, and people looking for their first 100-mile finish, people looking for their maybe going under 24 for the first time.
And we do have some interesting facts here in the chat. Nicole Monet won the Yeti 100 in 2020, same year Pat won it. Jason Green, the race director, is part of Pat's crew at Javelina, and even more fun facts, AJW also ran Yeti that year.
I did run Yeti that year. It was still kind of in COVID. Lots of precautions. The course was multiple out and backs instead of the usual, and it was the first 100-miler I went total with run-walk strategy, and it worked. It was a great race that year. Rained for 14 hours. Yep.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Southwestern Virginia, that happens.
Elizabeth Hearn in the chat. Did I miss the pink thong? We've gotten brief glimpses of the wonderful human being in the pink G-string.
Yeah, we're
So
trying we're trying to protect the innocent here, Elizabeth.
Well, we're trying to not get the entire company pulled off of YouTube. but we've given the people a taste every now and then.
Very good. Very good. So yes, this is this section we've spoken about before, that kind of blah section, if you will, between the start finish and Coyote Camp. But we're hoping to get some drone footage soon of Jonathan and Dakota. It'll be interesting to see if there's been any separation or if they're still on their way together. Sonia JK, did you say Kat Drew was through shortly after Casey? She wasn't. We had eyes on her with the camera crew at Jackass, but have not seen it update on the tracker.
Yeah.
So we're assuming it was her, but we haven't seen it update on the tracker. I think, judging by the pace of these guys, I think we have Dakota and Jonathan now in the drone footage. It looks like Dakota, or it could be actually. I'm going to check that. I think it's Dakota and his pacer, Eric Senseman.
Yep. That is definitely Dakota and Eric.
And so they might, we'll keep our eyes on, they might have made a little move on Jonathan. This is just a really, really impressive run from Dakota Jones.
Well, and an impressive kind of last 6 months or year, you know.
Yeah.
His performance at Hard Rock, his performance here up to this point, obviously.
And Dakota has really defied a lot of what has been some of the sort of conventional wisdom in the sport, that you come into the sport young and you burn out quickly, or you come in and have a few good years and then move on to something else. I mean, he's been at it for 13 years. He picks and chooses his races. He does different things. He returned to college as an undergraduate, years after deciding he wanted to take a break from being an undergraduate, in his early 20s.
This is the shot right here.
This is a great shot, and here he is coming into Coyote Camp. Looks like before 5 o'clock Mountain Standard. Moving well. Moving on to the
ground
camera
cam there as well.
Cam and the setting sun over the McDowells. Dakota still moving with quite a bit of spring in his step. And I suspect he'll make pretty quick work of this aid station.
Still got the little cat ears on.
Still got the cat ears. I think he has some whiskers painted on his face, but he might have washed them off with
some hard work.
With some hard work, exactly.
And someone in the chat, the Coco 250 Senseman film was so rad. I agree. I enjoyed watching Eric suffer for about 50 minutes in a film. So
that opening scene when he's just asleep on the side of the trail, and there's bugs landing on him and stuff. So there's Dakota and Eric off to the races. So they're through there. Before 11 hours elapsed. That's 84 and a half miles.
Beautiful desert sunset here.
There's a great shot. Those cholla cacti. Little bit of a grindy part here. He's probably very happy to know that this is his last time grinding up this.
And actually, we've got another comment here from Allison in the chat. Jared Hazen was the star of the Senseman film, and I actually agree. The fact that Eric approved that film to go live with Hazen just dunking on him most of the film was
that was good stuff.
I think that shows where their friendship really is, you know. But yeah, Eric in a bit of a different role today, trying to help Dakota get to the finish line before any other person in the 100-mile distance today. And then we're also still keeping our eyes peeled over at Jackass Junction for more of our female runners to come through. And then we are obviously awaiting Jonathan Rhea at Coyote Camp still as well. Actually, we may have him at Coyote Camp here. I think that I can't tell if that was Jonathan that we just saw on that Coyote Camp cam. But we will.
Yeah, we'll see.
We will see, because it looks like that. Oh, maybe. We're going to stick right here for a moment. I know that we have a beautiful.
Well, again, on the
Beautiful
tracker, the tracker has him through just a minute
Yeah,
and a
and
half
so
after
the
Dakota,
timing
so
the timing point is at
Is-
the
is
beginning
in
of this
front
aid
of
station.
the-
It's
okay.
right where those two cones are.
yeah,
And so I think that might be him right in there.
yeah. So lost, not stride for stride, but still well within range, by all means.
Yeah, I mean, not quite as close as they were coming out. And that might be him right there.
That could be Jonathan.
That's not Dakota.
Nope.
I think we can confirm that.
And he is going into the grindy section. Yeah, I think
Yep.
that is. He must have
that
taken his pack off.
Yep.
There we go.
Yeah, that
think
looks
that's
like
Jonathan.
that looks like the photo.
So
as
it's
well.
he's well within range. He's well within range. And moving well. And not and without a pacer. He's going solo.
And we're gonna send it to. We'll keep it right here for now. And it looks like I am going to be tapping back out of the commentary duties for a few moments, most likely. And we're going to be joined by a special guest this evening. I'll let him introduce himself once he gets on here. But we will leave it with this drone shot while we kind of reconfigure stuff here. And I slide out a commentary.
We'll talk to you again soon. Yeah. What a great drone, as we're switching here, what a great drone shot of the setting sun and Jonathan Ray grinding up that small incline. It probably doesn't feel that small on loop 5, but he'll get up on that little ridge and bop along a little bit. And try to somehow chase down Dakota, who will try to not be chased down. The drone now looking back towards Coyote Camp. Again, I can't say it enough. These drone shots are just incredible. So quick update, Dakota and Jonathan Ray are now through Coyote Camp for the 5th time, 84.5 miles. And we have seven members of the female race through Jackass Junction. Most recently, Lauren Puretz of Colorado Springs in 11:01. Didn't get any video on her, but she is now through. So she, along with Heather Jackson, Devin Yanko, Riley Brady, Brittany Peterson, Nicole Bitter, and Casey Lichtai are on their way down to Rattlesnake Ranch. Brett Hornig sitting 11 minutes behind Arlen Glick. And next into the start-finish, and that'd be great if we could get some drone on him, but we're not sure we can, would be Nick Curry. So who do we have here?
Well, good evening, sir. Just a little Johnny Walker settling in for some commentary duties.
All right. Well, good to meet you, Skylar.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thanks for
wild.
coming on.
After all of these years, it's kind of wild that we actually haven't met in person, but this is this is it. This is how we do it.
This is it. Here
This is
we
how
are.
we do it. I'm so glad you've actually been able to come on down and join us in the desert. I know you got to hang out there on site early this morning, but now you get to be in the air conditioning and relax.
I know. It's fantastic to be here. It was
Yeah.
fun listening to you this morning. It took about 20 minutes before you started talking about your college running career, so that was good.
Oh, that's all Matt. Everybody knows I live in mediocrity, and I own that wholesale. So yeah, I don't need to celebrate it too often. But shout out Williams, shout out Pete Farwell. Good career. Enjoy retirement.
There you go.
This has been an absolutely insane race. I left, was like, I'm gonna go take a nap and relax, and then I just couldn't because I've been glued to the live stream the entire time.
Yeah, it's been quite a day, huh?
It's been absolutely nuts. I thought we would see a lot more people falling off, and it just hasn't happened. Obviously, there's been a little bit of attrition with injury and whatnot, but I mean, both these men's and women's races are just so compelling. It is. I mean, we're seeing really no degradation in the times. I was breaking down the splits as they've gone through, and the normal fade rate that we see, not holding right now.
No, not at all.
Absolutely,
Not at all.
absolutely
Yeah.
insane. So,
It's and what we predicted, that it'd be a deep field and a deep race, and it would go. I mean, I thought by now at least it would be. I don't know. We know it's going to be 2 or 3 people, but it's not. I mean, it's.
No, it's absolutely insane. I mean, we were joking. It would be hilarious if we had like a 10-mile kick finish.
Yeah.
And it's actually going to shake out.
Happen.
At least on the men's side, it's looking that way. I mean, we did see Dakota open up about 90 seconds there on Jonathan, but 90 seconds in the course of 4 miles when you still have, 15 to go?
Yeah. And they've
anything
got
is possible.
some grindy stuff that they're going to go through right now. So
Exactly. I mean, and this is really the last the long uphill section they're going to have.
Yeah.
So, if you try to shoot your shot too early in that grinding territory and you don't have the luxury of using that downhill coming out of Jackass Junction, that could be your undoing. Yeah. So,
well, I have to admit, I don't know Jonathan Ray that well. I know he had a golden ticket before.
Mm-hmm.
Was that at Black Canyon?
Bandera.
Or at Bandera.
Yeah, Bandera champion, then towed the line at Western States, and I believe he was 16th place.
Yeah.
He has experience in some other more technical runs, Run Rabbit Run. He's had some pretty solid performances up that way. But at the end of the day, this is a different beast, and he's absolutely excelling.
Yeah. And just in the footage we're seeing, he just looks smooth and just fantastic.
Absolutely. And it's a testament to what a dedicated prep block for this race can do. We've seen historically before this is a golden ticket race, you'd have some people who are just trying to get back on the horse and start their season, prepare for some golden ticket races, combined with those who were really just trying to get one last run. Mm-hmm. And what we're seeing today is what happens when you have folks that are just locked in with this as their A race. And if you excel here and get these golden tickets, the next 9 months of your life are set. You know what you're getting yourself into. So really,
it's such a great feeling too. You're like, okay, I know what I'm going to be doing in June.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And you see here on the screen, we have the top 10 of the leaderboard scrolling through at the moment, and a lot of names that we saw early on, but a lot of folks that have just been grinding up the charts. Brett's having a good run. Nick, as we expected, negative splitting. It's wild that he's actually only slowed down from his second to his fourth loop. I think he's only slowed down about 8 minutes.
Unbelievable.
So the negative split energy is real for sure.
Right, because even when you see somebody like Dakota, they've even slowed down. Mm-hmm. He's slowed down more in like the 15-minute range. So I mean, this is some vintage stuff, and you cannot go to sleep on Nick.
No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, I mean, Jonathan had an absolutely lights-out fourth lap, ran it about 5 minutes faster than Dakota did, and that's why you saw them coming through together in that last section. But I mean, you have Nick ran a 2:47 loop, and that was his slowest one. Really, really locked in and keeping it even throughout the entire race. And, we said it earlier, the fifth loop is generally the slowest loop. And if Nick can maintain, we can definitely see him keep pushing up. But, you guys were talking about it. It's a race to hold off Brett for Jonathan and Dakota. If you can just secure that top two, even if you let Arlen pass you, you're going to get that golden ticket. So,
and then I've got to ask, what do you think of Heather?
Okay, I've been trying to wrap my head around this. I was thinking about, time on feet was the issue that we were concerned about. Mm-hmm. Obviously, Ironman distance races can take, up to 15, 17 hours, depending on what you're getting into. But when you think about the global training load that she's been doing for the better part of a decade, she's doing 30, 40 hours of training. And that's just a lot of aerobic work. As long as she had the structural integrity to keep the legs moving forward, it makes perfect sense that she would have the at least the aerobic capacity to perform like she's doing today. And she's absolutely dominating. I mean, hell, if we can get her through 80 miles and she's still crushing on the splits of a world record holder, I mean, it doesn't even matter in some respects what happens that last loop. This has just been an absolutely stunning debut performance for ultras, let alone a 100-mile distance.
First ultra. I mean,
it's such a specific mindset to come out your first go and just say, all hell is about to break loose, and it's going to be because of me. Yeah. Like, we saw her running, fifth place overall early on, and she's just absolutely just demolishing it, all while having fun, smiling the whole way, just having a grand old time.
And I was really impressed the last time we had her on the screen with how composed and how much time she took at Jackass to sort of get herself cooled and take care of herself and take some solid food. And I mean, that to me is the number one and most impressive thing. Oh, there's the dude with the red costume. He's still got it going. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
You guys know that guy?
Jordan, come on. I can never pronounce his last name.
I mean, that's quite. Look at that.
But down from Tucson,
Jordan Camastro.
There you go. Absolutely having a grand old time. Somehow has survived the hottest part of the day, still in that costume.
Yeah.
Respect. I feel like the yellow horns might have been a little bit higher, closer to the face, and they've been slowly drooping in the heat of the day. But hey, listen, I'm not going to yuck his yum. He's holding it down right now. So good to see him getting a good meal in there. As we go back to the drone shot, and it looks like Arlen Glick.
That is Arlen.
And his
Pacer.
Pacer.
Is that with Pacer? Okay.
Pacer, really aware, looking at the drone, seeing what's up. I respect that. But the man from Ohio who had a phenomenal performance here last year, still putting together a very, very good performance today.
Yes, indeed. And I had a chance to chat with him yesterday just briefly, and he was just excited to be back out here, excited to be in the desert again. He had such fond memories of his race last year and how it kind of all came together after a long summer of, lots of hundreds. And I mean, he's kind of dieseling along. And when you think of his year in terms of a versatile runner, he started his year at the Jackpot Endurance Festival in the mid-13s, and then a nice 16-plus hour at Western States, and then hit the mountains and some vertical with a 19-hour-ish finish at Run Rabbit Run. And now he's going to close out his year here with, let's just give it an over-under. It's 11:15 into the race, and he's got 15 miles to go. He'll be in the high 13s or low 14s, and just doing it, with a smile on his face and a great attitude. He's a wonderful, wonderful addition to the sport. And I also will have to say that watching he and his sisters in their crew tent and the way they work together, and you can tell they're such a close family. and they come and support him at his races, and I'm sure he supports them and all the things they do. It's a wonderful kind of family vibe for all of them. This is the same thing. You'll remember this. You might have seen the footage at Jackass. Same thing he did at Jackass. He literally sat on the table, had the aid station volunteers pour ice into anything they could, his neck, his arm sleeves. I love this. This is a guy who's paying attention to detail. He's got 15 miles to go, and he's taking care of himself. His pacer's taking care of the water and taking care of the fluids. This is nice to see. Arlen is a great figure in our sport, and I'm thrilled he's back out here again. And then he's going to sponge them off, and this is good stuff. Good footage, guys, out there.
Yeah, this is actually pretty close to what Arlen did last year. He won in about 13:13. He's only running about 9 minutes behind his splits from last year at this point.
Is he really?
So the fact that, he's just relaxed, smiling, having a good time, and he's still on pace to run 13:20, 13:30 is a testament to just the low-key grit that man holds.
There he is. He's off.
Just doing the little things.
So he's got 15 minutes on Jonathan Ray. Of course, he's not running for a golden ticket. He's top 10 at third at Western States this year. He wants to have a good, strong, fast race. But 15 miles, low 13, 13:15, 13:20, probably in the ballpark.
It's got to be a nice change of pace for him, running with zero pressure. Because there's no ticket on the line, because it's no big wild sort of like sponsorship component on the line, because he notoriously runs independently. He just gets to enjoy the scenery one last go around.
Yeah. And I think he enjoys being able to show the rest of us that you can live in Ohio and do stuff like this.
Yeah. I had the pleasure of talking to his family out at Western States that were crewing him, and they were just so thrilled to be along for the adventure. Like it really is true through and through his family unit. They were just excited to be a part of the community and get to support him in these ways. So it's super exciting that he's having yet another good day. I mean, it's kind of being overshadowed by just the absurdity of the very sharp end of the race. But on any normal year, this would be a stellar performance in its own
Absolutely.
right.
Absolutely. Here we are back at
Jackass
Junction. It's still kind of tame out there. It's good to see they're keeping it together.
Until
the night falls.
Exactly. We have 80 minutes until Civil Twilight or something.
Right.
And we all know that the freaks come out at night. So get excited. But again, you still see the aid station volunteers really dedicated to the cause, making sure that all of these runners, regardless of if they're going to finish in 13 hours or if they're going to finish in 30 hours, have what they need to get around the course. So another huge thank you to all of our volunteers who've helped make this race possible for our 1,000+ runners on course this weekend.
Yeah. And again, this is the kind of time of night as you see folks, at the aid station grabbing things. And we know we've seen the folks on their fourth loop come through. Now, 6, 7 people in the female race. We've seen some 3 loopers. There would probably be right about at the end of your 2 loopers. If you're a 2 looper just getting here, you probably got to move a little bit, but still even some 100Kers possibly out here. So it's really a melting pot of the race. And there's our lime green leisure suit friend again. He seems to be everywhere, and that's a good overview of it. You see the runners head up that just short slope, make a right, a little bit more up, and then that nice long buttery descent down to the road crossing.
Absolutely. Yeah, and as we're looking down here at Jackass Junction, looking at the ETA, we should expect our women's leaders to be approaching headquarters here really any minute now, it would look like. Barring
I
something.
would think so too. I think I wonder if they've just pulled up the mat from
Rattlesnake.
From Rattlesnake.
Yeah,
since it was malfunctioning.
It's been spotty all day.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the desert.
Yeah, exactly.
Cell signal is not everywhere. We know it from most races, and even though Fountain Hills is just a short drive away,
still out here.
Still, look at the view. You don't see the cityscape by any stretch. So,
great question from Jessica Turner in the chat. Is this being run washing machine style this year? No. Last couple of years has not been washing machine style. It's all 5 loops clockwise, with the first loop being a little bit over 22 miles with the little additional 22.3, a little additional section on the Escondido Trail, which is one of the few sort of really techy parts of the course, and then the subsequent 4 loops at 19.45. So clockwise, all 5 loops.
Yeah, so that's a huge point of debate. Some people miss the wash machine style. Some people enjoy not being blinded at night by headlamps coming at them.
Yeah.
So it's just one of those operational considerations that race directors have to deal with. But we have Nicole in the aid station at Rattlesnake. Nicole Bitter, who was
all right. So we've got eyes on Rattlesnake,
and she was 5th, I believe, coming out of.
She was 5th coming out of
Jackass Junction.
Jackass Junction, yeah, and she's on the move.
I mean, she knows exactly what she's getting herself into. Has run very well here historically, and
she's like, Zach, see you later. If you're gonna,
that's marriage.
If you're gonna mess around with your bottle, I'm out of here.
Which, let's remember, if you are ever going to be pacing somebody or just crewing, make sure you take care of yourself as well. So good on Zach for making sure that he was topped off, but Nicole's on a mission, and he can hammer a little bit to catch her.
She's moving well. She is moving well. But yeah, it does look like we're just going on eyeballs with Rattlesnake, but good to get that footage nonetheless. And again, as an old schooler, I liked when I ran this. We had 6 loops. It was only the Pemberton Trail. It was actually 6.5 loops, and it was actually nice to do the washing machine. There weren't a lot of people in the race then, 150 or so, but it just felt like instead of doing 6 loops over and over again, it kind of felt like doing 3 loops twice. But I understand certainly the being blinded, and I understand also the rhythm of the aid stations and controlling traffic from one direction to another. And I think it makes sense to stick with one direction.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine as a runner, it's easy to, as you're getting into those 4th and 5th loops, or even the 3rd loop for the 100K, you're like, I know exactly what is ahead of me. Like, there's no, how did this go down 7 hours ago? Like, you know exactly what you're rocking yourself into.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of ultra racing is just get to the next aid station. And when you know exactly what that section's going to be, that next 4 to 6 miles, it makes it just a little bit easier to shut the brain off and, at least in that respect, go to sleep. You see runners making sure that they have everything they need, because coming out of Jackass Junction, it is 5.5 miles until the next aid station at Rattlesnake. So depending on what pace these folks are going, it may be nightfall by the time they get to the next aid station. Want to make sure that they check out their drop bag, have everything they would need before they get to Rattlesnake. And then also just load up because 6 miles can take some time if you're reduced to walking at this point.
Oh yeah. That guy's in no hurry. Have a little snack and
Yeah, that is Charles Gaston. Excuse me, Castonguay. He's from Quebec, so I don't speak French. I'm sorry, but
well, good for him. Now he's just decided to take a seat. He's gonna enjoy this.
Charles, live your best life, man. We're not judging you.
Yeah, no one's judging. There's Brittany Peterson through Rattlesnake. So just shortly after Nicole Bitter.
Yeah, probably about 3
minutes or
minutes
so.
or so. Yep.
So still lots of action in that race.
And I think we also had a 100K athlete that was also filling up there. Looked like Amanda Anderson out of Tehachapi was also loading up there. So getting a little
Tehachapi, easy for you to say.
Well, it's from California. What do you want me to do? But yeah, but that's also a cool element of this race is, we've been highlighting is it looks like we got this Devin Yanko at headquarters holding it down, and
yeah. Smith 229.76. Yeah, we're not 100% trustworthy of the tracker at Rattlesnake, but we are here at the headquarters. So we've got the still shot. That's Devin Yanko coming into headquarters.
oh yeah,
A little bit under 11 and a half. Elapsed.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's an opportunity for mid and backpackers to have flybys with these elite athletes they've been reading about and hearing about. And you get that opportunity to, even for a brief second, whether it's hanging out at the aid station or in the case of what's happening at headquarters, potentially having one just blow straight past you.
Yeah. It's fun. That bit around there she is. That section around the start finish. I mean, I don't think there's anything quite like it in ultra running. It's festive. It's fun. You've got these mixing of these elite athletes and good old regular folk and everyone in between. And meanwhile, Jubilee holding court up there and doing her thing. It's fantastic. So there's Devin making her run back down. So now what we're not exactly sure of is the position, and I know there'll be some folks on the chat wondering about this, the position of Heather Jackson. It could be that we missed her at the start finish, or it could be that Devin has reeled her in and passed her. They were pretty close, within a couple of minutes at Jackass Junction, and as I mentioned earlier, Devin does, especially that downhill section, if she's on, she's going to move. Her road speed is going to kick in, and she will not waste time on that downhill to the road section. So, road crossing. So it could, we don't want to confirm anything, it could be that Devin is in the lead.
Yeah, I do feel pretty good that Devin at least crossed the timing mat first. So the fun part about headquarters and the quarter mile in, quarter mile out,
could be sitting in aid somewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
And I think our guy on the ground, I think we have Bryce on the ground with the camera. I think I saw him with her. So here's Devin coming back out.
Being paced by one David Lamb. The Bay Area connection is real.
I know David from back in the day. That guy's been at it forever.
So Devin was 4 minutes down at Jackass Junction. some 10 miles ago. We will see what the gap ultimately ends up being, but definitely looks like she's made up quite a gap, really just maintaining the same pace of closing that she had the first half of that loop.
This is great. Thank you, drone guys. This is where a few, maybe half an hour, now an hour ago, we saw the Ray Jones connection. I wonder if we might be able to catch Heather in here. Patrick, yes, we know. I know Devin quite literally wants another crack at Western States, and I think she'd be one of the happier people on the finish line if she was able to have Craig hand her one of those golden tickets in a couple hours. So they're trying to get this footage. Yes, for Billy. I saw Billy a couple times out there. He was looking great, having fun running the 100K. Good to see you out here, Billy. You'll probably finish the 100K and then, make a movie or something.
Yeah. Billy came through Jackass Junction about 80 minutes ago. So, making good time. I mean, he's running top 15 in the 100K.
Yeah.
Just chilling.
Yeah.
So
out there having a good time.
This is a hell of a lot easier than running around France. So he's got that going for him.
Yeah, which is nice.
Trying to ascertain who that could be.
I don't know if we've had eyeballs on Bobby Harrington. But we have Nick through start finish. This could be Harrington. It's not Reagan. Could be Harrington.
Yeah, that would make the most sense if everything holds.
Chris is chiming in. It might be Keith Laverty. True. Whoever it is, they are moving well and about to enter headquarters for the penultimate time before they begin their victory lap. And really moving well coming in here to headquarters.
I mean, that would be
number 4.
A pretty big come up. But we actually haven't had a timing update from any of the fourth loop timing mats for Keith. So
yeah.
So we'll have to see what pops up here as they circle through the city that is Javelina headquarters. But as it currently sits, we do have 5 men through 4 loops. Dakota Jones and Jonathan Ray were out front with about a 14-minute lead on Arlen Glick. Another 10 or 11 minutes to Brett Hornig, and then Nick Curry, another 15 minutes back from Brett.
Yep.
So we definitely have our top 5 well in and out. This should be potentially our 6th male. And then we'll keep our eyes on this women's race because definitely a lot to still sort out there as well. Still looking for Heather Jackson, our early and longtime leader on the women's side, who has been passed by Devin Yanko. Devin just went through the headquarters aid station about 8 minutes ago and was 4 minutes down on Heather just 10 miles ago. So,
yes, and we do have confirmation. Riley Brady through again. We're not 100% confident on that Rattlesnake timing mat, but through in 11:13, which would have put them slightly ahead of Nicole and Brittany.
Indeed, yeah. The way to think about that rattlesnake timing point is when it pings, it's good.
Yeah,
it's
right.
just that it only pings for
but
every 5 people.
Exactly. You can't. It's great if it's there, but if it's not.
Yeah. So
because Mark is commenting that yes, Heather. We're assuming Heather got through there and didn't get pinged.
Yeah. So this is really a PSA to folks who are tracking their loved ones, especially as we get into the later parts of the night. Just because a timing ping doesn't happen at Rattlesnake when you think it will, doesn't mean that your runner drops. Just stay out.
That's right.
Stay faithful.
Don't freak out and start cranking up the phones and the texts. And yeah,
we're gonna be okay. We're gonna be okay. So we got this beautiful shot.
This is great. These angles that the pilots have gotten looking up the valley from headquarters. That's back to coming into Coyote. Thank you. I'm correct. That's even more beautiful view. What I've now taken to calling the blah section.
I mean, fair.
He was waving at the drone. I love it.
Oh wow.
So we are assuming we'll get more definitive information on the women's field when others hit the start-finish timing mat. What we do know is only Devin Yanko of the women's field has hit the start-finish timing mat for the 4th time.
Indeed. And Riley is potentially, well, depending on what's happened with Heather, Riley should be leading that next group of where we had 4 competitors in that women's field or competing for the women's golden ticket within really 10 minutes of each other. So definitely a lot can still happen.
Right. If consistency holds, you would have Riley, then Nicole, then Brittany with the question mark of Heather. Mm-hmm. And it's potential that it's quite possible that all 4 of them could be somewhere in that 5 to 20 minute range of one another.
And this is just a great time to remind folks, none of these competitors going for this women's golden ticket have one. They're of all these elite women, nobody's secured into the big dance. So everybody's got something to fight for on this women's side.
And they would love to have this ticket right now. And not have to go to Texas or come back here to Arizona or go to California and try and get it somewhere else. They probably will if they don't, but nobody wants to do that. This is one of the nice things of the newly configured golden ticket setup with a couple early season 100-milers like Javelina and the race in Thailand, UTMB Thailand, to give folks that opportunity. And UTMB. I mean, that's the one you could really cherry pick, right?
Exactly.
Get your ticket at UTMB and call it good.
No big deal. It's fine. But no, it really is a significant change that there are 100-mile races that you can hop in and get the golden ticket. For someone who's a 100-mile specialist or really thrives at the longer distance, this is their best shot for quite some time. Otherwise, you're racing 100K sometime in the spring and then trying to turn it around. This is really an opportunity for these folks who've been around.
A little bit in the Wayback Machine, I remember having conversations with both 2 male outstanding 100-mile runners, Carl Meltzer and Jeff Browning, who just were frustrated year after year after year because you would never bet on them in 100K. Unless it was a sandbag, a highly competitive 100K. Yeah. But you put them in a 100-miler, especially a technical one, and and I like this now that if you pick your race, if you train, but like you said, you can't just come to Javelina on fumes,
right?
And expect anymore. And I'm just going to do a late season 100-miler and call it good. You have to come ready for this thing. And this is something that's impressive about Arlen. Not that Arlen was on fumes, but Run Rabbit Run was only 5 weeks ago, 5-6 weeks ago, and so you can't come to Javelina in the new era we're in with Javelina unless you're ready for it.
Yeah.
And I think what we're seeing with the front of both of these fields is that's what's happening.
Absolutely, absolutely. As we have eyes on the start-finish line here, Jubilee in the ringleader get-up,
So
it
I
appears.
Think, so it looks a little bit like, right, the leader of the
and is this a Heather Jackson sighting?
Oh,
yes,
that
it is
a Heather Jackson sighting.
Heather Jackson coming through the timing mat.
Okay, so that's we
11
do have
hours and
confirmation
40 minutes.
that Devin has passed Heather. Heather is through.
That would put her at about 12 minutes down on Devin at the moment. So from up by 4 minutes to down by 12 in the course of 10 miles. And, going back to what you were literally just saying, I mean, Heather was in Kona for Ironman World Championships
3 weeks ago.
So,
right.
Well,
and I learned on the chat, because she has quite a few fans. Thank you, by the way, fans, Heather Jackson fans on the chat, that then a week ago she did the Big Sugar gravel race out in Arkansas.
Oh, that I
like
did
the
not.
final gravel cycling race of the Grand Prix cycling season. So, goodness gracious. But, I mean, whether she's on fumes or not, been an impressive performance so far. But yeah, she's with our sort of back of the envelope math had her about a 12 minute gap.
Indeed, yeah. I think officially it's dinged at 12 minutes and 40 seconds.
Okay.
So,
right.
It's interesting because the triathlon schedule is completely different than the ultra schedule, especially with when you need to race your way into Kona and, if you're doing PTO races.
You have to race your way into Kona in the spring, right?
Yeah, I don't believe it's the same point system it used to be because that was a mess. I think any of the there's probably I probably just set off a whole
some of these
rapid chat hate about to go down about that old point system. But I think there's still like the regional championships you can earn your way into, and then obviously there's like the auto if you were at World Championships and placed, I think it might be the same top 10. You just have to like requalify by finishing an Ironman. But there's so much happening in that space with PTO races and some of these off-distance events that if you want to race every week in triathlon, you almost could. And we've seen, somebody who's no stranger to this race, Lionel Sanders, raced a lot this year. His mom actually participated, his mom and wife, and I believe mother of his child now. So congratulations to them. They were just here last year. So Javelina, no stranger to the triathlon world, and those folks are absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Shout out.
That's awesome. Thank you, Smith2976. That's not how Kona works at all. Okay,
you know what?
We're good.
Fine. Somebody call Torsten and have him come up on here and explain it. Dude, I can only follow one sport at a time.
We're sorry. We're ultra guys. All right. So, yes, it is official. It's 12 minutes, a little bit more than 12 minutes. So, Devin has put the hammer down. And it'll be interesting now because we've got experience coming up behind. Again, judging off the mat at Rattlesnake, we had 8 minutes separating Nicole, Brittany, and Casey. And then we're thinking Riley should be any minute now. Mm-hmm. They left Rattlesnake at 11:13 elapsed, so maybe by the top of the hour.
Yeah, I'd say sometime in the next 3 to 8 minutes would be good. It'd be on pace for Riley.
Yes, you're right for the Long Run podcast. Thanks for jumping in. We barely understand the UTMB points, and we're diving into Ironman Kona. You're right. We take all kinds of risks here in the Aravaipa live stream. Back out at Jackass.
Just saying, lights are on, starting to get a little dark out there.
So does the volume of the music get turned up a little bit? Does the quality or lack thereof of the music get
I mean, honestly, it's the quality of the dancing that I'm most concerned about. You can play whatever you want, but if folks are out there trying to break it down, they might break themselves.
I'm excited. I've befriended Rob Martin, who's out on the camera. I've seen him a couple times. He and I have been doing the group runs together. He's out. He chose this slot, the 5 p.m. to midnight slot. Yeah, this is his feed. So Rob, thank you. You're doing a great job, and he's a great guy. And I think what he's going to do is then he's going to jog or walk back in with a friend of his who's doing the night run or something.
Nice. Yeah, we got Drew Castle out of Escondido getting leveled up right there.
Nice work, Drew. Get your stuff together. It's a little bit of a trip to the road crossing. So it looks like Nick is through Coyote. It was now a little while ago, but within 10 minutes of Brett. So he's chipping away.
Yeah, only made up 4 minutes in a 4-mile section. No big deal.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Minute per mile.
Just
so
Nick doing Nick things.
We've been saying it, but he's now only 22 minutes behind Darlin. Say only, but if he's doing a minute per mile on people.
I mean, and there's always the chance that Dakota or Jonathan, if the current rankings hold, that they could pass on a golden ticket. Mm-hmm. Don't know why they would, but hey, people make personal decisions for any number of reasons. So sliding into that next roll down slot still matters.
Yeah. Not to mention, I mean, Javelina's become enough of a high stature race. A top 5 finish here, it counts for something.
Absolutely.
It's not all about the golden ticket. It's about a good solid late season result and something you can take into the winter, and as you're planning your next season, take a positive result here. I'd take it.
So much shimmering occurring in
there's a lot of shimmering
in Jackass Junction right now. I'm here for it. I am here for it. He's got more runners coming through. And you have to appreciate, as much as we focused on the front end, of the race, you got folks who are still maybe just trying to break 24 or grinding it out and want to break that 30-hour barrier and get a 100-mile finish under your belt. And, hey, that buckle still wears the same, whether it's 24:01 or 29:59. So shout out to all these folks coming through. We had Soren Wakeland just come across our screen a few seconds ago. We got some furry ears going down. I'm going to say rabbit ears. That's my argument at the moment. We're keeping eyes both here in Jackass Junction, but also at headquarters as we are anticipating our fourth, fifth, and sixth females coming through in the race, as Riley Brady did clear the headquarters aid station about 5 minutes behind Heather Jackson. So that's exciting. And Riley had about a 10-minute or so lead on that chase group. Nicole Bitter and Brittany Peterson Casey shortly thereafter. So Riley is both the hunter and the hunted in this respect. Got to be a very exciting fifth loop. See if I can break down where that lies. So, while we're talking about Riley, got to shout out the consistency here. Loop 3, 2 hours and 56 minutes. Loop 4, 2 hours and 58 minutes. That is a recipe for coming back in a race and making something happen. So it's 3 minutes faster on that loop than Devin Split, our current leader. So moving better than somebody who made up and opened up a 15-minute swing to take over the lead of the race. That's strong.
Yeah, Riley, they are in the hunt. And as a transplanted Beast Coaster, Riley comes from Pennsylvania. They know how to get it done. So those splits are incredible. Incredible. A couple questions on the chat, some Western States questions on the chat. First from Adam Priest. If a golden ticket winner initially accepts and later withdraws from Western States next year, would it drop down to the next person from this rate? No. You accept the golden ticket, and if for some reason you drop out of the race before it starts, they just pick it up off the wait list. That's something that happened last year. You might recall here at Black Canyon with Trueheart. Trueheart Brown was his name. Yeah. With the Western States golden ticket discussion, for those in the know, how did the mosquito fire overall affect the Michigan Bluff and other areas of the course of the recent burn? I had lunch with Craig Thornley yesterday. He's a buddy of mine, and I picked him up at the airport, and we talked a lot about the fire. They haven't gone into the fire area yet, but there's a federal agency that has gone in, and then what they'll do is they'll go in, they'll assess the damage. They'll assess the damage for environmental factors first, and then assess the damage for this is not the official language, but for like the potential for human injury, most notably like hazard trees and places where the trail might wash away or there might be mudslides or things like this. At this point, all plans are for both the Canyons 100K in April and Western States in June to take place. But it's only October. A lot will have to do with what the weather holds for that part of the country over the next couple of months. But at that point, that's what we're talking about. Both races fully intend to be run in 2023. That said, if you've run Western States before, at least for that 16-mile stretch from the swinging bridge to the bottom of Cal 1, you are going to have a very different experience. I'm going to jump off now because we see Dakota Jones in Jackass Junction for his final time.
Indeed, yeah. We just saw Brianna Grigsby head out, and Dakota just like, hey, that looked fun. I also want to do that same thing and run out as well. So
there we go. And right at 11:55 elapsed. Man, he's got that sweet downhill now. Oh, and here we have Nicole Bitter coming into headquarters. Looking good.
and just cruising along here, making up.
So again, we have Riley's time at 11:46. So Nicole 10 minutes ish behind Riley.
Yeah, so that gap from Rattlesnake Ranch looks to have held about even.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So no time gain, no time lost, but with almost 20 miles still to go.
Lots still to happen.
Lot still could happen as we see the fun is about to pop off. Jubilee getting the crowd hyped for the Jackass night runs, which is going to bring a whole new element of energy to the trail.
Indeed. Look at Jubilee doing her thing. Oh my goodness, the most energetic, enthusiastic race director in the sport. Love it. Love her energy, and look how she's firing up these folks. So summarizing, we now have our first place man through Jackass Junction. That's 91 miles. He's in single digits right now. Dakota Jones, young money, been in the sport since he was 18 years old, several hard rock finishes, some landmark international finishes, may finally, after all these years, be heading back to Western States, and I know nobody would be more excited to hand him that golden ticket than Craig Thornley, who's here ready to hand out those 4 golden tickets. So that's the summary. We have yet to have Jonathan Ray hit Jackass, but we suspect it will be anytime soon. And then the remaining top 5 were Arlen Glick, Brett Hornig, and Nick Curry. We've now had 3 women through the 4 people in the female race through the start-finish line, Devin Yanko, Heather Jackson, and Riley Brady, as well as Nicole Bitter. We would expect relatively soon to see Brittany Peterson come through, maybe right after this group of crazy people starts out.
Yeah, we're having a grand old time on course. I mean, Dakota is actually speeding up. He ran that section from headquarters to Jackass Junction about 2 minutes faster than he did on Loop 4.
Wow.
So even though Jonathan had put in a pretty significant move to close that gap going into that 80-mile mark, he's Dakota's trying to drop Sensman. That's what it comes down to.
Our producer just came in with a suggestion.
He's like, I wish you would. Let's put Sensman back in the Hurt Locker. We can get a
maybe
YouTube
make
short
another
out of
movie about
him.
Exactly. That's what Billy can do after his race. So yes, a 31K race. So Skylar, tell the viewers a little bit about this, what we're seeing here.
Yeah, so this drone shot over headquarters is really the start of the Jackass night run. It's 31K, so basically one loop of the course. Some of these folks are out there for time. Most of these folks are out there to rage. You're going to see a lot of costumes, a lot of good energy, a lot of people who are just trying to make it the 10 miles to Jackass Junction so they can have a dance party and then figure out how they're going to stumble their way the last 10 miles back to headquarters. But this was an addition a couple of years ago to the scene because so many people who were either crewing or spectating they wanted the opportunity to go to Jackass Junction and hang out, but it's a little bit difficult to get to. So we said, hey, you're already running there. Let's just go ahead and formalize it and make it a party. So Jackass Night Run getting ready to take off here in just about 60 or so seconds.
So it is conceivable, though, that as these crazies start down the chute, we could have, like, top runners coming the other way, right?
Absolutely.
It kind of adds a nice little dynamic to the whole thing.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a reason they were standing so far back from the start line in case folks were coming up. And now, as they take off, Jubilee's pretty good about instructing them, much like you would
if a
on
runner
a bike
comes,
path. Everybody just stay on one side because you're fresh and have gone about 40 meters, and those folks have gone for significantly further. So go ahead and step to the side. But we're in a great spot. I got to go back to the prediction calculator. I'm kind of interested now that we have Dakota through what the calculator splits out with Jonathan Ray 3 minutes back. So they left headquarters together. Dakota picked up 90 seconds in the first 4 miles, picked up another 90 seconds in the 6 after that. So Jonathan definitely not out of it by any stretch, especially as they hit this downhill section. If he's got the legs and can use gravity to his benefit, then maybe he can close that down. Who knows? Maybe he'll pick up Sinsman if Sinsman gets dropped by Dakota. But Jonathan Ray also cruising through just a few minutes ago through that Jackass Junction.
Brian Pacenti, I know there's a flurry of Western States questions, but just to finish that off, how many tickets are available tonight? The golden ticket races, there's 7 of them. All award 2 tickets, 2 in the male race and 2 in the female race. So it'll be 4 tickets. In the event that a runner either is already in Western States, the only runner in this race this year is Arlen Glick. So if one of them gets the top 2, or a runner declines the tickets roll down to another spot, and they roll down as far as 5 spots. So, for example, let's say Devin Yanko wins and chooses to decline her ticket, it would roll down to 3rd place. And it could roll down all the way to 5th place. Typically, the race, Western States gives runners about 2 weeks to claim their golden ticket. Although in recent years, many of them have claimed their golden ticket within minutes of finishing, as I suspect Dakota will do.
It's much more fun to hold the check at the finish line,
right.
Yeah, so Dakota is out there. Folks are wondering if he can go under the course record of 3:03 from Patrick Reagan. The calculator has him currently predicted to finish in 13:07. Yeah, so the range is basically 13 flat to 13:13. The highly sophisticated spreadsheet has put together. But hey, you know what? Why not close harder? What's the worst that can happen?
Well, it's cute. So what are we looking at here? Is this
Coyote Camp?
Oh, nice.
Drone footage, all the headlamps now working their way. We saw it this morning during sunrise, where it was very bright in headquarters, but still pretty dim on the other side of the hills at Coyote Camp. And now you're seeing that it's just darkness.
This is great, and it looks like, well, here we go, right, Skylar? Are things starting to? Is the disco starting to ramp up, or?
I think this is more like a happy hour period.
Okay.
We're trying to grease the skids a little bit, shake off the workday, and then once full darkness hits, we'll see some folks breaking.
That area over where the shelter is, where Boner sits on the roof and stuff, is where the Christmas lights are. Is that where the dancing takes place? There to the left is
it can take place in front of those porta potties over there. It can take place right there in the middle of the walkway. It just depends on how many people feel like getting down at any one time. They tell you to dance like nobody's watching, but we're all watching, so you might as well just make it as visible as possible. Get under the brightest lights you can, and let's all rage with you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. So this must be my main man Rob's feed, right? Coming down the little hill into Jackass.
Yeah, so this is going to be a fun time. We obviously have many folks coming through. In terms of the podium watch, we would anticipate Arlen Glick being the next runner to come through. He was about 17 minutes down at Coyote Camp. So sometime in the next 5 to 10 minutes, Arlen should be making his way through to Jackass Junction.
That's right. That's right.
I don't think he's going to be spending time dancing, though. That's not really his strong suit mid-race. What happens at the finish line, I don't know. We might need some people on the ground so we can convince him to do it.
I'm thinking he's going to have 9 miles to go. He'll be wanting to hit the dance floor when he gets across the line.
Hey, every day he's shuffling.
So Jonathan made, lost a little, but anything can happen. It's just about 3 minutes, and 9 miles. I'd be racing. You 3 minutes. One of my mentors in the sport, Tommy Nielsen, when I first came into the sport, he said, "You know what? The best advice I ever had was run like there's someone 2 minutes ahead of you and 2 minutes behind you," and it stuck with me. And I mean that's what Dakota and Jonathan have to do. Here's some nice little footage of Casey. She is at headquarters. That is the CTS tent. There's Coop with his back to us. And
is Coop going to be pacing?
I don't know if they're going to transfer from Miguel to Coop. Miguel is there with the blue shirt to Coop's left, but Coop doesn't usually just wear a hydration pack to hang out. And he certainly doesn't wear a goofy hat like that to hang out. So I'm guessing he's going to take her to the last loop.
I just want to point out, once again, that was AJW with the Coop shade. That was not me. So send all of your feelings that direction.
I mean, the unfortunate thing for Casey is she'll have to go through this loop hearing about, how the Dallas Cowboys are going to do this year. And,
poorly.
What the latest thing that should happen at Texas A&M and any other of Coop's Texas drivel. So I feel bad for her. I hope she has earbuds. But she's looking good, and I think if we're on the ground right, this does mean that Casey has probably leapfrogged Brittany to go into fourth place.
Yeah, and I mean she's taking quite a bit of time making sure she has everything she needs. Yeah. So we'll wait for the official timing mat dings to come in because, with the quarter-mile-long stretch within headquarters, we want to confirm definitively.
Okay, and Coop is staying and Miguel's going. So, indeed, Coop is just hanging out wearing a hydration pack. Please, Coop.
And a goofy hat. Don't forget. You said
and
that.
A goofy hat. Thank you, Adam Priest, for your analysis of Coop. You've obviously read the 550-page tome he recently published. Coop probably has scientific analysis of why that hat is more aerodynamic than normal hats. Yes. I can tell you, and it won't come as a surprise to anybody, in the CTS group of coaches, there's the science guy and the art guy, and you can guess which one I am. Yes, Bridget, it is so good to see Casey doing well, and she's moving well, and this is going to be great. If anybody falters, and it's a big if, but if anybody falters, Casey's going to be there, no doubt.
I mean, yeah, and still only, 8 minutes or so behind, 12 minutes or so behind Nicole.
She took a little time, so let's see. Do we have a reset on that? Well, do you have a...
Yeah, not really. It's probably about 12 minutes behind Nicole.
Minutes, yeah.
And again, 19 miles in darkness, temperatures dropping.
Yep.
This is where your money is made. This has historically been the slowest loop. Sometimes historically as slow as the first loop, which is 3 miles longer. So So we're really looking for a chance to close down some gaps as we see.
And this is Brittany Peterson, and it looks like she's actually going out with the Christmas lights on the left. Can we get that? We might not be able to get that headquarters camera back on.
And trying to get a quality feed with light so we can actually see what's
Casey-
happening.
Casey and Brittany being close together with Nicole, I mean, it is kind of some experienced people chasing down a rookie with another experienced person way off the front. But I know before the triathletes start going crazy on the chat, we know she's not a rookie, but she's a rookie 100-miler. Couldn't quite tell if she was moving, if Brittany was moving into the aid station or out of the aid station. But I think, based on where the lights were, it looked like she was moving out, which might mean that she and Casey are really close together. And knowing that they're both chatty patties, it could be an interesting fifth loop for both of them.
Well, it's also tricky in this format because you have the 100K runners, you have the Jackass Night Run runners, you have 100-mile runners who are just a lap down. You can sort of get away and hide.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like, depending on how you want to play it, you're always trying to catch the next person in front of you, trying to catch the next headlamp, whatever, but all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is just a 100K runner. Where is this person that I left headquarters just behind? All my crew said they were there. Where'd they go?
Right. And then, if you're really savvy, you can sabotage the Rattlesnake timing mat, and then really
Just kick the cone. All
right. So let's see here. So, I wonder if the timing mat too, does it go off when you leave headquarters?
Just when you cross that start-finish line.
Okay. Oh, that's right. It's a one-time
yeah.
deal when you do that little go-around. Yeah, okay. Excellent question, Randy Cafaro. I spoke with Casey about this on a podcast I did a couple of weeks ago. Casey is sitting on 8 Western States finishes, and one of the great rules that Western States has is when you have finished 9 races, they give you an automatic entry to the 10th, valuing the 10-time finisher and the 1,000-mile buckle and all that. So Casey wants to earn her way into the race to finish number 9, which would then she would have basically a free pass to finish number 10. The question about can she get into Western States another way through Hoka or some other way, I don't know the answer to that question. But knowing Casey, she'd probably like to do it the old-fashioned way. And honestly, I think if she were to fall short of the top 2 tonight, she'd look at her race calendar and see if she can go to Bandera or come back here to the desert and do Black Canyon. Or I would guess she would choose one of those 2 races that play more into her strengths than something like Canyons. I'd love to see Casey run a good strong Black Canyon.
You see, headquarters is a full-fledged throwdown.
Yeah.
Historically, Jackass Junction always got the rep for being the party spot, but over the last 4 or 5 years, headquarters has definitely stepped its game up to make sure that you got a party on both sides of the loop. You got the DJ right there on the left side, a role that I've had the honor of doing multiple times. And hey, things get weird at 3 a.m. You got crew out there, you got folks.
Well, I want to. Something I observed too that Jubilee and Jamil have done really well. Look at Jubilee. They've got all activities all day. They've got things for kids. Last night there was a kids movie at 6 o'clock, and this little Hoka village, and I mean, it's really it really has a festival feeling to it.
as we've now entered the Jurassic Park phase of the race. I think Hoka is actually sponsoring a dedicated game party I think it starts at 11 o'clock tonight. So like they're doing some throwdown. I didn't get the exact specifics on it because I wasn't going to be there and I didn't want FOMO. But yeah, things are popping off.
That's great. Bridget, is way too cool a golden ticket race? No, years ago it was, but these days the golden ticket races are only 100Ks and 100 milers. So there's 300Ks and 400 milers, or the other way around. I'll have to look them up, but there's 7 of them, just 100Ks and 100 milers. Yeah, I agree, Chris. It would be great to see Casey come and do Black Canyon. I mean, it would be great for her to get a ticket tonight, but if she doesn't, I suspect she'd be back down here in the desert in a couple months.
Looks like we're back at Jackass Junction. So, yeah, so as we have nightfall taking over, these are going to be your most well-lit sections. Obviously, drones are kind of touchy. You know, it's like, oh, hey, there's a headlamp. Makes it a little difficult to give exactly a rundown. Beautiful visuals and great B-roll, but a little difficult to follow exactly what's happening on course. So from here until the early morning, you're going to end up with a lot of aid station activity, but we are keeping the videos live all night. A lot of steady cams from the aid station in the finish line in the wee hours of the morning. So if you're following any of your loved ones, make sure you keep checking into the stream. This feed will punch directly into Stream 3, I assume. It will be commentary free, so you got to create your own playlist in the background to keep you entertained. But hey, you know what? If you maybe you're hosting a Halloween party at home and you want to throw this on the TV screen in the background, just so like people walking through, like, are we silent discoing? Are we virtual partying? Let's make it happen.
Do you have anything through the mat aside from the top 4 in the female race?
No.
Devin, Heather, Nicole, and Riley.
So we know that more people have come through. We've obviously
have shown up on the mat.
Brittany
so
and
we have
Casey.
eyeballs on Brittany and Casey.
But
so we know that 6 people in the female race are through.
Correct.
But we don't know their times. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
thank you on the chat, JC. My friend Paul Charteris is going to be so mad at me. I forgot Tarawera. Yes, so if you could put that up, the seven golden ticket race, and I think it's the Tarawera 100K. Are the hundreds are UTMB Javelina and UTMB Thailand, and the 100Ks are Bandera, Tarawera, Black Canyon, and the Canyons. So, Paul Charteris, if you're up early in the morning in New Zealand and you're listening to this, apologies for forgetting your race. And I'm still sorry for dropping you back on that training run in 2009.
Oh, and Arlen Glick just
okay.
Arlen
is into Jackass for his last time. Is he going to sit on the table again and ice himself up, or is he done with that?
You know, he looks like he's just ready to roll. He's just like, all right, I'll wait for my pacer to make sure they're taken care of. But
Skylar, he might throw down some dance moves. Now that I'm looking at him,
I mean, just loosen up those knees a little bit and break it down.
He gone.
In and out.
Look at that.
There's some Midwest shade in the corner of the room.
Yes.
But
I let that go by.
I think he can throw down, but I'll wait to.
There's a Mojo sighting. By the way, if you think you're good looking, just go see Mojo. We'll put you in your place. So he's through in 12:20 elapsed. I know he's going to be thinking about. He'll be in the 13:40s-ish, I think.
Yeah, where was he at last year?
Right. So, he likes thinking about his time. Would he do 13:30? That would be 70 minutes from Jackass. Doable.
Yeah, last year he split 72 minutes from Jackass back to headquarters, but he was also running about 18 minutes faster. He came through Jackass Junction in 12:02 last year. So,
I mean, he'll be significantly under 14 and happy with his result. And I think at the end of the day will end up representing a solid season for pretty much only his second season kind of on the national stage here in ultra running. So good stuff. Mark Griffith, thank you for passing on my comment to Coop. And I'm sure I'll see him in the morning as we see our finishers, our other CTS finishers come in overnight. But I'm sure he appreciated it. And just tell him to take the hydration pack off.
We don't know what's in the hydration pack.
Well, that's true. It's true. It's true.
Discretion is the name of the game.
So if I could just make a point, because that gentleman, the distinguished-looking gentleman with the gray hair, first of all, he's 60 years old. He just went off screen, but he'll come back on. And is a legendary Arizona ultra runner named Scott Modulewski, and he taught me a lot of what I know about the sport, and he comes out every year and sets up a massage table at Jackass Junction and helps people get straightened out and stays up all night, and he's just a great guy. And if you ever get a chance to meet Scott, everyone calls him Mojo. Just say hi. And in his prime, there he is right there. And in his prime, he modeled underwear. And my wife called him Underwear Man to his face once. And
he took it well?
He took it well.
Good. Yeah, I'm trying to get a bib number on that female runner right there. Rockin'.
Oh yeah.
Is that the rabbit shirt or the
all
Western
crumpled
Stage?
up, right?
Just want to be able to shout out, show some love.
I think all the timey mats are going to the party.
Somebody called Mike. I said it was happy hour. I didn't mean everybody got to just take off work and the timey mats got to start drinking. It's like I want to shout him out. You got a hurt hat.
Hey, thanks, Chris, for the update on Mojo. And by the way, you're doing an absolutely lousy job of taking a quote-unquote nap. You're going to be working on the live stream a lot more, and you just keep chiming in on the chat. So love to have you on the chat, but take that nap, man.
Well, there's just so much compelling action happening that it's hard to fall asleep. I get it.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to stop looking.
Interesting. We saw that runner getting ready to run out, stopped and ran back in. You got to make sure you have everything. You can't take anything for granted, especially coming out of Jackass Junction. You got 5.5 miles until your next aid station, and with the temperatures dropping.
And you're dark, lonely. There's always some people around, but it starts to spread out.
Yep.
Shout out to my man Rob. That's him right there doing the filming.
I will say, looking officially thus far at the results, we've actually not had a terribly high DNF rate. I mean, obviously there are some big names, but when you have sort of 20 people on both sides that could potentially win a golden ticket, it's inherently going to be the case. But for a race that had, mid 50s to low 60s finishing rates through a good chunk of the 20 teens. It's good to see that it looks like many folks have survived thus far through the hot part of the day, and hopefully can gain some ground, keep beating cutoffs, and steady stepping forward. And this looks to be, is this the second wave of the Jackass Night Run getting ready to rock in 30 or so minutes? Either that or it's just a bunch of people who are dressed up hanging out the finish line, which is also cool, but I'm going to guess based on the fact they brought out the fire dancers that another race is about to kick off. I'm not sure if we have a way for the night run runners to split up which wave they were in. Was like people who actually cared about time and then people who just didn't care about time between wave 1 and wave 2. I don't know. I'll have to ask Jubilee, see if we can get a breakdown. But yeah, as you can see here at the start line, the party is still going. You got folks that are getting ready to start their running adventure for the day. All the while, we have folks that are 12 and a half hours into theirs still going around the course. So, keeping it hype.
It's got to be a little bit of a mental gut punch, though, to get passed by these people as you're, like, slogging through your fourth loop. But maybe it raises your spirits. Maybe it's a little bit of both.
I would hope it's a little bit of both. As someone who has notoriously done races while doing very dumb things, I hope people, for the most part, can take energy and joy from it. Thinking specifically about that Quad Dipsy 2016 and those damn reindeer that we were carrying down those muddy hills. But hey,
that's not smart.
We survived.
Rainy Quad Dipsies are the worst.
Well, any Quad Dipsy is the worst, but rainy Quad Dipsy was quite a spectacle when you have antlers that can impale you at any moment. But hey, the things we do because Jamil asks us, right? That's why we're all sitting in this room staring at each other about how we ended up here. Yes. Yes, there is literally one of the reindeers behind me. That's great. Mine is still at home. I'm not going to lie. Like, it's made like 4 different moves, but it's still in my basement. So you can see here the aerial footage, but headquarters is still going to be popping, right? We have spectators, we have crew that are holding it down. During the daylight hours, you could see how plentiful the tents were, the sleeping tents, in addition to the pop-ups. So it's definitely lively in headquarters as well. It's its own community of people who get to hang out and just rage, make new friends, maybe see a snake or a tarantula accidentally as you're making your way to the bathroom, and just rock out to the music. And then shortly we're going to start the procession of people who are finishing, right? We already had some of the 100Ks finish.
Yeah.
But then those 100-milers are going to start coming in, and so people start lining that finish line, and it's just an absolute scene and a grand old time. So the second wave of the Jackass Night Run about to take off here momentarily. Less than 60 seconds to go. And then it becomes a countdown to Dakota Jones, Jonathan Ray, one of them coming to the finish line. And we'll have to see which one it is, as we're going to be flying kind of blind. Rattlesnake, not the most reliable timing, Matt. So
it's
so
dark, so the drones are probably not going to be.
Yeah, so we're going to hope that we get some reports from on the ground, even if only by text from a friendly aid station volunteer to say, hey, it's going down. And they are off, and
there you go.
Final wave of the Jackass Night Run. So if you're at home and you're inspired to get out, but staying inside your house and watching this live stream is way more entertaining to you, now's the time to get up out your seat and just bring it on down. Bring it on down if you want to get some air squats in, if you want to do the Tootsie Roll, whatever your dance move of choice may be.
Great questions in the chat about registration for Javelina 2023, and we love the fact that you're watching the race and you're seeing how awesome it is, and you're like, I want to go be a part of that thing. Who do we have here? Brett Hornig.
Mm-hmm.
Brett Hornig into Jackass. So that would be
12:30,
fourth place.
Mm-hmm.
Made that. He traversed that section in just a tad over an hour. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. About 10 minutes back of Arlen, so slowly closing down that gap. Made up about 2 minutes there in that last section. So good for him, and quick with it. We saw Arlen taking his time, make sure he had everything.
And then we would expect Nick Curry in a few minutes. Back on that, though, just so the race registration for Javelina opens in January, typically around New Year's Day, or might be on New Year's Day. And then it does fill relatively quickly. It doesn't have a lottery, but it does fill relatively quickly. But another thing we've noticed, and I think we've noticed it in a lot of the sport, is there's quite a bit of movement on the wait list. So don't be discouraged if you try to make the sign up and you don't get in, and you get put on the wait list, because I know runners that were significantly far down the wait list and still ended up getting into the race. So it is a large race, certainly the largest 100-mile race in the United States in terms of total participants, one of the largest total ultras in the United States, probably only JFK 50 and possibly American River 50 are larger, but I think American River 50 has gotten smaller in the last couple of years. So, I mean, this is a large ultramarathon, and it's obviously a lot of fun and a great experience, and now increasingly highly competitive, and it's something well worth putting on your calendar. And it's always a great excuse to get out of wherever you are, wherever you might be enjoying the nice fall colors, and still come down here to the Valley of the Sun and get a little taste of our late summer, which believe it or not, if this race had been held 2 weeks ago, you would have been in 100-degree temperatures, and it was still humid. So the timing is right, but give it a shot. It's worth doing, and it's a good time is had by all. Aravaipa Running does an incredible job with these events, and this is the marquee, or one of the marquee events on the Aravaipa calendar. So here we are back. Runners have run through this out and back, this little tunnel in the Big Top. To the right is where the Race Expo was, and runners come through this little section of the Big Top, and then where they enter into the outside, where you see that Hoka blow up, they go through the tunnel of pop-up tents for all the crews and all the athletes. And you can see these folks, they've made the turnaround and they're coming back out. So one of the most festive things. Ashley says this is like Desert Run Woodstock. I call it Ultra Running's Burning Man, but I'll take Desert Run Woodstock also.
Yeah, we saw the cow shorts there, which is out of Seattle, I believe. That is a Seattle shout out for the cow print shorts. So, got to show some love to the Pacific Northwest with respect to that. I must say the decorations this year are pretty on point.
Yeah.
Around this entire loop. You got obviously the LED light section and the strobes and everything popping off, but folks bring their own flair to their pop-ups and really hold it down. So
I mean, I saw some sweet pop-ups. I saw AstroTurf flooring. I saw fire pits. I saw recliners. I mean, people were going top shelf. I saw a little bar. Because let's face it, these crews have a long, hard day out there just sitting in the desert, keeping themselves busy.
Absolutely.
Again, this is that little entry into Jackass. Mallory Showalter, great question in the chat. This has been a hot topic now, probably the last 5-6 years. Do you think generally all ultra participation numbers will continue to rise with more popularity or more in the most popular events? The most popular events that get exposure, that get sponsorship, that everybody wants to run, they're popular for a reason. And they will probably, I will say, continue to be popular. But I also think the popularity of ultra running means that running your regular old neighborhood local ultra run is going to be more meaningful than ever for people. And the more we can encourage race directors to direct races and create small, low-key, 100-person events, the more we can continue to grow the sport and grow the sport in the way we want, which emphasizes community, which emphasizes that we're all in this together and that we're enjoying the camaraderie of being out on the trail. So it's maybe a cop-out answer, but I think both the popular races will become more popular, and the small, low-key, down-home races will become perhaps more meaningful. And that's what I'd like to see, and that's what I personally would like to continue to foster and encourage in race organizers. Some of the most fun races that I've done, and I'm sure Skylar's done, and Matt's done, and others are just those down home races with 30 or 40 people or 100 people, and a couple of aid stations on picnic tables out in the middle of nowhere. And while this is glamorous and fun and festive, those are the grassroots of the sport. So thank you for your question, and I encourage you, anybody listening to this podcast, just get out, sign up for an ultra, get out, do it, and more importantly, sign up to volunteer for an ultra. Mm-hmm. It's great, and they're always looking for volunteers.
Yeah, you can see here, volunteers really make this race happen. We have folks that are coming in knowing that they still have a good, 8 to 12 hours to go potentially, and or longer. Mm-hmm. And these aid station volunteers are keeping it moving. So without them, many of these folks would not be able to get to the finish line, even if it's just the motivation, the encouragement, the counseling, to give them a second to just relax, recalibrate, and move forward again. It goes a long way. So it's a great way to give to the community and be a part of the community, even if you yourself are not ready to jump up to the 100-mile distance. So if you can make your way on out, definitely encourage you to do so.
Back here at the start finish, folks were asking about the current temperature. By our reading, 72 degrees, so really primo. It will get cooler and cooler, and it'll get cooler quickly, probably into the 50s by maybe mid or even low 50s. I think we have our eyes on Nick Curry into Jackass Junction. 12 hours and 38 minutes into it. Look at this. You want to see a textbook aid station stop? Filled the bladder. Put the pack on. Gone.
Bang, bang.
7 miles to go.
MBD.
He's going to be under 14. Calling it right now. He's got an hour and 20 to go, 7 miles. He's going to go under 14. Not enough to win. Probably not enough for a golden ticket unless someone turns it down. But a textbook Nick Curry run.
Yeah, yet again, he ran that same segment from headquarters to Jackass Junction in an hour and 35 minutes on Loop 4. Just ran it in about an hour and 33 here. So
give me a break. Who does that?
Mr. Negative split himself.
Just fantastic.
Pushing, and you know he's got legs left for this section, and he knows it like the back of his hand even after nightfall. So Nick Curry out here just living his best life and representing the home park well. That being said, 12 hours and 40 minutes have elapsed in the race, which means we are expecting our lead men to come to the finish, Loop 5 here, sometime in the next, 22 minutes or faster would be a new course record.
That could happen.
It is still definitely in play, but definitely sometime in the next 30 to 35 minutes, we would expect our top two to come through. The question is, what order is that top two going to be in? So it's still a lot to get excited about as we make moves. Did I just see Ryan Montgomery in costume over there?
Might have been. Hey, RSG, thank you for the shout-out. The Grand Teton 100-miler back in 2007 was a great time. Great loop race as well that ran for a few years. And yes, I did. Brian Powell was pacing me, and he said he called my dry heaves a grizzly bear mating call. So I'm glad you remember that. And yes, it was a battle with Matt Hart. In fact, 2 years in a row, I had a battle with Matt Hart, and then the next year I had a battle with Duncan Callahan. You probably remember Duncan. He was a 3-time Leadville winner. That was a great race, the Grand Teton 100-miler. Lisa Smith Batchen and her husband Jay put it on. Good times. So I don't know, guys. We're kind of right. We're flying blind with the finish, but we're 20 minutes away from course record. We could. I guess we could look up the rattlesnake timing mat. But
it's back. Yes. Rattlesnakes is back, everybody. If you were here with us last year, you know that is just what we had to start calling that aid station, because it is a tongue twister when you say it all day. Rattlesnakes is back.
I'm thinking there might be a new Twitter handle out there, Rattlesnake Aid Station Timing Mat. You know, kind of right up there with Aid Station Fireball and Rob Crar's beard and the rest of them. Look at this crew. They're dressed up as M&Ms. Are these
Night Run
people from the Night Run already out here?
Yeah, the purple bibs,
yeah.
Definitely.
They are.
This is at Coyote Camp, so they're already 4 miles in. There really is a whole gang of M&Ms.
Yeah. Liam, nice call. Shout out for this.
Pack.
Rattlesnake Ranch Timing Mat is having a rough day out there. Didn't get the training block it wanted and has been dealing with stomach issues all day. Justin, yes. Hornig was through. What was he through? 20, 25 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Brett Horning through in 4th place, about 12 minutes back of Arlen Glick. 10 minutes ahead. We just saw Nick Curry come through 10 minutes ahead of Nick Curry. So solidly in 4th place.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you got a party here 4 miles into the 31K. We're about to have a party at Jackass Junction. Honestly, it's probably already sort of in full swing. It is officially nightfall. There might be some aid station fireball literally in play at this point. And we're going to have a party at the finish line here in just 20 or so minutes as we expect our lead male runners to come into the finish. And then we saw that women's race is just absolutely insane. We're
Henry Bickerstaff from Alma, Oklahoma, coming in, 68 years old.
nice.
Halfway through his 3rd loop. I think he might be the oldest man in the field. I know that Karen Bonet is the oldest female in the field, right, at 66.
I think we had some
Or do we have a 70?
70-plus entries.
Okay.
I think 75 was the oldest. I forget exactly who it was.
See, look at the Mojo product placement now. There is. He's everywhere.
So in terms of our lead women, we would expect Devin Yanko to be into Jackass Junction in about 20 or so minutes as well. So roughly when we'd expect our first men to come to the finish line, we would expect our first women to be hitting Jackass Junction with just 10 miles to go.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of development still forthcoming.
Right. So interestingly, though, we don't. Well, has the timing mat out at Coyote been struck by the same virus that the? Because Devin should be through there.
Oh yeah, no, definitely through there.
Okay.
It just seems that all the timing, live timing, is down.
Yeah, I think they've all just.
So we're living the dream.
They're all DNFing.
It's going on a light strike.
Yeah.
They heard how much guff we were giving to the Rattlesnake Ranch, and so the other three were like,
Right.
solidarity, we're out as well.
Thank you, Rattlesnake Timing Matt. You're now officially in the chat. Good to see you.
Great. This is how it happens. It's all downhill from here.
Good thing the race isn't 5 days long.
It's fine. We'll just bring Warden in here to live. We'll give him a little. We'll give him a little hammock in here. It'll be fun. It'll be fine. See more runners getting topped off here at.
Yeah, again, we're seeing all kinds of
Junction.
traffic coming through Jackass. Remember, these folks are all from all different races. The 100-miler, the 100K, now the 31K. They're coming in at different loops, at different states of awareness.
Yep. Oh, thank you. A lot is going down here. And we got our eyes up. We got people with their text fingers on deck, keeping us in the loop.
We do have the still camera on the finish line, right? Or that's a moving camera on the finish line.
Yeah, both.
We got both.
Oh, so the timing mat from Rattlesnake had some bad salmon last night, which is an important reminder that seafood in landlocked states makes no sense. So why would you have Arizona fish? What are you doing? Do better. I say that as a resident of Arizona for 3 years. Sometimes you just got to know when to avoid seafood.
Runners getting topped off. Are we officially in the after dark portion of the coverage? Absolutely.
Okay. Well, that's my cue. This has been fun.
Is this when Skylar signs off? Good stuff.
I'm scared to look at my phone right now. I'm sure my wife has texted me just so many emojis that I need to give up. Just shaking head, shaking head, shaking head.
Yeah, I didn't tell my wife the password to YouTube. So those keeping score at home were a little bit less than an hour, 55 minutes from when Dakota Jones left Jackass Junction. We're thinking 75 minutes would be a realistic split to the finish line. So we'll keep tabs on that.
Yep. Yeah, he's been more or less running between an hour hour 6 to hour 11 for the stretch from Jackass Junction back to headquarters. So,
okay, hour 6 to hour 11. So we would be thinking it could be a 13:10, 13:15, somewhere in there.
I mean, if Jonathan's running him down,
then it could
go faster. How are his legs? Did he have the inspiration to drop Sinsman? There are so many ways that Dakota could be running faster.
Well,
Jonathan
he
could have
had
made
that.
Well, yes. Everybody has an A goal, a B goal, and a C goal when they go into these races. And A goal, definitely drop Sinsman. And B goal, get the actual win. That's cool, too.
Yeah. Congrats on getting married, Skylar. Darling Runner PT.
Thanks.
There you go.
Good old time. Was that the initial jump-off point for the Johnny Walker costume? Maybe. If you're going to spend money on the tux, you got to figure out how to get multiple uses out of it, right? So here we are.
Rattlesnake timing, Matt, you're winning the chat. I haven't seen Dakota yet this lap, but the last few times he went by, he acted like I wasn't even there. Beautiful stuff. So it is interesting to think, the race is not over, but to think of our two leaders, with all the talk these days about newcomers in the sport and, the new blood and all of that. And it's great. It's great. I mean, Adam Peterman this year at Western States and the year he's had in running has been incredible. But just to think about this race and to think of, if it ended right now, you would have a 13-year veteran and an 18-year veteran winning this race. A race that is flat-ish and fast and multiple loops. That's pretty cool. A race that a world-class triathlete was leading on the women's side for a long time. Not to say she can't still come back, but it's pretty cool to see, once in a while, experience comes back to help you. And to see the way both Dakota and Devin have run the race so far, it really makes me kind of appreciate those that stick around the sport for a long time. They both came into the sport as young runners, but they're still here. And with any luck, they're going to be on their way to Western States.
Absolutely, absolutely. And, they have experience, started at a young age, but we also have just folks, masters athletes, out here absolutely crushing it, and goes to show, hey, maybe you did get a late start in the running game, but you can still put together some monster performances that can put you on the
you weren't here yet, but Scott Trayer's 100K.
Yeah. Oh, I was following
40-year-old Scott Trayer, 7:16 pace for 100K.
Light work for him.
Oh, man. That was good stuff.
I mean, yeah. He and Trueheart, 2 golden ticket winners in the Masters category at Black Canyon.
Yeah.
So not terribly surprised that he put down the way he did today. And, hey, when I was on here earlier, what did I say? The 100K is known for epic blow-ups. And so the fact that Scott came through, he was in 5th early on and slowly kept moving his way up. Mm-hmm. And as things fell apart ahead of him, he was able to just grind his way up to the front and set that course record. So good for him. I fully expect him to be out there tonight, making some appearances on camera. So hopefully we get some eyes on him, breaking it on down as well.
I suspect he'll appear.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by the finishing time for Dakota, given that his 100-mile PR is 21 hours and 12 minutes.
Right. He's going to be like, was that really 100 miles?
Yeah. It's going to be highly entertaining. He's going to be like, oh, I have the ability to kick. This is delightful. But yeah, we're about 6 minutes away from the course record time on the men's side, flipping over, set by Pat Reagan at 13:01:14 here back in, was that 2018, I want to say?
Did you do that 2018 or 2019? It was one of those. The 13:02?
13:01, yeah.
13:01, yeah.
2017.
Oh, okay.
So back when it was still washing machine style.
Mm-hmm.
But, we could see Dakota or Jonathan, hey, if he had a big surge here, he was only 3 minutes down at Jackass Junction. 3 minutes and 10 miles, definitely doable. So looking forward to see how it shakes out. Because, hey, if we have a 400-meter kick down in headquarters, I'd be all for it. We've seen it happen officially on the track at Western States.
Yeah.
We're due for one at Javelina. Why not? So still some images from Jackass Junction as runners from both the 100-mile and 100K are streaming through. We're probably still about 40 minutes or so from any of the 31K Jackass night run participants coming through. And that's if we thought all hell was already breaking loose, that's when the party is really going to start.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be,
going.
Game changer for these folks.
Brings new energy to the aid station volunteers and the runners on course. Just going to get lively.
Well, one of the nice things that, and Aravaipa is an absolute pioneer in these live streams. And when you see shots like this, it just it brings to so many people, what goes into these races. When you see just that guy with the two pitchers and, as it scans over and you see the folks at the buffet table and there's folks in the back, slinging grilled cheese and making quesadillas and making soup. And I mean, there's so much that goes into it, and it makes it happen. And these people are coming in, they're tired, they want a little bit of energy, a little bit of something, and it's a big part of our sport, and it kind of always has been. And like Skylar said earlier, come out, volunteer for a race, do what the guy with the pitchers is doing. I mean, he's having a really he's making a difference in people's lives, a little difference in a little part of their lives, and that's kind of cool. Question about Matt Daniels. Yes, Matt had dealt with some foot bursa issues before he was almost out of the woods. He was really looking forward to this race because he'd been running healthy for about 8 weeks, and he just felt it. After 2 loops, he was running great, but he just felt it. And he, as you do when you do that, he didn't want to take the risk, and he called it a day, lived to fight another day. So smart move on his part. And we have a finish. There's Dakota.
Boom.
And he's in the course record.
Hey, just a nice little 12:58 cruising on through. MBD, like a boss.
Dakota Jones, sub 13 at Javelina.
The first to ever do it.
Yep. And a high five from Howie. Everyone gets one. And a hug from Jamil.
Absolutely epic performance.
Just incredible.
You are not at Hard Rock anymore, sir.
See you in Olympic Valley, Dakota Jones.
Oh, man.
That's good stuff. Look at that crowd. This is great. Wow, dude. If I'm counting right, it was like a 102 from Jackass?
Yeah.
If the clock in the back?
That's correct.
Yeah, 102 from Jackass.
He had the legs. He was able to use that downhill and roll it into the finish.
There's a happy boy.
And everybody gets some love. You see Camille,
yeah,
last year's champion Billy Yang and Hillary showing some love. Billy just sandbag his time for the 100K so we could be there to watch the finish.
Yeah, that's right. Jason Green in the background. So nice to see the community all coming together for Dakota. Chris Thornley there in the hoodie. The clock just struck 13. There's Craig, probably wait. No, that's Chris. They look so much alike. How long does it take for him to get his golden ticket? What a race.
It hasn't asked for the chair.
No.
Still just walking the line, showing some love, cheering for runners who are still going out.
High-fiving runners coming through.
And just an absolute madman on that last loop. I mean, we're talking. Let me see.
There's Greg. There's the golden ticket. You know what that conversation's about. It was beautiful.
So I'm roughly awaiting the official time, but he ran his last loop in basically 2 hours and 33 minutes.
Incredible.
So 10 minutes faster than he ran loop 4. And just a shade slower than he ran loop 3. So,
jeez. He had it in the tank for sure. Mallory, good question. No, he's not. I remember has Dakota run Western States before, and no, he hasn't. He's been to the race a bunch of times, paced, crewed, so forth, but just schedule and things. 2 times he won Lake Sonoma, and it was a golden ticket race. He declined the ticket because he had other plans for that later that summer. But this year, not the case, and so I suspect that conversation that he had with Craig just a few minutes ago was to confirm that he'll be taking the ticket. But we'll learn officially a little while later. But Skylar, how does this is from Liam, Aid Station Fireball. How does his last loop, Dakota's last loop, compare with Pat Reagan's 2017 final loop?
good question.
Might take a little digging, but I imagine you'll be able to find it.
Of course. So Pat, on his course record run back in 2017, ran 2:43 for that last loop and closed down the last section from Jackass to headquarters in about an hour and 10 minutes. Whereas Dakota, as we mentioned, about 2 hours and 33 minutes on that last loop, closed down that last 10-mile section in about an hour and 3 minutes. So, so came through a little bit behind at the 80-mile mark, 10:17 versus 10:25. So he was 7 minutes down on course record pace and comes through to take down that course record by about 3 minutes. So just an absolute knockout job on that last loop to not only bring home the win, because remember, he left side by side with Jonathan Ray with 20 miles to go and, you know, really battling for the win. And he said, I'm going to take that win, and I'm going to take the course record, and I'm going to take this golden ticket. And he's going to just have himself a night. So congratulations to one Mr. Dakota Jones, bringing it home.
What a great race, and a little bit of to put it in, Dakota for the last decade or so has not raced very much. He races, he picks his spots 2 to 3, maybe 4 races a year. But in the grand scheme of things, if you think about third place at Hard Rock in an incredible time and sub 13 at Javelina, if nothing else, showing your versatility as a runner, I mean, this is a guy who is just 31 years old, has set course records at Lake Sonoma, has run one of the fastest downhill splits at Pikes Peak Marathon, like Matt Carpenter-esque. I mean, this was an incredible race for Dakota, and I mean, I think he's going to be right in the mix at Western States. You know he'll be prepared. You know he'll be ready. He's mature. He's smart. He's creative. He's gonna. This was just incredible. What a great race, Dakota. Congratulations.
Absolutely, absolutely. But not to be overlooked, Jonathan Ray still out there. Should be also coming in relatively soon. Had only been given up 90 seconds, or I guess he gave up 3 minutes in that first 10 miles. So even if he gave up, another 3 to 10 minutes in that last section, he should be coming along across the mat relatively soon as well to join this party that you're watching here at the finish line, as folks are full on celebrating. Yes, that is one Camille Herron getting her groove on. I've been telling you guys, this is a party, and I want everybody dancing. Camille heard the memo. She understood the assignment.
Jonathan Ray, we do have through the finish line in 13:05.
So he's just in that there. It just happened right there.
13:05. There he is, and he's got, if he wants it, got himself a ticket to Olympic Valley. An update on the women's race. The female race, we have Devin Yanko clearly off the front. We have some updates through Coyote Camp. She got through there 12:05 elapsed, so almost an hour ago. But then we've got some action. Riley Brady in 12:24. Heather Jackson in 12:24. In fact, Riley was slightly ahead of. They were 19 seconds ahead of Heather there. Mm-hmm. Then Nicole Bitter another 13 minutes back. Casey 9 more minutes back, and Brittany Peterson a couple minutes behind Casey. So while it appears as though Devin has, a solid lead, places 2 through 6 are still up in the air. And remember, Coyote Camp is mile 84.5, so there's still some stuff going on out there.
Uphill grinding, downhill running.
Nice to see Dakota and Jonathan debriefing their race, and wow, 2 good races, 12:28 and 13:05, and Western States, here we come.
Let's not overlook Jonathan in second place there, 13:05. I'm pretty sure would have been the second best time. I guess now it's the third fastest time ever on this course. So, no big deal. They're just hanging out.
Yeah,
just chopping it up.
Yeah,
sure, we just ran for 13 hours.
Yeah, you guys want to do a cool down?
I mean, hop into the 31K, just do one more loop, go party at Jackass Junction. It'll be fine.
This one's for you too, Skylar. How is Devin on that pace compared to Camille's course record?
Okay.
Camille's, of course, was 14:03, but where was Camille at Coyote?
That is a question I will need to dig up. Give me just
And while you're doing that, Katie, I love your question. I wonder if that little pee break was really to make Ray take the lead for a bit. I completely think so. I think that Dakota knows how to play chess out there, and I think he was doing that. But I want to look at the feed. There's Craig talking to Jonathan. I don't know if they're talking Golden Ticket, but I know Craig well enough it'll eventually turn around to Golden Ticket because he has to fill his race. And I suspect Jonathan will be like, yep, I'll see you in California in June. But good stuff. Good stuff all the way around in this race. We knew the men's race was going to go out hot. We knew it was going to be competitive. We knew it was going to have more depth than past Javelinas. I think we're seeing kind of the new the new Javelina. I mean, she's been trending in this direction all this time. Oh, check out Jubilee now. Oh my God, what do we got there? Nice little mustache, and this is beautiful. Oh, is that Borat?
No, it's the coach guy.
Oh, Ted Lasso?
Oh, is that Ted Lasso?
Okay.
Now that's something I know. I didn't know the PD Pabs rapper before, but I do know.
Okay, I missed something earlier apparently that I will come back and investigate. Yo, I'm fully aware of who Petey Pablo is.
No, but I wasn't.
Well, yeah.
I'm old.
My question is, why was it brought up? Were we really breaking down Freak League? Is that what happened?
There was a North Carolina guy in the hunt,
okay.
and I said something about North Carolina that apparently someone thought was kind of hip, and they said AJW made a Petey Pab reference. Yeah. I was accidentally hip, dude.
This is why we can't have nice things. All right, I support this.
So you got an update on where you think Devin stands?
Yeah. So at the end of the fourth loop, Devin was about 21 minutes behind Camille's course record split. That pace is she's actually getting further away from it. So. At Coyote Camp, Camille went through in 11:46. Devin went through in 12:05.
So it's 20 minutes. So
Yeah.
There you go, Katie. She's about 20 minutes off pace. So I mean, I'm guessing it would be probably a 14:30 or something like that.
Which
would be insane.
Like the number of women who've broken 15 is 2 total, one of which is herself. So when she set the original course record back in 2015. So, yeah, that is totally within her wheelhouse, and she's just going to say, hey, I like that course record. I might not get it back, but I can at least lower my personal course best.
Darling Runner PT, we talked a little bit about this earlier. I know there are lots of people interested. Camille with the lightsaber. I know we talked about this a little bit earlier, the fire damage on the 16 miles of the Western States course, and yeah, indeed, it's big. The damage is significant. There's a lot of work to be done, but at this point, it's 8.5 months until the race. At this point, the race is planning on happening. There's going to be a lot of work to be done. They're working with all kinds of federal agencies and trail building groups and so forth. So we are confident that both the Canyons 100K in April and the Western States 100 in June will take place, but a lot of work has to be done. So there's no sure things in life, but that's what I understand at this point from my conversations with the Western States people more recently. And so yes, we do have that up to date on the female race. We're ostensibly awaiting the arrival of Arlen Glick for a third-place finish. I suspect to be in the next 10-15 minutes. But, man, Dakota's closing right there after running solid all day. I mean, running off the front quite a bit. That was fantastic. What a fantastic finish. Just following up on a few more questions in the chat. A Fun Tanilla, what happened to Jacob Puzzi? As I think if you were following along, Jacob started out hard. I think going for a ticket like a lot of folks do here. Hit it pretty hard in Loop 1. I think he was in the lead at Loop 1. He was in the top 2 or 3 at Loop 2, and ended up calling it a day. I think after Loop 3. Ran solid, ran strong, went for it like a lot of folks do in the Golden Ticket race. And I suspect if he's got that kind of speed and he's looking for a ticket, he could find himself at something like Black Canyon or Canyons and see how it goes. But these Golden Ticket races does happen for people. They give it a shot and throw caution to the wind, and we love to see it in the sport, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And I think Jacob, he probably dropped out. I don't know, but probably dropped out. Living to fight another day. But he's been running a long time. He probably made a smart decision to go hard, and if it happened, great, and if it didn't, and today it didn't. So we'll see what happens for him next time. And and Dakota's had days like that. That wasn't today, obviously, but sometimes you got to throw down, and so I think in terms of what we'll see at the front of at least men's fields in the coming years is more of that. You see less of that in women's fields. I don't exactly know why, but certainly if you count up the DNFs at the front end of the field, you're probably going to have quite a few more males than females today.
So
we're back out at Jackass.
Yeah, Devin Yanko just rolled in / through, trying to see if we can get eyes on her. But yep, it's a 7:15 p.m.
Yeah.
Here she rolled through, so should be.
So do you think she's in and out, or is it?
It might be just on the far end. We might have just missed it between all the costumes. But Devin Yanko, your lead woman, 13:15 with just 9 miles to go. So probably about another 70 to 80 minutes until we see her wrapping up her adventure, which, we put her right there in that mid 14-hour range.
Mm-hmm.
Second fastest time, beating her own current number 2 on that all-time list if this holds. So good for her.
Right, and then we have a pretty good if times hold. There was a 19-minute gap to Heather Jackson and Riley Brady, and then in relatively short order, some congestion with Nicole, Casey, and Brittany.
Yep.
So if things hold, Devin's got to just keep it together and then see what happens with those second 5.
Exactly. Yeah. Maintenance mode for Devin and a race for that second golden ticket.
Right,
it's going to be absolutely insane to watch here over the course of the next hour and a half to 2 hours or so. But I'm going to go ahead and hand this headset back over to Matt to take y'all through alongside you, AJW. But it's been an absolute pleasure finally meeting the man in person.
And a pleasure to meet you in person, my man. This was fun.
And it was an absolute blast. We will have to do it again soon.
I have a feeling this won't be the last time we do it.
I know where to track you down. My people will call your people.
We'll make it happen.
And no, don't worry. I'll harass y'all in the chat. But I have to go get some use out of this costume.
So are you dressed? Are you going back out to the course?
No. Well, at least not as of yet. I need to go to dinner because, as I mentioned, I was going to get angry texts from my wife, and they have started to come in.
And that has happened?
And that has happened.
Yeah.
So I love her, and she also loves eating dinner at a reasonable time. So I'm going to go meet her to do that. And then I'll be bothering you guys. Don't worry. You haven't seen the last of me yet.
We can't wait.
But that, a tip of the hat to you, sir. Matt, it is your show in this seat. Have a good rest of your evening.
This was fun. I knew eventually I would cross paths with Skylar, and it did not disappoint. So thank you very much. And Matt's going to come back on board as we'll see.
Well, the A-team is back,
Which,
Andy.
yeah, we'll see. Okay. All right, here we go. Now we can get down to business.
And as soon as I say that, we lost our camera feed there for a second, so maybe I should speak less and do more. How are all the people in the chat doing? I've been away from the chat for a little bit today. How's everyone doing in the chat? So this is something new this year. The little light show here. So we saw this at UTMB, I believe, and we were like, "That's really cool. What can we do that is like Javelina's version of that?" And obviously, bringing a company over from France wasn't in the budget this year. So we have a light person kind of running the show, and it's really cool to see, and yeah, it's pretty sweet.
I love it. And does it go off like as runners go by, or is it just on some sort of timer deal?
I think there's someone. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll preface what I'm about to say with I don't know. But I think that there's someone there who controls it. So I think that there's a person there who can kind of control it. I will switch. Looks like we're trying to get that static cam a little bit more dialed in at the finish.
Yeah, thank you, friends, for staying in on the chat. We've enjoyed the conversation, and please stick around. There's still lots of racing to go, and exciting men's race for sure. It was nice to have Skylar come in for a few hours. We're presuming we have the two golden tickets on the men's side. You never know if runners accept or decline tickets, but I'm assuming Dakota and Jonathan are going to accept. Great racing out there for those two, and Arlen Glick, who is already heading back next year, third place this year at Western States.
Let's just check in at Jackass Junction here, as we have our first female runner is through the aid station, so we should be seeing our second lady
we're
come
actually
through.
thinking there'll be a bit of a gap because Devin had about a 20-minute lead on Heather and Riley, who were together.
Yep.
And then I don't know if they're still together, but
Well,
they were
and
more
Heather
or less
was
together through there.
Heather was fading a bit at the time.
And
Again,
then you had this gap to Nicole, and then Casey and Brittany.
yeah, so probably
really close together.
in another 15
I would
or
say
20
another
minutes
15
maybe.
or 20 minutes.
Yeah. We will try to keep our eyes peeled for that. You know that the gentleman wearing the lime green suit, he's rocked the same outfit the entire day.
Yeah,
That's pretty bold.
He appears to be doing a long shift, too.
Yeah.
I don't know how long the shifts are at Jackass Junction, but
They can be
maybe
as long
it's
as you
kind
want
of-
them to be.
I've heard it's kind of a time warp out there anyway, so maybe they're but this is great stuff. There's that's an interesting costume. They appear to be waiting for somebody. Was that Arlen's crew? Have they?
Well, I mean, Arlen should be the next
He
person
should definitely be the next person
to finish. It's just a matter of
Yeah, for sure. Good stuff. Now that I figured it out, I'm definitely enjoying Jubilee's Ted Lasso suit.
it looks like we maybe just had another 100K finisher there.
Yeah, a couple 100K finishers or a finisher and a pacer.
You know, I know we essentially missed Dakota's finish because he caught us off guard. I didn't see Eric.
I didn't see
I'm
him.
guessing that Eric probably pulled off
He
to let
might have-
Dakota
he
have
might
the
have
moment,
pulled
but
off to give Dakota the
in my mind, I wanna like think through this story of like, oh, Eric got dropped and he's still out
Yeah,
somewhere between.
right. We're gonna have to send out search and rescue to get him.
And it looks like they're getting ready, which can only mean one thing, that we are going to have a finisher here in just a matter of moments. So let's see.
Yeah, because I see Arlen's sisters there to the right.
Yeah, and I just saw Scott Rokas get people out of the shot, get down to get his
picture. Yeah.
his pictures. So we're going to keep it locked here so that we don't miss Arlen finishing.
Yeah, that's a good strong run for him.
Yep, there he is.
Under 13:30.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that. There goes the headlamp.
Tosses the hat. Hugs mom. Arlen, one of the classiest new guys to come into the sport. He had a great season last year. Another great season this year. 13:25 is a fast 100-mile race, no matter how you slice it. I know two guys were a little faster than him today, but it's worth mentioning again. We spend a lot of time talking about ultra runners and their body of work, and Arlen Glick's a true 100-mile specialist. Greeting folks. He this year, started the year in February with a 13:30 at Jackpot.
And there you see Camille lightsaber and all celebrating. She's the cheer squad for everyone who finishes. She's like, I don't care who it is. I'm here to party and celebrate with everyone.
That's great. That's great to see. And then he followed that Jackpot up with a 16-hour third place finish at Western States. A 19-hour really mountainous finish.
Well, and those were both, I think, really big races for him career-wise, right? Like,
oh, yeah.
Especially Western States, he'd never run, he'd only run these flat, fast hundreds, right? And Western might be fast, but it's definitely a much different race than a Javelina or something like that. And he proved himself there. And then to follow that up with just a really, really strong run at a race like Run Rabbit, which is, he hasn't done anything like that in his career, and for him to run so strong like that I thought was really big. And it takes some fortitude to even toe the line when you live in the middle of Ohio or in the Midwest as a whole, to go and toe the line at a mountainous 100-miler. Just shows kind of the character that he has, and it sounds like he might want to, depending how he feels after this, might want to come back out for Desert Solstice.
Yeah. Which would even add more to his sort of versatility reputation.
Yeah, well, it's crazy. You look at Arlen and then you look at Dakota, right? Both of them showing this really unique range.
Yeah.
Dakota winning a race like Javelina, but also finishing third at a race like Hard Rock in the most competitive year, at least at the front on the men's side there.
Yeah, it's great stuff. Great stuff. And so then you add this to it, and that's 400-mile races. Very different courses, very all relatively competitive, and no blemishes. And he admits he would love to he'd love to go a little faster, go a little harder, but man, for 2 years into his being on the national stage, and it's just great. It's good stuff. So congratulations, and there's our podium: Dakota Jones, Jonathan Ray, Arlen Glick, all well under 13:30. Yeah, good stuff for running SIG. Ohio doesn't have long climbs, but lots of short and steep. I chatted with Arlen yesterday a little bit about that, and he has a couple of little hills right near his house, and he just goes up and down them and up and down them and up and. He gets after it in the hill repeats, and a race like this that's gonna help you. You got a lot of that here, so. Good question. Liam, aid station fireball, race within a race. We've got We've got our next two finishers are likely to be Brett Hornig and Nick Curry. What order will they finish in? We know that Brett got through. We've got some Rattlesnake. According to the mat at Rattlesnake, we have Brett through in 13:16 and Nick through in 13:22. That would be 2 minutes per mile. If that's correct, that would be 2 minutes per mile faster that Nick would have to run to catch Brett. A big ask, but Nick has shown the ability to close in races like a few others. So you never know. It could happen. And, of course, as we've been talking about all night, Rattlesnake Ranch timing mat might just be all out of whack. Another quick update, Eva. Good question going on in the women's race right now. We have Devin Yankos, the only female through Jackass Junction, mile 91, and she got through there in 13:15, so about 15 minutes ago. And you can see now the rest. We've got Riley Brady, Heather Jackson, Nicole Bitter, Casey Lichtai, and Brittany Peterson. That's your top six. Got multi-loopers coming through, 100K finishers. And a nice gathering of dignitaries at the finish line to welcome in the top 100-mile finishers. And I would guess within an hour, I think 14:30 would be a fantastic time for Devin. It's likely to be a little bit less than that, but within an hour we'll see Devin rolling into the chute of pop-ups and into the finish with a joyful return to Western States. And by the way, if you have not seen Billy Yang's film, Life in a Day, go to YouTube and watch it, especially today as we potentially celebrate Devin's victory. In that film, Billy profiled 4 women running the Western States. Devin was one of them, Casey Lichtai, Anne-Marie Flynn, and Magdalena Bollet. And it's a fantastic film. And in it, you learn a lot about Devin, a lot about her upbringing, some of the hardships she had in her life. And there's incredible footage, actually, that Billy took at the Last Chance aid station, which was mile 43. And you look at the footage, and you're thinking she's about to drop. And Craig Thornley was there, and she sat there for about a half an hour and was pretty much ready to drop, but eventually rallied and actually came from pretty far back and finished in 3rd place. But I encourage you to check out the film, Life in a Day, and it profiled the race during the 2015 year, which was also the year that Gunhild Swanson became the oldest woman finisher of the race and crossed the line with 6 seconds on the clock, 6 seconds before the 30-hour cutoff. And Billy got all that and documented it, and it's how the film ends. So I strongly encourage you, if you haven't seen it, to go to YouTube and watch Life in a Day, and you learn a lot about Devin and Magda and Casey and Anne-Marie, and you get the little bonus of Gunhild at the end. So check it out. Yes, Dakota is the winner. Course record, sub 13, 12:58. Second place, Jonathan Ray. Third place, Arlen Glick. Seeing some 100K finishers come through.
We're seeing 100K finishers, and we're seeing Camille Herron do the Macarena.
Yes, Camille Herron is doing the Macarena. I did see Jamil just look the other way. but I don't want to interpret that. We see Jesse Ellis over there, outstanding photographer. So, yeah, we're still looking at a race for 4th place.
Chris Warden, who's meant to be taking a nap right now, says he is checking Camille doing the Macarena off my bingo card. Well, maybe that's the key, right? It keeps the the joints nice and loose,
right,
range of motion nice and free.
Yeah.
This is just such a unique finish line atmosphere.
Yeah, it really is. And I having been out there all morning, it's a completely unique sort of ultra venue. The way it's laid out, the opportunities for the crews, the multiple loops, it's there's something really. You can see why the race has so many repeat participants, because it's just got something. It's got that it.
Looks like 100-mile runner is coming through. Elliot in the chat. Brett's going to ruin his own fantasy picks.
That's good stuff.
The question is the Macarena, do you think the song is still playing? Like, is the Macarena that long of a song?
Yeah.
Or is that just a go-to dance move?
Or I wonder, does Camille just do the Macarena as a thing? Or has Jubilee decided to just play the Macarena on repeat?
Well, either way, I'm going to start taking up the Macarena as my thing, in hopes that it makes me a legend like Camille Herron. Oh, man. The chat is moving into Aravaipa After Dark mode with the names here. We got Camille's lightsaber in the chat.
Yeah, I love it. I love that. This is my first time here, so I'm just becoming familiar with it. But it hit me that I think it was the Rattlesnake timing mat that he got it started.
Yep.
He or she got it started, and now it's just taken off. We've got Dakota Jones's pacer. We've got finish line chair.
Well, Dakota Jones's pacer would be Eric Sensman.
Right.
And he's still out there somewhere.
I don't. Can someone find me? I don't know how to drop a pin.
And while we are waiting here, let's go ahead and take a look at Jackass here real quick. There are always festivities going on out there. Again, all of my eyes tuned in to the finish line camera here. There is Ryan Montgomery, who was in studio earlier with the beautiful light up, I don't even know, a cape? It's not real. Is it I don't know if it's a cape, but it lights up and it looks cool. So shout out to Ryan. Look at him. we saw, I believe, on our screen there, another caped runner that just came through. So while we wait, we are back out at Jackass Junction here. We are back at Javelina headquarters, soaking in the sights and sounds. Camille's lightsaber in the chat. My handle smells like bourbon. Weird. Classic. Here we got some more runners coming through. This light show has been going for quite some time now, and it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it does. That is a really cool finish line setup.
I'm getting confused in the chat here, so I'll let the chat sort out the confusion here before I start answering questions on. Yeah, I'll let the chat sort themselves out.
Yeah, I think that's worth settling out.
And here we go. I'll give this some love. Arlen is my new favorite runner. So much fun to watch. As someone who grew up in the Midwest, I love it. Arlen should be everyone's favorite. We should have an Arlen's Darlings support crew.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that there's a lot. And Arlen, super consistent, and just a good person. Like, I remember how terrible he looked at the end of Desert Solstice last year.
Yeah.
And he was just like, that was awesome.
And then apparently this year out at Jackpot, he was like on a cot. And
oh, my gosh, yeah.
just totally toast. And you love a guy who puts it all out there and does so in such an authentic way. I really think, humans in general value authenticity, and sincerity and honesty, and in the ultra running community, we're particularly that way. Whether it's somebody who's a race director who's just honest in who they are, or an elite runner, or just somebody who is out there very often or volunteering, and we value authenticity, and I think what you see with Arlen Glick is like, truly, I mean, it's cliche, but it's like what you see is what you get. And I think that's refreshing. He's not trying to be something that he's not. And I think we have Brett Hornick.
Yep.
There's
Brett.
our fourth male finisher.
So that answered the question?
Yep.
Of whether Nick was going to be able to kick him down. The answer is no.
The answer is no.
Brett with a great run. And here comes Camille to celebrate. What a legend.
Yeah. So where is Brett from? What do you know about Brett? I know he asked us a couple, when Chris and I did the preview show, he asked us a couple of questions about the race and about the course. And one of the most interesting, Ashland, Oregon. Ashland, Oregon. Okay, great. Good running up there. Hal Kerner, of course, had a running store there for years, and it's kind of the pillar of the ultra running community up there. Great set of races. It was a hotbed of ultra running back in the day, but that's a good solid finish. 13:45.
Well, yeah, super solid. And when you think about it, he was one spot off, right?
Yeah. With Arlen already having it, is one spot. And Brett might be the kind of guy who finds. And guess who I think this is? Looking by his. Oh no, that's someone just at the turnaround. The stride looked a little bit like it could be Nick Curry, but not yet.
What did he run? 13:45.
13:45 flat.
So prior to today, that would have been the 8th fastest time all time. Yep. And so then there's 3 more in front of him. So he's, just outside the top 10 all time times on this course. That's
fantastic.
I mean, prior to this year, 11 people had broken 14.
Yeah.
And so we've had.
And right now we've
had 4.
We've had
4.
4. We've had 4.
We're probably. I mean, I think we will have 5, right?
So wait, prior till today.
11.
11, and we're going to have 5.
Yep.
Hal Kerner still has a running store in Ashland. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Ashland Running Company. Excellent store. Good question, Seatown fan. And thanks for the feedback more on Brett. Brett coaches with Trails and Tarmac, sometimes co-host of Single Track Podcast with Finn Melanson, and is solid rubber. I know you meant runner, but maybe it's better that he's a solid rubber. If it's not racing, it's not rubbing, or whatever that saying is. If you're not rubbing, it's not racing.
And shout out to Finn Melanson in the chat. He did some really good content in the lead up to Javelina.
Oh yeah.
So one of the few guys who's kind of one of the few, I guess, podcast hosts who's carving kind of their own way, right? And I think what he does really well, and it's awesome to see. He's not. It goes back to how you said, like, people appreciate authenticity, right? Like, he's very authentic to, like, what he wants to create, and he does an excellent job. So shout out to Finn.
Yeah,
big fans over here.
Second that. I loved the nice little 15-20 minute interviews. In rapid fire, he kind of reminds me of Jamil. Like, maybe he never sleeps because one day he wakes up and there's like 5 podcasts that have just come out. But good stuff. I know it doesn't come like without a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. And I respect a lot of what Finn's doing, and keep it up, man. We need more of you out there. That authenticity.
Oh, we got to shout this out, AJW. I lived in Atlanta for 6 years. You've lived on the East
Arkansas.
Coast. You've lived everywhere. Yeah. But people tuning in from Huntsville, Alabama.
Well, I will say two of the most well-known ultra runners from way back are Huntsville folks. Dwayne Satterfield, who sadly passed away a couple of years ago after a battle with cancer, and then Dink Taylor, who's still in his mid-50s, going strong. So Huntsville, Alabama has a nice little and a great race. Every January, it's a 50K. It's slipping my mind right now, but it's been going on for like 35 years. Someone in the chat's gonna.
Well, Jason Green's gonna disown both of us probably for not knowing. Because I can picture it. It's a Jason Green favorite as well.
Yeah, 50K. Anyway, 50K out of Huntsville, Alabama. Fantastic.
Oh, my gosh. Mountain Mist.
Mountain Mist.
We should
The
both be
Mountain Mist
disowned,
50.
though, for
Sorry, we've
having to
insulted,
Google that.
folks. That's
Ding Taylor, does he help put that on, or does he own or operate Fleet Feet Huntsville?
He does Fleet Feet.
Yep,
Yeah,
Fleet Feet Huntsville.
Yeah. Yep, Nick should be coming. Thank you, Russ, for Mountain Mist. We're sorry that it took a while for us to get that answer, but
Mountain Mist. Got to give Mountain Mist some love.
yeah, oh yeah.
It's a classic. That's one of the few races I regret never doing while I still lived in the southeast there. Chris Warden dropping some knowledge. 49 of 50 states have had finishers at the Javelina 100 historically. Rhode Island is the only state not to have a finisher, and they have
a person in the race.
who is still out there, still moving forward. Maurice Lohman, bib 432.
Stephanie Lee Carr, thank you for jumping in. Dink's race is Mountain Mist, and your husband Stephen Carr is runner 5:59 there right now. Thank you.
Now the party's starting here at headquarters. We got
So if you see that, you can see the back of her head. She's dancing right there. That is the legendary Jerry Kay. Jerry Kilgariff. She founded the race 20 years ago. Was also the race director of Zane Grey Highline for a long, long time, and is the one I mentioned earlier on the podcast. If she was on Twitter now, she'd get banned. She's awesome, and never met anybody she wasn't willing to insult. And I love Jerry Kay, and she's going to be here for the whole weekend. And Jubilee.
And it looks like we just had Nick finish there.
There we go. Nick's in the house.
Yep.
Yeah, there he is. 13:52-ish.
Jeez.
Wow.
Jeez.
And he
13:52, and it gets you fifth this year.
Yeah, 13:52 gets you fifth. Yeah, 13:52.42 finishing time for. And he knew he didn't have, low 13 chops when I chatted with him, but you don't want Nick Curry chasing you down, that's for sure. Just an update on the women's race real quick. We haven't been back to Jackass for a while because we've had so had so much action on the at the finish line. But Heather Jackson, first of all, Riley Brady came through in 13:32 elapsed in second place, and then Heather Jackson in 13:47. And then Nicole Bitter, and she might still be there. Nicole Bitter in 13:52. Oh, no, she wouldn't be there because the mat's
it's on the way
far
out.
side. So we now have 4 people in the women's race on their way to the finish line, those final 9 miles. That's the golden ticket race. Riley Brady, 13:32. Got to go 15. She's got a 15-minute cushion. They've got 15 minutes on third place. Assuming Devin takes her ticket, Riley Brady has a pretty nice cushion, and they might be punching their ticket to Olympic Valley from New Hope, Pennsylvania, those rugged Beast Coast trails I so mercifully left a few months ago. But she's got a 15-minute cushion. Anything can happen over those 9 miles. But right now, that's how it's looking. Heather Jackson holding strong in third, and Nicole Bitter holding strong in fourth, just 5 minutes back of Heather. There's all kinds of stuff going on here. It does judging by the costumes, are we thinking some of the night run people have arrived, or
probably we'll be able to tell by the bibs as well, right?
Okay, yeah.
But it did look like maybe there were some costumed folks who were probably there for the night runs.
Nice little look Rob got into the sort of inner workings of the aid station. There's our lime green friend. So it looks like
and it looks like we definitely have some night runs. It's like a pinkish blue instead of like a true blue or a true orange like the 100-mile 100K bibs. Yeah. So you see some of these people coming in have like a unique colored bib. It is more pinkish.
Yeah. Oh, that's a cool sort of angel costume there.
That's Ryan Montgomery.
Is that Ryan Montgomery?
Yeah.
That's great. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Mark Von Hack, jumping into the chat here. Yes, Dakota Jones did break the course record and run under 13 hours, 12:58. And Mark, yes, right now, golden tickets to Dakota Jones and Jonathan Ray, assuming they both accept them. If they don't, it would go down to Brett Hornig because he finished fourth and Arlen Glick's already in. And we don't have any finishers yet in the female race.
The closest 100-mile finish in Javelina 100 history this year. 7 minutes, 56 seconds. Prior to that, Hal Kerner beat Evan Honeyfield by 13:16.
Good stuff. Thank you, Chris. I'm glad you had your nap so that you could give us that detail. Because we know without your sleep, you're,
Oh, and we've got the M&Ms starting to funnel in. Now the question is, did they stay together in a bag, or has the bag broken and they're all spread out now?
So yeah, as we've commented on over the last several hours, the scene at Jackass Junction, and of course it's got its party environment, but it also has just people in all states of fatigue and pain and neediness. It's just it's just a kind of a steady flow. Your 31 milers, your 100Ks, your 100 milers on which loop they're on, and it's just there's Ryan. Beautiful stuff. Well, look at that guy. I haven't seen him yet.
What is that, Woody from Toy Story,
I think
right?
That was Woody from Toy Story, yeah.
I love it. Now we're starting to see the real Jackass Night Runs vibe here.
Yes, we are.
Like, we've even got some aid station volunteers back there dressed up.
Great comment in the chat from Ian Madison. Ian, if you don't know Ian, just go ultra sign up him. He's been around forever, Grand Slammer, multi-time 100-mile finisher, going back into, I think, the 80s. would love to see Heather hang on. You're not alone. We've been in the chat the last several hours. The triathlon community has come out big in support of Heather, not surprisingly. Although I think maybe they're all in bed right now because they probably have to go out and do like a brick training ride and run tomorrow. But amazing race, no matter how it ends up. Amazing race for Heather, and really good to see. And welcome triathlon into ultra running. I hope you're enjoying the coverage and enjoying Javelina 100, the 20th edition, as we celebrate 20 years ago that Jerry Kilgariff and a handful of her friends decided to bring a bunch of food to the Ramada at the Pemberton Trailhead and just run 6.5 loops of the Pemberton Trail and call it a 100-miler and do it on Halloween and try to do it in the full moon and wear costumes. And this is what it's become. I don't think we could have predicted it back then, but here we are. This is what it is. And one of the nice things for me as I've observed the race and been a part of the race is, every year it seems like there's something else, something cool, something fun, something different. And this year, from everybody I've talked to, it's just sort of bigger. And certainly I think this year from the competitive standpoint, the second year of it being a golden ticket race, and the first year of it really having a field that went deep, beyond, say, 2 to 3 to 4 runners thinking that you're going to win. I think that's been the big change, and I suspect, as I've said repeatedly, it's the second most competitive ultra in the United States this year after Western States. I think it's likely to continue to be that, because they have some flexibility with their permitting, because they have the ability to let elite runners in late in the game, and because they just enjoy having both a party and a competitive race. I think it's going to continue. There's the triathletes. Okay, we woke you up. Thanks for coming back, Gabrielle Whiting. Back to the chat.
Well, I've got to shout out PB&Z for saying hi to us triathletes from here in Australia. My wife is Australian, so always got to show love to the Australians when they hop in the chat. So you'll have to let us know where you're from over in Oz, PB&Z.
Yeah, PB&Z. Thanks for jumping in. And it's probably morning. It's tomorrow over there already, right? It must be.
Yeah, it's 1 p.m.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I guess depends where you're at. It depends where you're at in Australia.
There's our guy. So again, and we've said this now for those of you who've been on the live stream for a long time, you know that we've talked about the questionable timing mat at Rattlesnake, but frankly, the last hour it's kind of seemed to have gotten back on track. We do have, again, if we can take it, Devin Yanko through Rattlesnake Ranch at 14:02, which 3.7 miles from the finish, mostly super runnable. I think 14. We know course record's out, but 14:30 is in play, and there we go, Perth, Australia, and it's 11. That's the western side.
Yep. Shout out to Perth. Good surfing over in Perth.
And when they stole the America's Cup from us, that's where they had it. Yeah.
My wife is from Queensland, so the other side of Australia.
Yeah.
So it's 1 p.m. there. They also don't observe daylight savings there as well, so I never have to worry about doing any different math. It's great.
Excellent observation from Beep in the Woods that places 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12 are female. 6 of the top 12 overall. That's fantastic, and it reminds me of this year's Western States, or no, not this year's, last year's Western States, where 13 of the top 26 finishers were female.
I think it's 9 of the top 19 is where we're at as well. If you go as deep as Arden Young, she's
incredible.
in 19th place and would be the 9th woman, I guess. Or, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she'd be the 8th female, plus then you have Riley, who identifies as non-binary.
That's right.
But would be going for the ladies' women's golden tickets.
In the women's golden ticket race, yeah. So, yeah, that's impressive. And we keep seeing Annie Hughes creep up. She's not in the golden ticket hunt at this point, but impressive race for her after a long season. And look at these costumes. Is this going to get us in trouble with YouTube?
Well, probably. I mean, it's no different than what Bob Hearn's was wearing, right?
Oh, she's actually got a lot more than Bob Hearn.
Yeah, that's very true.
Thank you, Aussies, for coming in the chat. We've got New South Wales.
We got some. I gotta shout this out here. We got someone from the Sunshine Coast in Queensland. I spent Christmas in 2019 on the beach in the Sunshine Coast.
Nice.
Just a short drive up from Brisbane, where my wife is from. Went up with her family and our daughter. It was awesome. Beautiful beaches there.
That's great. Well, thanks, Aussies, for coming on. Aussie triathletes or Aussie ultra runners or just Aussie hanger-outers. Thanks for being here.
And I appreciate them because they have a big race in their own country this weekend with Ultra Trail Australia, which got moved from May due to fires.
Oh, really?
Yep, so thankfully it's Sunday afternoon there now, so Ultra Trail Australia would be wrapping up at this point. But, yeah, and friend of the brand, Jem Rooney, is running Ultra Trail Australia this weekend.
Good stuff. Well, it does seem like the Jackass Junction, the Jackass Junction transition has taken place.
Yes.
Yeah.
We don't know when. It just it just kind of.
Yeah.
It's now there.
Yeah, it's there. Yeah. So again, for the female golden ticket, we're expecting Devin Yanko. And she's a former winner of this race. We're expecting Devin Yanko at 14:30 or thereabouts into the finish. Might be a little bit longer than that, but she can. When Devin smells the barn, she can move. So it could be around 14:30, which is a really, really solid.
People in the chat asking about Bob Hearn. Chris saying Bob wore the G-string for one lap. I think that he wore it for longer than that. I haven't seen him in anything but the G-string.
I think he was in it. I
feel like we've seen him.
I think we've seen him in it.
A lot.
Yeah.
So I think he may have. I think he may have worn it for longer than a lap this year. I know the last time he did that. In which he won the Best Ass Award, which is an award at Javelina. Oh, yeah. He did only wear it for one lap, but how close is Nicole Bitter to Heather Jackson? When they came through Jackass, they were separated by 5 minutes. Yeah. Matthew in the chat, I saw him come through Coyote twice in it.
Yeah.
He may still be in it.
He may still
might be a
it.
bit cold out there now.
Yeah. So, back on Jeff Lyons, back on that Nicole Heather, I think that's a race. I think we didn't get eyes on them through Jackass, so we don't know. But my goodness, and technically it's a little bit, it's about 4.5 minutes. But Nicole knows how to close. She's got Zach with her, but it's a race. Heather and Nicole are racing, and a golden ticket's in the balance. So, Heather went off the front, and the fact that she's hung on is like testimony to, I think she's got a future in this sport for sure if she wants it. Nicole, who we know has an incredible past in this sport and has been in the game for a long time, played it smart those first two loops. She kind of ran back, 15, 20 minutes back, and then kind of made a move right before it started getting dark, and then she's continued to make that move. So you remember she was back. When I first came on the podcast, she was running, partnering with Casey when they both first picked up their pacers, and she from that point just kind of steadily kind of made her moves. And so I think, first of all, whoever comes away with it, Heather or Nicole, they will have earned it. But man, what a great race! And I think I think they still they're probably going to be low 15s. Last year's second place was 15:25, I think, or somewhere around that was what Brittany Peterson finished. I think this year's second place will have to be a little bit faster than that, but I think we'll see probably 5 or 6 more women under 16.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Is Riley, I think, is currently in the second women's golden ticket spot.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
Which is awesome. But it's crazy how close, like, Devin is in 6th, and I think there's a little bit of a gap. But then it's like Riley's in 7th, Heather Jackson's in 9th, Nicole Bitter's in 10th, Casey Lichtai's in 12th, Brittany Peterson's in 13th. Like, there's a lot of ladies,
for sure,
just all right there.
So if we're getting that, that's still showing Jackass. Okay, so. Do any of the triathletes on the chat know if Heather has said anything about wanting to go to Western States? I'd be curious to know that. I don't know Heather.
I heard someone, or I read someone in the chat say that they were surprised when she decided in Kona that she wanted to do this race with the intention of trying to qualify for Western States.
Yeah.
Is what this person in the chat had said. I forget who it is, so I apologize. But it sounded like Western States is something that really intrigues her.
Nice. Yeah.
And what I'm interested in is, will Heather Jackson come back for Black Canyon?
Right.
A race that could maybe suit her a little bit more, right? It's not as long.
Right.
It's
so if Riley were to hold Heather off, and get the second ticket, and Heather comes in as a solid third, would she come back?
Well, you'd think that she'd have to feel pretty good about it, right? When she has maybe a little bit more life in her legs. Like, she did Kona, she did the gravel race.
Yeah.
Like, you might feel like your legs are okay, but you're not probably where you would be if you just had like a training block and a taper specifically for a certain race, right? So
right, yeah. What if she takes this? All right, there we go. Thanks everybody. Yes, she posted it on Instagram. Yes, she wants to do Western States per her Instagram.
Oh, nice.
She told us the combo of gravel racing and trail running. In an interview last week, she's trying to get into the lifetime Grand. Okay, good stuff.
Love it.
That's great.
That's why we have the chat right here,
thank
so
you
that they
for doing
can.
that. So I think
can educate
we
us.
can, by crowdsourcing it, were Heather to reel in Riley, she would
take
it, and perhaps even if she doesn't reel in Riley, she might look to something like another golden ticket race to get the ticket.
I wonder where. I'm not as familiar with her background aside from knowing that she's an elite triathlete. Where is she from?
I know she lives in Bend, Oregon.
That's right. She lives in Bend, Oregon.
Thank you, Randy. She does a lot of training in Arizona. So there's a Brittany Peterson
sighting out at Jackass there.
Jackass.
I think that's Andrew Glaze right there as well that we just saw.
So that's
I get the reason I was asking is she if she was maybe more comfortable with Texas or was had any connection there, maybe Bandera would be a race that makes more sense.
Be a better choice than.
But if she trains a lot in Arizona, Black Canyon is probably the fields at Black Canyon are hard to beat a lot of times.
They're a little stronger than the Bandera fields.
Yeah. I mean, the Bandera fields are always really good. So maybe I'm just biased, but yeah, I think that if she trains in Arizona, maybe the climate and the terrain might suit her better. I think that's just that could be a race that's good for her, but she also still has a chance.
So Brittany's leaving. Have we seen Casey yet? So there goes Brittany. 9 miles to go. She's gone. So she'll hit that mat in a second.
Yeah, but I don't think that we've had eyes on Casey yet.
We have not had eyes on Casey, and I know
I would imagine that it would be soon.
I know Rob would have found her if he could have. Yep, Katie Asmith, you're absolutely right. Courtney is signed up for Bandera. I remember seeing Ellie Pell tweet about that. By the way, Ellie Pell, one of the funniest ultra running tweeter people out there. Go follow Ellie Pell. You can thank me later. But that's going to be fun to see Courtney down there at Bandera, and I suspect she'll have a good race down there. Judy, thank you for saying that. I love how quick everyone is with HJ background. There's a lot of triathlon. So another question, because you guys have all been saying HJ. I'm known. Pretty much no one knows me as Andy. They all know me as AJW. Is calling people by their initials a thing in triathlon, or is it just a thing for HJ? Because we're going to need to, if she's going to be around for the while, we're going to need to know. How to do it with you guys. Let me just see. So Brittany threw. Yeah, so Brittany is in fourth. We don't have Casey over the mat yet. So Patrick Bartos, I want to marry Ellie. Well, just ask her. Just ask her on Twitter. She's on there all the time.
So a fun fact about Heather Jackson. She started out as a hockey player.
I think it's HJ.
HJ,
I think
okay.
I'm starting to learn it's HJ. So.
Is it late enough to...
So she started as a hockey player.
At Princeton and almost made the national team.
Yeah.
Obviously, incredible triathlete. America's sweetheart in the triathlon is what I'm being told. This is what, my source is telling me.
I often get made fun of being a private school headmaster, but before she went to Princeton, she went to Phillips Exeter Academy, arguably the top prep school in the country, and grew up in Exeter, New Hampshire, where they grow them tough.
Yep.
So none of this is surprising, and looks like
there's Casey there.
Like HJ has made a name for herself and endeared herself to.
Yep.
There's Casey. Okay, Rob got a good.
Yep.
So she's not far behind
No.
Brittany, and
My guess is she's having a good,
yeah,
trying to soak in the full experience, probably a much more pleasant experience than she'd had at Western,
yeah,
which
right.
I think is probably mentally like very promising, right? Like
Yeah.
Western wasn't maybe the race that maybe it was the race she expected given where she was, but in like her road to recovery, but that was probably a long and arduous journey for this to go better. Now you've got to think, okay, the next time I get there, if I can continue to, stay healthy and stack bricks little by little, right? That next one will be a little bit better than this one. And it's hard to not have fun out at this race, right? You've got people wearing all sorts of costumes,
Well, and I know Brittany is going to be in the same boat. This is going to be good for her mentally. She's like, okay, I'm not going to get a ticket.
Exactly.
But I had a subpar Western States, and I dropped it to UTMB, and now I'm having a satisfying Javelina experience. And so I think for both Casey and Brittany, while they're not going to – and possibly even Nicole. It's been a while since Nicole's had a high-level result. The fact that they may just fall short, a couple spots short of a golden ticket, in a highly competitive field like this, might be okay and might ultimately help them in their future.
She doesn't really go as HJ. She's just so well known in the triathlon world that people shorten her name. So it's like MJ.
Okay, good. I need to know how it works, because like people just call me AJW, and I've just started introducing myself as that. But it's kind of weird. Oh, I knew there'd be an Andover alumni out there somewhere.
Yeah, I saw that.
Gee,
I tried to skip over it. Oh, I hit the wrong
thanks. Yeah, of course there's an Andover alumni out there. Okay, fair enough. We'll call it a tie.
Let's see. I'm going to throw it back to Jackass Junction for a second.
Yeah.
I do want to make sure that we don't miss.
We don't want to miss Devon's finish.
Yeah.
So again, in summary, we're probably a few minutes away from Devon's finish.
Yeah, she'll be probably around, like somewhere around 14 and a half.
Well,
a little bit longer. Yeah, because she's at 14:02.
14:35, 14:40. So Devon is through Rattlesnake, and we have 5 other participants in the female race through Jackass, led by Riley Brady, who was second through, then Heather Jackson, then Nicole Bitter, then Brittany Peterson, then Casey Lichtai, all of whom are in the top 12?
13.
13?
13, yep.
Right. Because we've got to go back. We've got to go back to Bobby Harrington for 6. We have 5 men finished. You have to go back to Bobby Harrington, who was through Jackass in 13:38. He came through Jackass 6 minutes after Riley Brady, and just a few minutes before Heather and Nicole. We got another lightsaber guy out there? Looks like it.
It does look like it.
Out on a bender, I was very happy to see they allow triathletes in this event. Well, it was a 5-year application process, so welcome. Just kidding. Look at that businessman coming through. Comments about Cactus Rose and Bandera. They're in the same general vicinity in Texas, same park. Cactus Rose uses a lot more sort of technical trail and kind of gnarly stuff. Bandera sticks to the sort of smoother, easier stuff. Yep. Seatown fan. Yeah, Devon is probably two miles out, maybe a little bit less. She went through Rattlesnake at 14:02, and that's 3.7. So we're guessing 15, 20 minutes.
Let's go ahead and see what is happening out here at Jackass Junction.
Yeah.
All the costumes are flowing in.
Yeah, we do know in the female race for the golden ticket that we had a gap that there for the better part of the last 5-6 hours there's been a gap after Casey to the 8th place woman, or 7th place woman, which would currently be Lauren Puretz. But there could be some movement on that. Similar that there's a big gap between Nick Curry, who's finished already, and Bobby Harrington, who was just through Jackass in 13:38. Kim Gaylord, completely agree with you. Love the growth and strength of women in ultra running. Big fan. I think if there's one trend that I've seen in the last, really recently, 3 years, is that number of participants and the high level, particularly at the top end of some of these races. We're seeing it at Javelina. We've seen it for 2 years at Western States, where, I mean, it's not at all unusual to have 2 or 3 women in the top 10 and maybe 10 women in the top 20. That's incredible. I mean, you don't have to go that far back to a time when you might the winner of a race like Western States, a female winner, might be 17th place overall. Those days are clearly over, and it's just great to see. So thanks for that comment, Kim.
Yeah, and ETA on the first woman, I believe we're thinking probably sometime within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah.
It's hard to know because we got really caught off guard by Dakota Jones.
We did.
It could be sooner.
However, also knowing Devin, someone might tell her she has a 15-minute cushion, and she might just kind of take a little victory lap. So we're anticipating she's going to kick it in, and I agree, probably next 10, 15 minutes. But it could be in 5. She might just want to get it done. Keep in mind, too, while we are spending a lot of time on the the front end of the race, we'll be back on the air in the morning to talk a lot about the rest of the race. This race has a 30-hour cutoff, which means, and it had a wave start. There were starters at 6, and there were starters at 6:30. So there could be finishers going as late as 12:30 in the afternoon tomorrow, Sunday, and we'll be there to document it. I'll be back out on the course, and Matt will be here, of course, holding down the fort.
Standard.
I think Chris Warden will be in, and it'll be a lot of fun. But I also think that there are folks. You're seeing some of them. They're saying hi, and they're just making that left turn and going around and heading back out into the night. And I think that this is a long day and a long night and a long another day. For a lot of these folks.
And tomorrow morning, we'll be back on around 6 a.m. with commentary. So overnight, we will leave this camera feed up with no commentary. And, around 6 a.m., we'll be back online with commentary. And that is the 24-hour cutoff for the Wave 1 finishers. And it is also the cutoff to start your final lap.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yep. So you've got to 6 and 6:30, depending on which wave you're in, right? So most people who are pushing the 30-hour cutoff are probably going to be Wave 2 people. But yeah, 6:30 is the cutoff for the final lap to be out on course by. So we'll kick things off with a bang, and then Chris Warden will be bringing wonderful, wonderful stories of all of the amazing folks in kind of the mid-back of the pack, that 24 to 30 hour mark. And I know that Chris has a lot of great stories that we're super stoked to share.
Yeah, and I encourage anybody who wants to get up and check out the coverage tomorrow. Chris has a passion for this race and a passion for this sport, but just spending the morning with him today and seeing the way he was running around like a madman getting the footage that he was getting. He's just great, and he is a encyclopedia of Javelina knowledge. He is the guy who did the research and figured out that only Rhode Island is yet to be conquered as a resident from Rhode Island to finish this race. He also he's such a geek. He did an analysis of names, like the most number of first names people have who finished Javelina. So if you're interested in that stuff, if you're interested in sort of geeky, tidbitty stuff, and of course all the splits and all of this and all that, tune in tomorrow morning for Chris and Matt, and look at those that are going to be out there, pushing and fighting all the way to the end. 100K finisher. Yep.
Yeah. Always got to check the bib color.
Yeah. Seatown fan, what's the weather like? Was that Seatown? Yeah. Right now down to 69 degrees, very light winds. It'll probably get down into the 50s by the time it's all said and done, but nice temperatures right now, and probably will be for the next 7-8 hours. Longer than that, 10-11 hours.
And again, we should be expecting our women's leader, Devin Yanko, any minute now.
There's Camille. So Camille's coming over, it looks like, to help cheer in Devin. And maybe do the Macarena again?
No, it doesn't look like the Macarena is out. It looks like the lightsaber dance is in full effect, I'm here for it. Camille's lightsaber. Whee! Oh, and actually...
Oh, there she is.
There we go.
Oh, she looks so happy. For those of you who may not know, Devin Yanko, who's been running ultras for almost 20 years, recently shared with the community that she's been diagnosed with lupus. She's managing it obviously very well, has great medical care, but doesn't necessarily know what that means. And I personally love and respect the fact that she's been so open about that and that diagnosis, and what that might mean for her future. And I cannot imagine what this feels like for her, having just received that diagnosis just a short time ago. To be circling the camping area, going through the big top, and heading up the tent city to the finish. She's wanted to come back to Western States for a long time. She's needed the planets to line up like many of us do when we want to go to Western States. And I dare say those planets have lined up today. She ran a smart race early. When I saw her really early on, she's like, "It's weird, I'm not feeling stressed." I said, "Let's keep it that way, Devin. You're better off when you're not stressed." And look at her. She's wiping her face. I can only imagine. Devin Yanko is one of the people, one of the longest running, successful elite level ultra runners in the sport. Roads, trails, mountains, short distances, long distances, and here she comes to the finish. Devin Yanko,
14:36. What an incredible run.
Just amazing. Just amazing. Huge hug from Jubilee. What a run. Officially, or at least unofficially, 14:36:10. This video, you can just see the joy. This is Devin's second win at Javelina, I believe. Oh, got to make room for the guy who has to make another loop out there. That's one of the tricky things about this. So nice to see everybody. And there's the hug from Craig Thornley. I suspect I suspect Devin's saying something along the lines of "I'll see you in June" or some version of that. But great moment, I'm sure, for both of them. As I mentioned again, as I was chatting a little while ago about the film Life in a Day, if you take a look at that film, the scene when Devin's at Last Chance and Craig is right there. He just happens to be there, talking to her and trying to provide support to her. And it's just so great to see Craig and Jubilee right there celebrating this. There's Camille coming in for a congrats, and of course the inimitable Howie Stern getting the photos. Just great stuff. Congratulations, Devin. You have earned your golden ticket. Chris put up there a very good Devin, 2015 and 2022, joins Casey Lichtai 2014 and 2019 as a two-time Javelina 100 winner. That's a pretty good spread. 7 years between one win and the other, and this fast, 14:36. Good on you, Devin. And a little more information. Devin very recently in the last year relocated from the San Francisco Bay Area to Colorado, outside Salida, I learned earlier. And there's a big hug from longtime friend Sandy Nypaver. Been around the sport a long time, too. The better half of Sage Canaday. I don't think he would be offended at me saying that. They're sitting down and having a chat. Yep, Chris. Epic longevity for sure. I mean, I remember personally running the 2004 ComSat 50K USATF National Championship back in Long Island, New York. It still has a 50K championship from time to time, paved loop, 3 miles, and meeting Devin there. So we're talking almost 20 years. And she continues to get after it. I mean, she has had times in her career over those 20 years where she's had taken some breaks. For years, several years, she owned a very successful business in Marin County, a bakery, coffee shop. She's a really good cook, really good vegan bakery, and she didn't run quite as much back then. She and her husband Nathan were focused on the business, but she always ran. But she also was always willing to throw down at a road race. She came out to the East Coast a couple times for Tussey Mountain Back 50 miler when that was a USATF national championship. She's been she can do it all, and it's kind of interesting now that we have our two champions. That both of them in different ways, as I commented earlier, come at the sport with massive amounts of experience. If you combine Dakota's 13 years and Devin's almost 20 years, we're talking about over 30 years combined experience in the sport, but also the versatility that they bring. I mean, we talked about Dakota, third place at Hard Rock, a really technical mountain race, and now winning Javelina. A kind of a rollers course dream, and then you've got Devin, who has run fast road marathons. I mean, we're talking like sub 245 down to 240 road marathons. She's run technical. She qualified for Western States back in the day at Sean O'Brien. She's run some great races at Western States. She's never lost sight of the roads, and she came out today and just crushed it, got it done, from pretty much from start to finish. We know it took her a while to get past Heather, but when she ultimately did, she was able to keep it. Now, just to update you on that, we don't have up to date. Again, I know I'm a broken record on the Rattlesnake timing mat. We do have Nicole Bitter through Rattlesnake, but we do not have Riley Brady through Rattlesnake. That surprises me. So it might be that Riley is through Rattlesnake and they just didn't get their chip. But we do know that Nicole is through, and I suspect it won't be long before we find out that Heather is through. We're, again, now looking down at the finish line. Devin, it looks like Devin took to the chair a lot more quickly than Dakota.
Yep, agreed.
I mean, she's 40. Dakota's only 31, so give her credit for jumping in the chair a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Bleep in the woods. I agree that Riley was 15 minutes ahead, and so that's why I'm guessing they are through the timing mat at Rattlesnake, and we just don't have the split on that because covering 15 minutes in that short period of time would be really tough. And yes, Chris, thank you. 40 years old. Devin is 40. So she's the champion as a Masters runner to go alongside Scott Traer, our male champion of the 100K, who's also I think he's 40. But he acts like he's like 12.
I wonder if Chris can pull this nugget for us. What is the oldest woman to ever win the Javelina 100? And I have the answer already. Wait, no, that's not right. So I don't have the answer. I'll let Chris do the digging.
Yeah.
The oldest female finisher was the great Gunhild Swanson.
Oh, nice. That's
In
nice.
2014, she was 70. The oldest overall finisher was Dennis Trafficante.
Dennis Trafficante, yes.
At 78.
An 18-time Western States finisher. He did that race to get a qualifier for Western States, but then unfortunately didn't get he timed out at Western States. So,
and there we have Riley.
There we have
Finish
Riley
right
Brady.
there. Yep.
Okay, good. There we have Riley. She's going
and she
right
went
to the
straight
chair.
to the chair.
All right, Riley. They went right to the chair.
Riley knows what's up.
Riley knows what's up.
She looked quite tired.
Yeah.
So shout out to Riley for leaving it all out there.
Riley Brady, New Hope, Pennsylvania. I know they had an incredible, when I was looking at the pre-race, I know they had an incredible Vermont 100K. It's kind of low key. It's not as big time as the Vermont 100. But the time they ran was super solid. And there's so many similarities between the Vermont course and the Javelina course that I thought, if things went right, it could happen. And here it is. An incredible 14:45 for Riley. 9 minutes behind Devin. Under 15 hours. And in all likelihood, a golden ticket. There's a great camera shot. I love this. I wish we had sound right now. Kim, you commented a little while ago about female power, and I know when I came on the broadcast way back at 2 in the afternoon, I talked about the opening of the race this morning and Jubilee as one of the most energetic and incredible female race directors in the world, introducing and bringing up to the stage to serve as the honorary starter, Jerry Kilgariff, the founder of Javelina, and 20 years ago, and a longtime pillar of the Arizona ultra running community. And when I saw Jerry today and we hugged, it was like, this is just incredible. So Devin and Riley, congratulations. This is great video here, and what an incredible day.
Yeah, I mean, what a run by both these individuals.
Yeah.
And you laid it all out there when you go straight for the chair.
Yeah. Riley was in that chair, so quickly. Let's see if they get up. Devin's moving on, but there we go. Okay, good stuff. Well, we don't know. I mean, it's always a little. You never know, but I'm thinking from what I knew about before the race started, I think our golden tickets are settled. You never know. Riley or Devin might decline, or Dakota or Jonathan might decline, but there's still a hot race out there for the women. We've still got the fascinating story of Heather Jackson. All our triathletes on the chat probably still interested in that, and then
Oh, I've got one for you here,
Our
AJW.
experienced runners in Nicole and Brittany and Casey. I know that all three of those runners have lots of fans.
Here's a question for you, AJW. Oh wait.
Rico. Google it. There is an Eastern States. It takes place on the second weekend in August. It's in Pennsylvania. It's a fantastic 100-mile race. Somebody might wonder, why would you run a 100-mile race in the nasty humidity of Pennsylvania in August? Well, that's what they do, and it's a great race. So check it out. It's called the Eastern States 100, and guess what? They don't have a lottery. Gotta say hello to my friend Richard Whitelaw. Richard Whitelaw is a Kiwi and is the athletic director and soccer coach, varsity soccer coach at the community school of Sun Valley in Sun Valley, Idaho, where I was the headmaster for 5 years. Richard is still there. Richard got his initial exposure to ultra running in Western States this June when he came out to crew one of our dear friends, Hank Dart, at Western States. And he immediately fell in love with Ruth Croft, who is a fellow Kiwi, and went on to win the race. And we are both cheering on Travis Vandenberg, who is the outdoor program director at the community school in Sun Valley, Idaho. Probably targeting a 24-hour finish, solid runner, incredible mountain man. He'd be much more comfortable climbing 12,000-foot Idaho peaks than running in the desert, but he's here along with his wife, Courtney. And Richard, thanks for the shout-out. Great to hear from you. And I hope you follow along in the chat. Oh, there's Jubilee and Thornley, and they look serious. Uh-oh. Just kidding.
That's scary.
Yeah.
And we should have Nicole Bitter in not too long.
I would imagine it wouldn't be too long. Yeah. Craig's smiling. Maybe it's golden ticket time. Or do they usually give those out in the morning? They have pictures of. I've seen pictures of them holding up like big, huge tickets.
Yeah, I think last year they did it in the morning because I remember there being sunlight in some of the photos of Tessa Chesser, who received a golden ticket last year.
Yeah, that's right.
Billy Yang has yet to do a film on the so-called East Coast, therefore it doesn't exist. That's classic.
That's good. That's a good one, DJ.
Classic. Let's go ahead. Just take a little peek out here at Jackass Junction. I have my eyes on the finish so that we don't miss the great Nicole Bitter. It's a party out here at Jackass Junction. And we'll keep it kind of tuned in here at the finish line for the time being.
I'll quick jump in, Jason. Question, what happened to Patrick Reagan? He's still out there. He's through Jackass in 14:25, so he got through there about a half an hour ago. And he had kind of quad hamstring issues early. And I know he had at the end of his second loop, he had some work done on him. And I know when we saw him in the feed in his fourth loop, he was definitely, you could tell he had like saucy quads, little quadrophenia kicking in. So you could tell he wasn't going to drop, but he's going to gut it out. I mean, with that time hitting Jackass, then he probably be about a 16-hour finish, maybe a little bit less. I mean, it's not going to be terrible. I mean, it's not Patrick Reagan 13 hours, but he's gutting it out, and it was nice to see. It looked like it was kind of just a little off day from sort of the first loop on, and so that's where he is. He's still in the game, and I suspect he'll be in, before 10 o'clock. Bridget, the gentleman with the beard and the camera is Jesse Ellis. He lives in Phoenix now, is a longtime resident of Northern California and one of the official photographers at Western States, and certainly comes out here and takes pictures as well. Howie, who you see in the puffy hoodie backwards hat, is kind of the main photographer here, but Jesse's kind of dancing around in his jumpsuit and taking sort of candids and special interest pictures. So the two of them work real well together. So that's Jesse right there with the jumpsuit, the Carhartt jumpsuit, high-fiving the dude with the white face.
Yeah, and we might have a little bit of time before Nicole Bitter, I guess, right? She came through.
Well, if Rattlesnake is right, 14:39. Well, to put perspective on it, Devin did it in 34 minutes.
Yep.
So let's just say she does it in.
That'd be 15:13.
Yeah.
So yeah, about 15 more minutes.
Back out into the night.
Here we are back at Jackass Junction. All sorts of happenings out here now.
Now they're going in all kinds of directions.
It's a bit crowded out there.
Just think of just a bunch of. I mean, this is if you've not been to McDowell Mountain Park and run or biked or hiked the Pemberton Trail. I mean, this location. This is like out in the middle of the desert, and it's just it's hard to get there in a car. It's hard to get there on foot, hard to get there on bike. It's pretty incredible how it becomes sort of a small city every weekend, every fourth weekend in October. There's all kinds of people out there. You're not gonna get lonely out there at Jackass Junction tonight. So just to recap, if you're just jumping on, we have 5 finishers on the men's side. Dakota Jones in a course record of 12:58. Jonathan Ray, 13:05. Assuming those two take their golden tickets. Third place, we have Arlen Glick, was 13:25. 20 minutes after him, Brett Hornig, and 7 minutes after him, Nick Curry. And on the female side, we have 2 finishers in. Devin Yanko, 14:36, and 9 minutes later, Riley Brady in 14:45. We expect Nicole Bitter to be the next finisher on the female side, and Bobby Harrington to be the next finisher on the male side. But we have seen some leapfrogging from time to time. So stay tuned.
And we are tuned in here to Javelina headquarters, the start-finish area of the Javelina 100 and its accompanying events. And we are expecting Nicole Bitter to be in probably within the next 10 minutes or so.
I would say. Just hit the 15-hour mark.
You got runners going back out into the night.
So for those folks that are thinking, when we're thinking mid-pack, those folks that are thinking of that magical 24-hour mark, you want to be on your fourth loop now. That means you have 9 hours to run 38 miles. If you're not on your fourth loop by about this time, probably even a little bit earlier, it's going to be tough to run 2 4.5-hour loops. Although you do have the cool of the night, you'll be finished before it starts getting warm again. But for those of you, thinking about coming out to Javelina and taking a crack at sub 24, conventional wisdom says you got to get your 100K. You got to get to 100K, which is 3 laps by 15 hours, and then bring it home in the cool of the night. So good stuff. I imagine some of these folks we're seeing making the rounds are kind of on that 24-hour bubble right now. And, maybe they're going back to their tents and saying, I'm going to chill here for a little while. It's okay, I'll just do 26, but others might be like, let's get out of here. I got to stay on this and get going. The fourth lap can be a good one for a lot of people. You're not close enough to the finish line, but you've got the cool of night. You've got your pacer with you at that point. If you have a pacer, you can you're used to the course. You know where the parts you have to walk. You know the parts you have to run. You know the parts that the aid stations have, that sort of thing. You're sort of familiar with the multi-loop thing, and you can just kind of get into sort of automatic pilot. So I suspect down that chute right there, there's quite a few conversations going on between runners and crews about that. About how fast should I go? How long should I stay here? What am I going to need? The cool of the night. It's already down to 67 degrees. An extra jacket. Do I switch to a long sleeve shirt now? Do I carry it with me? Do I even bring gloves? It's a lot of questions, but I think it's kind of cool to see this footage right here and see these folks just coming in, turning around, and getting right back out there. Liam at Aid Station Fireball, looped races. They're not for everybody. I tell anybody who's running Javelina or Rocky Raccoon or Olmsted or any other looped hundreds that are out there, it takes a certain mindset, because in this case, you come by the party, you come by your family, you come by your vehicle, maybe you come by your tent with a nice warm sleeping bag in it. So it's a little more mentally trying than, start in Olympic Valley and finish in Auburn. You're just out there. So it's nice to see these folks just turning the corner and getting back out there and getting it done. So Javelina has had lower than you'd expect finishers rate over the years. And I think part of it is what you've identified, that the coming back to the party, it's like, it's all right. I'll stop at 100K. Might be the cause. I think another part of the cause is going too hard in the first loop, then getting caught out in the heat of the second loop. And then by the time you're either thinking of going to the third loop or starting the third loop, you're toast. I don't know if there were as many of those today, but that tends to be the pattern here. Whereas if you make it this far, if you're now it's 9 o'clock at night and you've been out there 15 hours and you got a nice cool night ahead of you, and you can take a Coke or a cup of coffee or some caffeinated gels, you can probably gut it out. Oh, we talked about this earlier, but it's nice to have people bringing it up again. Bobby Harrington and his grindstone finishes. We did a little reading. I mean, he has two of the fastest finishes at grindstone over the last couple of years. So, I mean, no slouch. We were surprised to see his name pop up simply because we hadn't seen him outside the Beast Coast. He's from North Carolina, and yet on sort of flat and fast stuff. But here he is. Some happy loopers. Look, just come around, wave hello, turn the loop, run back down, see your crew, get back out there again. Good to see my friend Hank Dart in the chat from Haley, Idaho. Hank Dart commenting on the different feel of each lap. It's really true. The weather changes, the angle of the light, the way everything looks. I mean, if you have a different perspective at each lap, it will look a little bit different. And Hank had a great race out here last year. Got himself a Western States qualifier, and then by some crazy fluke of luck, he got his name drawn in the lottery and ended up running Western States also. So if you want to get lucky, I would suggest reaching out to old Hank Dart.
Yeah, I mean, Javelina and loop-based races just as a whole can kind of really present their own set of challenges, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of the things that, makes them so interesting is you're handed a different puzzle to try and solve in a lot of ways.
And yet one of the and it's interesting because it's also a challenge to the race organizers. I mean, look at this race. They have 3 aid stations plus the start finish line. They, when you think of 1,200 people traversing the trail 5 times, or 900 5 times, and another 300, 3 times, it's, one would think, why would anyone sign up for this? And yet it grows in popularity every year, and part of it is because of the event. Part of it is the beauty of the desert. Part of it is the unique dynamic of it. And I know it sounds strange, but I also know that there are people who take quite a bit of comfort in the loop course. They know they're going to come back to their stuff every couple of hours. They're going to see their crew. They're going to be in the same place. There's something nice about the familiarity of it. If you're doing something like running 100 miles, that can be almost comforting. So there goes the light show again.
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe it is set to.
I wonder if it's on a timer or if it's on. That's pretty cool.
Or if someone's, like, controlling it.
Yeah.
Right? Because, like, if you're in charge of the light show, you get to sleep all day.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a pretty good
you
gig.
get to come out. So we should have Nicole Bitter coming in kind of any moment now, or within the next few minutes, I would imagine.
We missed Bobby's finish.
Yeah, I think he finished a little bit ago. We would have had it on camera.
Yeah.
We just may have missed it on commentary. It can be a bit difficult currently with it being dark and there being so many different people coming in. You've got 100K finishers.
Yeah.
You've got 100K and 100-mile loopers.
We're sorry. We're sorry to miss Bobby's finish on the commentary. He had a really impressive race. Slowed a little bit in his last loop, but his lap times were 2:59, 2:39, 2:54, 3:08, and 3:21. That's a great 100-miler. So sorry for missing commentary. Sixth place male, Bobby Harrington from Greensboro, North Carolina.
Okay, so we have Sean McCarthy in the chat. Says the cheat, which I don't know if that's this person's actual name, is sitting just off camera flipping light switches and raving. I don't know if that's a joke or if he's serious, but
beyond the scope of my understanding. Anyway, it looks cool on the screen.
That it does.
Yeah.
It does. And Katie in the chat, did Nicole and Casey pass Heather? It's hard to tell with the tracker just because Rattlesnake is a little finicky.
Katie, great question. Your
Nicole
guess is
definitely did.
Your guess is as good as ours. We're pretty sure that Nicole did.
Yeah, pretty sure. I guess
is a better way of putting it, because now on the tracker we're showing Casey, as you're seeing, through Rattlesnake also, but Heather and Brittany not. So it's that great Rattlesnake timing mat mystery. And if he or she would pop up in the chat again, maybe we could find out more about it. But I suspect old Rattlesnake timing mat has gone to sleep.
Randy Cafaro in the chat. I think Camille is working the light show.
Good stuff. Caleb Brown, thank you for talking about a grindstone and meeting me there one year. I've ran it a couple times, paced there a couple times, and did work the aid station. The Charlottesville area trail runners, we ran the aid station up at Lookout Mountain for a number of years, still run it up there. So that might have been where I crossed paths with you. I would remember, but I'm old. And as my wife says, I have a really bad case of CRS, so that's probably it. But if I did meet you, I hope I was nice, and I hope to meet you again sometime. Come on out here to Javelina, because I think I'll be here for the next few years.
At least a couple, right?
At least a couple, right?
I feel like we're like in the light show.
I do.
Right now.
I mean, yeah.
It's kind of
yeah.
cool.
It is kind of cool. Yeah. And this is new this year.
Correct. Yeah. And I love that they've got basically a Hoka blue light strobe going here. Shout out to our good friends at Hoka.
Absolutely.
For helping make, this event what it is and this live stream what it is as well.
Yep, huge fan of Hoka. They've certainly single-handedly extended my running career just by giving me more cushion under my feet. I remember the first time I met Nico in 2011. He came to Western States, and he told me about this shoe that he and his buddy were inventing that basically had this massive pillow on the bottom. And then I remember seeing Larry O'Neill with a pair at Wasatch that year, and they were huge back then. But then Nico sent me a pair, and I mean, I was hooked on Hoka ever since. And of course, they've evolved quite a bit since those big, massive Mafates and Bondis that were. And there's Nicole Bitter.
Nicole Bitter right there.
With Zach. There we go. And there it is, third place, Nicole Bitter. Nice. That other runner just came in with her, right?
That's a different race.
That's the
just
red
based
bib.
on the bib color.
Okay, yeah. That's a solid 15-16 from Nicole.
And what that got her third?
Yep, it got her third.
Yeah, I mean, geez, that's...
And, listen to these lap splits. 3 hours, 2:51, 2:59, 3:04, 3:19. So, real nice lap split.
Prior to today's race, that would have been the third best time all time. Which she already had the third best time. The year she won it, she ran 15:17. So she ran faster this year than the year she won it.
The year she won it.
Yeah.
Finished
third.
Oh, Ian Madison, thank you for that tidbit. 4 guys, 70 years or older, still out there on the course and continuing to be on track for sub 30-hour finishes. That's fantastic. And Caleb following up on the Grindstone commentary. Yes, I know Bob Luther very well. Great guy. He and I battled in 2016 at the West Virginia Trilogy. By the way, if you're ever in West Virginia and you want something to do in October, the West Virginia Trilogy is a fantastic stage race. 50K on Friday, 50-miler on Saturday, half marathon on Sunday. Put on by Adam Cassidy and Dan Lehman and the good folks at the West Virginia Mountain Runners. And it's just a fantastic event. And I think it costs like $120, and they have food every night, and kegs, and it's just a grand old time. So thanks for reminding me of the West Virginia Trilogy, Caleb. Looks like Nicole is enjoying her finish, chatting with Ted Lasso, a.k.a. Jubilee. There's Zach. One of Ultra Running's power couples for sure, Zach and Nicole Bitter. And a strong race, 15-16. Would have been second place last year, going to be third place this year. Assuming Devin and Riley take their tickets, it's going to leave her one shot off the ticket. But I don't know. Nicole's been around long enough. I don't know if she cares that much. She got a great, strong race, and nice to have that under her belt. And she, she stayed back. She hung back in the second half of the top 10. 6th place, 7th place, 8th place, and kind of made a move similar to around the same time Devin did. Not exactly sure when she got past Heather. We assume it was sometime between Jackass Junction and Rattlesnake Ranch. But great stuff. Great stuff by the bidders. So
shout out to Skylar, who's back in the chat. He just can't get enough of us. He's supposed to be at dinner.
Skylar, what, did you just take your wife to McDonald's? You had like a nice suit on and stuff. I figured you were going to some.
Well, they're married now.
Oh, yeah. That's it. Right. Oh, honey, let's just get takeout.
Yeah.
So interesting. We've had this conversation in the chat about the number of women versus the number of men as the finishers are coming in. Well, right now we have 9 total finishers, and 3 of them are women, 6 of them are men.
But holy smokes.
Let me correct that. 2 of them are women, 1 is non-binary, and 6 of them are men. I stand corrected. I'm very sorry about that.
Well, and then it just gets.
But it's going to be deeper now as we get to.
They've got 9 women or non-binary runners in the top 18 right now.
That would be 9. That would be
so
50. That would be 50-50.
Identifying.
Yeah, right. Because if you go down to Arden Young.
Yep. She's 18th overall.
She's 18th overall and 9th in the women's race.
Yep.
Yeah. And those in the chat that were talking a little bit earlier about Patrick Reagan, he is still fighting strong, and actually be fun to be out there right now. Talk about experience. So
he's right in between Casey
he's right in between Casey in 10th place overall and Brittany in 12th place overall. So just those 3 runners, a ton of experience. This is with us not knowing the most recent update on Heather Jackson, which, again, could be a timing mat issue.
Someone just finished here, but I'm not sure. They're very happy. I can say that. But I don't know. I don't think it's a 100-mile finisher.
It might be Nathan Moody. Oh. Nathan Moody has 2 children, a 9-year-old.
Yep, that's right. He just finished.
It's Nathan Moody, yeah.
Yep.
Good, strong runner. Yep. Nathan Moody. I know Nathan, coached by Corinne Malcolm, someone who many people know in the ultra running world. Corinne is a great friend of mine, and I know she was hoping to make it to the race, wasn't able to. She asked me to look out for Nathan's wife, and we hooked up yesterday, and she hung out at our tent, and he's got 3 kids, 2 sons, and then a little baby daughter. So I think that's Nathan. So that now gets us our 10th overall finisher.
Yep.
And then we were in the midst of talking about the Casey, Patrick, Brittany combo that could be within minutes of each other. Again, it looks like Casey came through 8 minutes ahead of Brittany through Rattlesnake, and literally Patrick was right in between them, 4 minutes behind Casey and 4 minutes ahead of Brittany. So that'll be a fun little flurry of finishes if that holds, to see all that experience here, that experience at Western States, that experienced runners in ultra running, and in many ways, especially for Casey and Brittany, perhaps a little bit of a redemption race.
And we're going to send it out to Jackass Junction.
There we go.
And this is, I was getting some lights, so I wanted to see, looks like there's maybe a disco out there on Rob's cam. Yeah, the dance floor is empty right now, but this is the setup at Jackass Junction. I love it. I love it. Here we are. Oh, that's good. I like that. I think I would do that anytime I'm running a race that is at night. This individual has these lights on their pack. That's pretty sweet. Looks like we've got some more 100K runners just finishing here. We are back out at Jackass Junction right now. Oh, and there on the camera feed that just walked by is Austin Corbett with Catula. Well, I mean, he's more than just a Catula employee. That doesn't define him. Austin out there running, I believe, his first 100-miler. But huge shout out to Austin. Awesome to see him continuing on.
Randy, good call. Yes, Skylar probably just went with DoorDash. I'm thinking that's a safe bet. Lots of Nicole fans out there. Great to see the Nicole fans in the chat. You know, it is nice to, when you're around the sport for a long time, to have people remember you, and it's so nice when, you know, as we've seen with Dakota and Devin. This is not to take anything away from folks who come new to the sport, but when you see, you know, the longtime participants that we have, you know, that have done well so far today, Dakota, Devin, Nick, Nicole. We're going to see Casey and Brittany and Pat soon, many of whom have come back to this race year after year. It's nice to hear and see the appreciation for all of you in the chat. And by the way, thank you all for tuning in to the live stream. You know, this is, as you know, it's an incredible undertaking for a large number of people. Matt, Chris, Jamil, of course, a whole staff, drone pilots, tons of people I don't know, and doing tons of technology I don't understand. But an incredible undertaking. And, you know, for me, being here for the first time behind the scenes or on this side of it has just been a thrill. I'm gonna sign off in a little while. Chris is coming in to take over probably. I'll stay to see a few more finishers, but it's a fantastic event, fantastic thing to be part of, and I just feel thrilled and honored to be part of it, and hope to be able to be part of it again. Also, please, we do have some really supportive sponsors here. We have not, as I'm sure you know, we have not done a lot of reading and pitching of sponsors today, but you up in the corner of your screen, you see them going, scrolling by, and please support our sponsors. We can't do this without them, and we hope you enjoy that. Utica Fields on Pat Reagan. Yes, indeed, he is. As far as we can tell, through Rattlesnake Ranch. Got through there about 15 minutes ago, and had Casey Lichtai about 4 or 5 minutes ahead of him, and Brittany Peterson about 4 or 5 minutes behind him. So I suspect we'll see the three of them finish, probably in that order, before the 16-hour mark. Let's just call it that. We know Patrick has not had a Patrick Reagan day, but he's gutting it out and getting it done. DJ Keene, we cannot actually get confirmation of the golden ticket status. We know those two people. He's asked, where is Craig? Can we get confirmation on golden tickets? He actually does give every recipient of a golden ticket an opportunity to decide whether they want to take it, and he gives them 2 weeks to decide. I suspect it's not going to take that long with these 4 athletes, but out of respect, and they have to make their plans and think about what it's going to mean for their lives to go to Western States in June. I suspect they're all going to take the golden tickets, but it's the Western States is a very serious and deliberative group of people, and they want to make sure that they give the runners the opportunity to think about it and accept the golden tickets. Now, most of the time they say yes right away, and Craig checks them off the list, and it's a done deal. And I suspect that's going to happen. And our triathletes are here.
Still here.
Well, I think HJ is going to be on her way soon. Did I say that right? I hope so. And we love having you in the house, triathletes. You've brought us do we have a finisher?
It's hard to tell what race distance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's okay. Agree, aid station Fireball. There's no doubt that Dakota wanted the ticket and was very vocal about that, and now he's got it. And I think Jonathan, he got a ticket and then had a 16th place Western States, and so I'm sure he wants to get back, and now he gets to go back. So I'm biased, but if I were them, I'd take the ticket right now. Take it right out of Craig's hot little hands and give him my credit card and
say run it now.
Run it now and clean up all that crap from the fire. So yeah, this is looking from the light show up the chute. Yeah.
So this is where you'll see runners coming back out onto their loops. Oh, this is nice. As a triathlete, they enjoy our coverage.
Oh,
that seems pretty
great.
nice.
That's great, Don, because it's not easy what we do. We're out in the wilderness a lot, and we don't have helicopters. And a lot of this is new, and a lot of this has to do with the brilliance of Jamil Curry and the team he's assembled around him to create these. But thank you. It's so fun. It's as fun as an Ironman finish line. You guys, thank you.
What? Oh, I was like, I feel like we're putting the bar a little low. It's like I feel like it's better, but I'm just glad that we could find some common ground here with our triathlete companions or compatriots.
Well, and I suppose since we have a bunch of triathletes on the chat right now, many of you may not know that the UTMB, which is the largest race organization in Europe and is the largest race and perhaps the most prestigious 100-mile race in the world, in the last 18 months, has established a partnership with Ironman and are putting on races and are hosting events. And there's some angst in the community about that. And I don't mean to start a debate or a discussion right now in the chat, but it is interesting at the same time as we're having this really friendly, fun conversation about a world-class triathlete who's come into the sport today and made quite a splash. I think it's important to realize that as endurance athletes and as endurance sports, we're probably going to be bedfellows for the foreseeable future, and so we might as well get along, right? I mean, I think more people in the world need to get along. So this is a great opportunity to do that. So thank you for being on the live stream and on the chat, and we're excited. We're excited about the future. We're excited about the future of Javelina, of Aravaipa Running, of ultra running, and potentially where it's going to go as more high-end endurance athletes like HJ come into our sport and make a splash like she has done today. So thank you. You're right. No helicopters yet. Dwayne Scott, and there are helicopters. I think UTMB has some helicopters, but I don't know. That might just be to rescue people if they fall off cliffs.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know if they have camera copters.
I mean, I feel like sometimes we're fortunate enough to get drone permission.
Yeah.
Think of what it would be like to try and get permission to. Could you imagine having a helicopter out in the McDowells right now? I'm sure the people of Fountain Hills.
The people of Fountain Hills don't even like people driving over 35 miles an hour in their jalopies.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So again, we're awaiting some ultra running royalty for the and perhaps a new royal ultra runner. Here's a finisher.
Had someone finish. Can't tell. It's a combination of being in the middle of the desert, this incredible light show, could have been a 100K runner.
Yeah.
Oh, man, now Travis is trying to really push the envelope with the triathlon crowd here. He's trying to entice them to coming back to watch the Cocodona coverage. Well, hopefully this year we'll be on the original course. So if you like watching other people suffer, tune in to the Cocodona 250 during your entire work week.
Hey, this is cool. Earlier today we had Dakota's mom on the live chat, and now we have Heather's mom on the live chat. Diane, welcome to Javelina 100. So glad that you're proud. She's a world-class triathlete, but it must be pretty cool to see her, rocking out a 100-mile race out here in the desert. So you should be a proud mom. And hopefully you can come out here sometime in person and see this whole spectacle and craziness in person. But we've been thrilled to have Heather here.
See, I think we've got them hooked. We're triathletes. Yeah. Of course we like watching other people suffer. It's great. And it doesn't look like, based on the tracker, that we've had another 100-mile person finish.
Yep. So we would expect if the standard holds that our next finisher, we have 10 in, that our next finisher would be Casey Lichtai. One of the bright shining stars of the sport, by the way. Then there she is, Casey Lichtai across the finish line.
What a great run.
15:40. For those of you who don't know the history, Casey has had major hamstring surgery, reattachment surgery at the end of December. Had a extended 12 weeks of non-weight bearing on crutches, then a very short period of time of just very short walking and getting around, and then finally starting to run in March. Went to her beloved Western States, where she knew she wasn't in competition for the win or for the top 10, and just gutted out yet another sub-24-hour finish.
What a strong run.
A strong run.
11th overall.
Yep. And then continued to train through the heat of the summer. I saw her at a 50K in Nebraska. She looked great, and she came here hoping for a golden ticket, but also knowing that it was a stacked field and that she needed to be realistic. And 15:40 is nothing to be ashamed of. That's a fast 100-mile race by any standard. She's 11th overall. And I suspect she'll talk to her coach, Jason Koop, tomorrow, and big hug from Nicole Bitter, two-time champions. Or Nicole has one win. One win.
Yep.
Casey has 2 wins. But two Javelina champions, lots of years of experience. And I suspect Casey will maybe go out to lunch or coffee with her coach, Jason Koop, and longtime pacer, Miguel. Maybe tomorrow in Scottsdale or Fountain Hills, and they'll find another golden ticket race to run sometime later this year. Maybe back here in the desert at Black Canyon. We shall see. But it's so nice to see Nicole and Casey congratulating one another. And is that Heather? That's Heather. Heather Jackson. Hey, triathlete fans.
Yep.
Heather Jackson has finished. She's with Casey Lichtai. They're both in their Hoka kits. But Heather Jackson, who was off the front for a long time today, hung on. And her finish is in 15:42, so just 2 minutes after Casey. And fantastic. So going back to Kim Gaylord's comment a little while ago, we're seeing that female power here in living color. Nicole Bitter, 9th overall. Casey Lichtai, 11th overall. Heather Jackson, 12th overall. We're expecting Patrick Reagan would be the next finisher, and then rounding out the top 14 or 15 would be Brittany Peterson, another highly decorated, long-time participant in the sport. But this is just great. This is kind of seeing the spirit of Javelina and what I keep calling the new Javelina. This more highly competitive, more of a race that people look. There's a little almost a scrum around that finish line as we have both Casey and Heather finishing, photographers and people filming, and there's Patrick Reagan who's in, and you can kind of see sort of favoring his quads a little bit.
Just brought in by Nicole Monet there.
Brought in by Nicole Monet. There she is. Yep.
Man,
so
shout out to Pat Reagan for sticking that out. I think that it would have been really easy for him to just say, it's not my day. I'm going to, live to fight another day or pull the plug and not keep going forward. But, being the gritty Savannah, Georgia native that he is, he kept pressing forward. And, I know that probably sets a really good example for a lot of his athletes as well in terms of like knowing when to keep digging deep even when it's tough. And so, yeah, huge shout out to Pat.
Yeah, I mean, you love the days that go perfectly. You love the days that everything is dialed in and you can run 13 hours. But something tells me that when Patrick looks back on this day, a couple years from now, he might think of it as fondly as he did his course record or some of his other fast races, because it's just getting it done and gutting it out. And look, I mean, come on, it's a 15:44 100-mile race. He gets to go home. He gets a full night's sleep. But yes, that southern grit, the Georgia peach, as we like to call him. He came and he delivered with what he could on this day. And huge shout out to that. And so did Heather. With this flurry of finishing with Casey and Heather and Pat. I mean, what a bold thing to do, to have never having run an ultra. I mean, obviously extensive experience in endurance sports and learning and knowing how to suffer. To just and running Kona 3 weeks ago and Big Sugar Gravel last weekend, and now 100-milers,
and to still have the fortitude to say, I'm going to go for it. I want to run Western States,
right.
So I am going to I'm going to take risk, which was one thing that you pointed out in the preview show, right?
Yeah.
Was that risks were going to be taken,
and she did that.
And she chose to do that.
Yeah.
She chose to put herself in this unknown place, and she paid the piper, but she had just such an incredible performance, right?
Incredible. Just amazing.
Fifth female or fifth non-male identifying runner. Right? In a field like this.
Yeah.
Coming in just behind Casey Lichtai, coming in ahead of Brittany Peterson, coming in ahead of Annie Hughes, coming in ahead of these are all incredible runners.
Right. I mean, Casey Lichtai is a Western States winner.
Yep.
Brittany Peterson, 2nd and 4th place at Western States. Annie Hughes arguably could be ultra runner of the year or top 2 or 3 ultra runner of the years this year. I mean, this is something to pay attention to. And I don't know if there's more triathletes coming over, but come on over if you want.
Yeah.
Because Lord knows none of us are coming over to you. Just kidding. Maybe we will, but I doubt it. So we've got now. Let's see. With Patrick, we've got 13 finishers in. We would anticipate that Brittany Peterson would be the next finisher. It's probably a little bit. She's 30 or so minutes out of Rattlesnake. But assuming that happens, we're talking about on the 7 finishers on the female side and 8 finishers on the male side, putting Riley on the as a non-binary on the female side, right?
Yeah, so she's added up at the...
She would be the 6th, and so not quite. So it is getting close to that 50-50 that we might see by the time we get down to 18.
I just love that Camille is still... She's just still lightsabering away.
Yeah. She's part of the welcoming committee for sure. It's great. It's great to see. again, you can't help but notice that sort of female energy that Kim Gaylord talked about in the chat a little while ago. That it's just you see it everywhere. You see it with Jubilee. You see it with Jerry Kay. You see it with Camille. You see it with this flurry of finishers right now. It's just fantastic. What a race. So there's a finisher. Might be a 100K finisher.
I can't see a bib.
I can't either.
The next female finisher should be Brittany.
Yeah. Yeah. And the next male would be this gentleman named Joe Corcione.
Joe Corcione.
Who
and
at least now we don't have him through.
Yep. And I think he's being paced possibly by Shelby Farrell.
Okay.
Cocodona
I know
finisher.
Shelby. Yeah.
I think past top 10 finish at Javelina.
Mm-hmm.
Works for Koros. Good friends over at Koros.
Well, and Shelby did. I don't think she did it this year, but she did a series of podcast interviews pre-race last year, kind of like what Scott Trayer did this year. A little different, but kind of similar type of thing of like pre-race sort of hype up interviews, which are fun. So I am getting close to signing off. Probably sign off in about 10 minutes. But I want to say to you, Matt, and Jamil, and Chris, and everybody else on the team, thank you for welcoming me into this wildness. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the pleasure has definitely been ours. To have a legend of the sport on the broadcast has been great. And as we all know, you're great at talking, so you've helped provide a lot of great insights for the broadcast. And so obviously we appreciate all that you do for the sport in general, but also just being a part of what we're doing here and the community as a whole.
Yeah. It's great stuff, and I think what I find so special about having participated in this weekend, and I'll be out at the race again tomorrow morning, is from whether it has to do with the live stream or the races or the group runs or the ethos of Aravaipa Running from the beginning. Aravaipa Running has focused, its number one focus has been on the community. And I know it might be cliche because all of us in ultra running tend to use that word a lot. But from the beginning, Aravaipa Running has walked the walk and talked the talk about community, whether it's the inclusive nature of their events, whether it's the engaging conversation, sometimes fun, sometimes a little off color on the chat, whether it's the fun in like a place like Jackass Junction, whether it's the group runs that are on Monday and Wednesday, whether it's the smaller race series, that are sub-ultra distance. I mean, the list goes on in the ways in which Aravaipa, walks the walk and talks the talk about their valuing community. And so being able to return to Phoenix like I've been able to do and be able to jump into this community has just meant a lot to me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. So with that, Chris, are you ready to take off? So I'm gonna take the headphones off and pass it over to.
We'll let you give them a proper goodbye here. On camera now. Here
okay.
At AW.
Oh yes. Well, I'm going to thank you for this opportunity, and maybe we can do it again sometime.
Yeah. The invitation is always open. As you've gotten to see firsthand, it takes a village to put one of these things on. And we're obviously so grateful for our commentary team and our volunteer filmers and everyone who's helping kind of produce this so that we can help share the Javelina story with the masses, and especially the triathlon group, and so that we can share these human interest stories with everyone, because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is, doing what we can to help kind of push the sport forward by showcasing these things,
Yeah. And if I can, since Chris is gonna take my headphones at this point, I want to give a special shout out to Chris. He brought me into the group runs in any way I wanted to be, and I'm not running that much anymore. And hanging out with him this morning and watching him basically do VO2 intervals, chasing these people and running with his camera and like tripping over stuff. And like, he pours his heart and soul into this thing and does so much behind the scenes. I'm honored to call him a friend, and I feel like, I think we've got a good thing going here. So thank you.
For sure. Thank you, Andy. And I am also going to be swapping out. So we're going to have a full, fresh commentary team here. Chris is gonna be on one end, and then the great Jackie Knoll will be on the other, of Javelina 100 broadcast fame from last year, of November Project Phoenix fame. What else are you famous for, Jackie?
Really, that's it.
Okay, that's it. Javelina broadcast fame and November Project fame. So our commentary is going to go quiet for just a couple of seconds while we get everything swapped over. And, yeah, we'll be right back with you. I can turn this, and I can leave this with you, or I can control this.
I got her too.
Okay. I'll leave everything.
Are we able to hold the iPad picture?
I just have to plug it in.
Oh, okay.
But yeah.
I was gonna see if we could do it, because that way, like, be able to post on Instagram, people's Instagrams.
I'll plug it in. I'll go around and plug it in.
Perfect. Oh, do you need something?
No, I'm just going to go over there and
Oh, sure. Well, the mics are not, but. Oh. So many layers. We don't have to flip strings or anything before one, do we?
No.
Good.
We don't even have to stay live all the way to the one if you know.
We'll see how it's.
We need to stay past midnight, and then after that we can decide.
Wait till Jack gets back. Okay, so Jack is 1-3 and 1-3.
All right, it's that time of night. It's about 10 o'clock here in the valley. That means it's Aravaipa After Dark. I'm Chris Warden, and joining me here is Jackie Knoll. Jackie has been a part of our live streams, including Javelina 100 last year and Cocodona this year, and had so much fun I wanted to make sure you came back.
I don't know if it was always fun, but yeah, here we are.
Well, I think it's just great to be doing a celebration of what effort everybody's putting out there. I mean, I was out there firsthand today, and you've been out there in the past, and you know what it's like to see those runners coming through, because you've worked the Jackass Main Aid.
Yep.
And so you see those people coming in from laps 3, 4, or even coming into the finish, and you see how much effort and how much emotion goes into what they're doing. So I just wanted to bring you in, and we'd be able to provide hopefully some background, some color on what's going on, and maybe take a look at some of the stories that have happened. We'll go back out to the Javelina 100 race site right now. We've got a few camera angles we can work around with, and just bear with me. It is my first time in the studio in a little while, so.
I can't believe it's been a year though.
Yeah. Well,
that we're back here again for Javelina.
Thinking about how much time and effort goes into this thing, and it happened this week. All of our events that we had locally, and now we're here again, and so we're just it was hard to believe out there. It was seeing all of the people we haven't seen in months or years, all of the hugs, all of the collaborative enthusiasm out there for everything that's going on. It's a lot of fun. So what we're going to do, we're going to make this somewhat of an interactive experience for those of you that are watching. One of the things that we liked to do was actually we fully leverage everything we can on social media, including the gram. Jackie and I love the gram.
Oh, we do.
We love playing around with the gram. We just need to figure out how to log into this machine that we've got in the studio, and maybe we will. Or maybe we'll log in under one of our accounts or something. But what we'll do is we're going to actually kind of flip around. Oh, we've got a Brittany Peterson sighting. Brittany has just finished. We'll get confirmation on her time here in just a moment.
10 o'clock on the money.
Yeah. She's what?
10 o'clock on them.
Yeah, 10 o'clock. We'll see what kind of exact number. 10:01:48 was her time of day finish, which would put her at 16:01:47. So, congratulations to Brittany, her 14th place overall finish, and that would make her the sixth female. So, one of the stories of this race this year, and we'll get into a lot of the storylines as we're going along tonight, is that the number of women at the top of the race has actually been pretty exciting. I mean, of the first 14 finishers of the race, 6 of them are women. So
yeah, and how about the 100K?
And the 100K, yeah.
I mean, let's go.
You had 2 of the first 3 finishers were women.
Yeah, that's amazing. I love it.
Records were shattered in the 100K. We had Scott Trayer absolutely blister the 100K course and set a course record there. And then Lottie Brinks set the course record for the women that was previously held by none other than Courtney Dauwalter, which is a big deal. Obviously, anytime one of Courtney's marks on a course go down, it is, that somebody left it all out there. So congratulations to Lottie Brinks and to Scott Trayer, because Scott out there, his energy and his emotion as he was running through headquarters was so much fun to witness. Scott was throwing his arms up and getting people to, cheer and hoot and holler as I was following alongside him on the live stream. He's bouncing, and making a big spectacle of it, but it's just, that's the way he is when he's out on the course. He wants everybody to enjoy things as much as he does. So, it was, for those of you that might not have seen it now or seen it earlier, check it out sometime and see what it looked like when Scott was coming through Javelina headquarters today on one of his loops. It was pretty fantastic. So
if we're able to get the Instagram up, we could probably show a little recap of it, because I know it's on the the Javelina page.
All right, we'll see. Maybe if I can figure it out. If not, then maybe Matt can help us, possibly. Just trying to log onto the gram, like through Aravaipas or something like that, if possible.
Would you be able to give just a general update on what's going on? Since I was just driving in, I feel like I missed several finishers. Maybe just give a quick.
Yeah, sure.
Where we're at.
To run down the field fairly quickly, we can go over who has finished so far. I can pull up the overall results in front of me. Our men's podium was Dakota Jones, Jonathan Ray, and Arlen Glick. Dakota Jones setting a new course record, breaking the 13-hour barrier for the first time with a finish time of 12 hours, 58 minutes, and 2 seconds. And Dakota really looked impressive in the second half of the race. He started charging, and there was a little bit of, I believe that AJW and Matt were kind of, or Skylar maybe even, were talking about the gamesmanship involved when he was apparently, he allowed Jonathan Ray, when Dakota allowed Jonathan Ray to pass him fairly late in the race for a brief amount of time, and then Dakota came charging back from behind. And based on the few times I've seen Dakota run, I've seen him do things that are a little bit daring, like at Hard Rock when he was racing toe-to-toe with Kilian Jornet and Francois Dane. He made a move to, in the middle of the race to jump out ahead. And it didn't pay off for him that day, but what he was doing today apparently did. So congrats to him. We've got a shot at Jackass Junction right now. I believe that would be Rob that we are riding as far as our feed right now, because I see Dr. Stephen Crawford in the background. So we've got two reliable filmers out there. One of the cool things about the Jackass Junction or Jackass Night Runs when you're out at Jackass Junction is that you see a lot of the local runners, obviously, because it's accessible and it's here in town. But a lot of times when people are crewing or out to cheer for their friends and they want in on the action, I want to point out that a lot of those people come in and run the Jackass Night Runs, which is a nice little, I guess, morsel of the race itself. You don't have to run 3 or 5 laps to go and experience Jackass Junction. You just have to run one. And my philosophy on the Jackass Night Runs is, frankly, if you podium, you might not have done it right. I feel like you want to go out there and you want to have fun and take it all in. And they've got the dance floor out there, as you can see in the background. You can see actually last year's runner-up Ryan Montgomery when you see the blinking bright costume that has
with the wings over there.
With the wings, yeah. That was last year's golden ticket winner and runner-up Ryan Montgomery.
Yes, I remember.
So yeah, it's just a great great atmosphere out there. Have you ever been out to Jackass Junction?
I have not actually. Never during the race,
yeah.
Obviously, but I will say that this course at night is easily one of the best places to run.
Yeah.
In the evening time. It's just a dream out there.
Yeah, if you've run out in the McDowell's, Jackass Junction has a daytime job as a mild-mannered area called Granite Tanks, and they've got a little a shade out there that actually has some traces of a party attached to it.
Yes, it does.
You don't really see it. So we've got some runners coming in.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, that's Henry Ward, local runner. Henry Ward, local runner and author. Henry has done several interesting runs in his running career. He's done the Boston Quad multiple times, where he starts the day before and runs the marathon course in Boston 3 times prior to the actual Boston Marathon. He'll run it backwards, forwards, backwards, and then when he gets back, he starts the race with the rest of the field. So that's what Henry Ward does. And he also has written a book called Running Without the Devil, which is a book about addiction and recovery. So it's always great to see Henry out there. I believe that this would be his 3rd or 4th finish.
Yeah,
so.
He's a cool guy. If you ever get a chance to run with him, he's...
Absolutely. He's also my neighbor.
Oh, is he? Nice.
Well, he lives one street over, and sometimes when he's running through the neighborhood and he knows that I've been slacking, he'll take pictures of
Did he choose the
stuff in my front lawn.
666 for his book promo? Or
I think he just chose it to be fun.
Yeah, but it goes with his book title
I didn't
there.
even think about that.
Yeah.
That's an excellent point. But yeah, there's Jackass. The night runs look like they might have started to calm down a little bit. It looks like there are less people now than there were before. But of course, the race started at 6:30. So if they're out there still now, they've been out there for 4 hours, and if they took 2 hours to get out there, they've spent 2 hours out there. So obviously, I would encourage people to stay out there as long as possible, take it all in, have some fun, and I mean that's what you're out there if you're running Jackass Night Runs for. I mean, I know people that have won the race, and I know people who have finished very well, and frankly, I just don't get it.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go out there for a single loop, just go out and have a good time. And of course, the motifs and the themes at all of the aid stations are a lot of fun. So we'll zip around. We'll take a look back at the finish line. We want to make sure that we catch any and all finishers. Oh, that's Jackass 1. Let's go to Javelina 1. Or is that Javelina? Oh, that's interesting. We've got Static 1. Okay, cool. All right. See if anybody has come through. See if anybody is potentially due in. We're obviously still at the very front of the race field. I mean, we've only had 14 finishers out of a field of 700. So
Yeah, where are we at on the ladies' side?
We are at 6 in for the women's side and 8 in for the men's side.
Well, female non-binary, I should say.
Let's see. Our next finishers, well, it could be either Lauren Puritz or Joe Corcione, assuming there isn't any huge movement coming out of Jackass. But, of course, at this point in the race, when they're 90 miles in, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, what are they, like 2 minutes apart on the last?
Well, Joe and Lauren are 2 minutes apart, but Joe's being paced by the Koros Empress herself, Shelby Farrell. And then coming up behind them, let's see if I can get the race results to refresh only once. Annie Hughes might be coming in here fairly soon, as well as Arden Young, Paul Young, no relation, and no relation right there. And Charles Castanway. That's what I got. That's what I got. So, and as you can see, we're still at the start-finish line. And Vivian points out something that is absolutely true. Camille has been doing an excellent job keeping the party going. And apparently Camille's lightsaber has achieved sentience tonight, as Camille's lightsaber has been posting to the YouTube lead. So, lightsaber, if you want to share your experience out there, feel free.
Someone coming in now.
We've got a few runners coming in. Those are going to be Jackass Night runners for the most part. I do remember recognizing Freddie Mercury out there.
Yes.
Looks like there's a 100K finisher hunched over based on the bib color. The bib colors, for those of you who might not have seen earlier, the actual Javelina 100-mile bibs are blue. The 100K bibs are like a yellow and orange. And the Jackass Night Run bibs are kind of a purplish color. So I see Jesse Ellis, photographer extraordinaire, showing off some dance moves in his, what would you call that, an industrial onesie? Let's go with an industrial onesie.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Jesse's a great guy. He's very entertaining and also a very talented photographer, as has been mentioned elsewhere on the live stream. If you're tuning in with us, let us know where you're watching from. We would love to see, well, first of all, we'd love to hear where you're from. And number two, we're going to do what we did at Cocodona. Obviously, you're not sitting in front of your YouTube screen for 5 days. Just 1 day, or 30 hours perhaps. But if you post to the gram and show us what your setup looks like, we'll see if we can take a peek at it here. So for those of you that might have missed it, let's see if we can bring this up here. We'll go really quickly to our coverage of
Yeah, this is great footage.
This is wonderful, high quality stuff.
We
here.
should hire whoever's doing this right here.
Yeah, I don't know who was following Dakota, but you can see here. Well, that's not Dakota. That was Jonathan Ray. But yeah, you can see Jonathan Ray and Dakota Jones. Of course, Camille doing her thing. Arlen coming in as well. Arlen was so great out there too. He's always so much fun. Camille and
she's not there
Arlen's
all
just
night.
trying to get to the finish
She's
line.
probably run
Camille-
100 miles right there.
Well, yeah, it's always funny. Of course, Arlen surrounded by Arlen's darlings. But yeah, it's been a great time at the finish line so far. And obviously, while the fastest runners have come through, we still have plenty more runners to go. So we will be hopefully highlighting some of these runners. If we see some of them, we'll see if we can get some of their information or stories.
Josh Patrick's saying that Cody Logan should be coming through soon.
I would love that because, frankly, Cody Logan was one of my picks in the top 5. He did not finish in the top 5, but he's had a heck of a race. I see Matt over off to the side kind of chuckling at something. If he's chuckling at my Cody Logan pick, that's okay. But so we did picks.
Okay.
We kind of compared our picks, myself, Matt, Skylar, AJW. And we did our preview show. I don't know if you happen to see our preview show, but there was one person who actually got the winner of the women's race right.
Well, I don't think it's Matt because he is beside himself over here. Who was it?
So it was me.
Oh, it was you.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, can
that
you
makes
believe
sense. That makes sense.
I picked Devin Yanko to win the race.
Nice.
I said,
Congratulations.
Thank you. I am going to
Yeah.
pat myself on the back here again.
Did anyone get the male finisher?
Did anybody here between us pick Dakota? I know nobody had Jonathan Ray in their top 5, I don't think. Yeah, the men's side was a little bit rougher for us, but I know that one person got the women's race correct, so
Nice.
I'm very happy. Oh, yes, it was insider info. I saw Devin at Hennepin 100 when I went to Illinois to go run that, and I talked to her for a while. And even though her day actually there didn't go as hoped, she just seemed to be like so upbeat. And even after I didn't see her at the end of the race, but I did email with her a little bit to see if she would have time to come to some of our events out here leading up to Javelina. She couldn't make it, but just her whole attitude was, she recently had a lupus diagnosis, and she's been very forthright about it, very open about it on her social media accounts. And it was just basically her mindset was that, I'm going to do what I can, and if I can, stave off any issues, then I'll have a good day.
Yeah.
And she did. She had an absolutely fantastic day, the second fastest time in the race history, besting her own personal record on this course by 20-some-odd minutes. She had a great day. And every time I saw her, she was smiley and happy and bouncy. I mean, she was all business as she was moving, but she just had a great attitude about everything, so.
That's awesome. But you obviously had a good time also at that event, and so maybe you had a little bias going into it.
I mean, I don't know. I suffered quite a bit.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe maybe there was, not any suffering, but it's still a great time. You asked for some shout outs from what cities people were at, and we're getting people from all over. We got Chula Vista, Silver City, New Mexico.
Jeffrey Ross, watching it in Tucson, watching his friend kill it out there. Who's your friend, Jeffrey? Let us know. Fox Mamba, just woke up and watching in Mesa. What time is it? Must be a third shifter on the weekend. Sherm. Okay, so Sherm, I would like to talk about. So Sherm was supposed to be out here this weekend, and he was going to be crewing and pacing his wife, who was attempting her first 100-miler.
I'm guessing this is Cheryl.
Yeah, Cheryl.
Yeah.
So Sherm was all excited about this, and I've seen and talked to Sherm at a few events, had some conversations with him up in Silverton, and just a couple days ago he was diagnosed with COVID.
Oh,
and
boo.
he was crushed. As he and I were talking about it, I could tell he was extremely devastated. And I just felt for him. I know how much it meant to him to be there to support her. So, it was just heartbreaking. But
Well, it's cheering on from afar, it looks like.
yeah, so he's here in spirit. So, Sherm, I totally, when I saw that you posted up here, I wanted to reach out and say, dude, we obviously messaged this week, and I really wish you were here, buddy. And we'll see you soon. And I know that Cheryl's going to get it done. So she's still moving. That means she's still got a shot. So let's see.
Looks like Lynn Moore's going for a mother-son duo.
Christian and Colton
yeah.
Rogers. So there are two 18-year-olders in the race, and one of them has been talked about fairly often, but the other has not really been addressed. And I would like to actually so Owen Thornton is actually past Jackass, and he was there at 16:56, so he's looking at a potential 18-hour finish or so. I mean, he's absolutely killing it out there, Owen Thornton. So we'll see his finish tonight.
So he's where is he at right now?
He's past Jackass.
Nice.
But the other 18-year-old is bib number 655, Colton Rogers. So Colton, I did not realize that.
He's running with his mom.
Yeah, Colton. Bib number 655. If they're running together, they're actually going to be heading into headquarters. Oh, they're at Coyote, so they'll actually be heading into Jackass here fairly soon. So. Good on Colton out there at the age of 18 running his first Javelina 100. He's run several other trail races. I did take a peek at him on Ultra Sign Up, as I did probably half the field.
Sure.
But most of his stuff had been shorter, the 5K to 10-mile range. So, good on you, Kristen and Colton. I'm glad that Lynn pointed that out from Silver City, New Mexico. I saw Carl Weiberg is watching from Nashville, watching Joe Corcione, who will, in all likelihood, be one of our next finishers here in just a little bit. So hopefully we'll catch him here very soon. Vanessa Schumacher might have the longest plane ticket watching in Switzerland right now.
Yeah, I don't know. Switzerland. I saw someone around Australia earlier, so I don't know what would be further.
Well, hopefully they're still tuned in.
Probably, but
That'd be nice. I mean, how can you turn away? Obviously, because I actually stepped away to take a nap.
Yeah.
And we all know how that went.
Do we? I do not know how that went. I was not here.
It didn't.
Okay, you
it
didn't
didn't
nap.
take.
Okay.
Jason Koleski, a former Arizona resident who used to run with the group out here, is watching from St. Louis. Vivian Savaris from Edmond, Oklahoma, and she also said that she's doing the Jackass Night Run next year. Of course,
awesome.
Jackie as the leader of November Project. What do you call that?
What?
I think that's a solid verbal.
Oh,
isn't it?
that's a verbal. We're gonna hold you to that. Was it Vivian?
Yes.
Yeah, Vivian.
So everybody watching, you heard it here first. Vivian has committed to running Jackass Night Runs next year. So we'll see you here. SB Cat 07 watching their Webby from Girdwood, Alaska.
I've never been to Girdwood. Have you?
I've never been to Alaska.
Oh, no?
No, I've been to 43 different states, and that's not one of them.
Not Alaska. Wow.
Yeah. Another one of them is Georgia. And the death stare I got was worth sharing that shameful fact. Troy Hazler out in Long Beach, Washington, cheering on his Washington peeps, Paul Young and Caitlin Jacobson. I know Paul Young is having a heck of a race today, so I don't know what his expectations were, but it's very possible that he is one of our next finishers to cross the line. Lauren Puritz literally just finished. You can see her down in front and center. Congratulations to Lauren, finishing with a time of 16:19:16, which puts her as the seventh in the female standings. I want to see where that puts all time because I have handy dandy numbers. So prior to this year, what did we say her time was? 16, 19, 16. So prior to today, that would be the 10th best time all time.
Wow.
This
Dang.
field today is absolutely obliterating all the numbers we've come to know here on this course. Absolutely amazing. Jennifer Jorgensen, another one of Paul Young's fans.
Someone's coming in hot here.
I believe that, okay, so Paul is being paced by Brett Jorgensen, and this message was from Jennifer Jorgensen. They might know each other. Best salesman at Seven Hills, saying hello to Troy. Yeah, I'm going to guess they know each other.
Yeah.
It's entirely possible. Paul Young literally just crossed the finish line.
Yeah, I was like, someone was coming in hot. I couldn't see the bid
Congratulations
there.
to Paul Young with a time of 16:25:47. Well done. Of course, everybody at the finish line is ready to take care of them. In some cases, they need a finish line chair.
This does not look like a finisher chair need here. He looks just fine.
That's fantastic. Some of them do. Some of them opt not to. I know that Devin grabbed one.
Is that him there wearing the cow shorts, or?
Was that the cow runner?
I think so. I mean, this gentleman
There
here.
was a guy hauling around the course. He was moving.
Oh, stop it.
Folks, it's free. What can we say? You get what you pay for. Vanessa Schumacher has already checked flights for Phoenix this morning for next year.
Another verbal for Phoenix.
Yeah, I think that's great. I would personally advise to wait to buy your tickets until maybe, 180 days out, depending on where you're flying from. But we're glad that you're going to be interested in coming out next year. Of course, for those of you that are interested, I think it's okay that I kind of give a verbal of our own as far as when registration is going to open. Is that fair? It's always the same. All right. Registration for Javelina 100 2023 is going to open on New Year's Day, tentatively 2023. That's our verbal. So if you're interested, keep an eye out. And the race, so you don't have to register that day, most likely. But don't delay because the race. Oh, we have Annie Hughes just finishing.
Nice.
Annie Hughes finishing, and it looks like. Let me see if I can get her final time. 16:27:54, which would be Annie's PR in the 100-mile. Of course, Annie being somebody with a high-level running resume, but a different running resume. Everything that she has run to this point has been, either super long or super rugged or both. And so there was a bit of interest in terms of, and curiosity, I guess would be the best term, as to how she was going to finish because, frankly, nobody knew. Like, we saw her at Cocodona just chew the course up.
Yeah.
We saw her at Run Rabbit Run this year, finish in first and, earn that prize money. And then we saw her at Coldwater Rumble, which is, it's a harder course than Javelina, in my opinion. I've run both of the courses, and I think that Coldwater is much harder because it gets cold at night. Now she's used to that because she's from Leadville, but
yeah.
But at the same time, it's also a rougher course. But I wonder, maybe if the research guy has time before tomorrow, we'll figure out if Annie is the only person to win both Javelina. Or no, she didn't win Javelina. She won Cocodona and in Cocodona. She won Cocodona and Coldwater. That's right. Well, she'd have to be because we've only had 2 Cocodonas.
Hey.
Sometimes there's not much, sometimes you can only crunch the numbers so far. Sometimes there's not an interesting nugget in a fact. Paul Young was a Skylar Hall pick. So Paul didn't finish in the top 5, but still had a strong race nonetheless. So
I'm just checking out Annie Hughes' Insta here. She said it was her 6th 100th miler for 2022.
That's amazing. And as AJW said in our preview show, she's 24 years old. She doesn't run like a 24-year-old. She runs, he said, wiser than a 24-year-old. But she runs as many races as a 24-year-old.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that feels like a
would expect.
24-year-old
So, yeah.
thing to do.
But when she's actually on the course, she's usually, racing as AJW would say, in a manner beyond her years. So.
Sure.
Oh well, the one, the only John Marushak watching all the way over in Mesa.
Wow, what a guy.
Well, I mean, frankly, John was out at the course so much over the last few days. He
Put some mileage on the car.
He couldn't get enough.
Yes.
He wanted to see more.
Well, it sounded like there were some great events. I mean.
Oh yeah. Well, he was responsible for setting up a lot of those great events.
Nice.
Got another runner coming through. I wish I could remember that young gentleman's name. He was actually friends with Hector Rodriguez as his pacer. Our buddy Hector. Eli Wabe, W-E-H-B-E. I know that this is his first 100-mile attempt. So he's through 4 loops after 16 and change. So he's looking at a sub-24 finish. So good on him. Our most recent finisher just came through, I believe. Nope, we didn't have one. I think it was it'd be a 100K finisher. It's tricky to follow everybody because we have to check multiple sources on that. So we do what we can to keep up. But there's a lot of people still on course, so we'll catch a lot of them coming in. Even if we can't identify them immediately, we'll at least catch them on camera to the best of our ability. So. Of course, that wonderful light show in the background is a new thing added to Javelina this year. I left before it started. I wish I'd have been able to see it.
What time did you leave?
Oh, gosh. Let's see. I said I was going to leave by 2. And then I think I left by 4:30 because I started saying goodbye to people at 2:30. And I have what's called the Aravaipa goodbye problem.
No Irish goodbyes for you?
Yeah, no. Frankly, the Aravaipa goodbye to me is basically trying to say goodbye to everybody at a race where you see 200 people you know, and you end up high-fiving, hugging, just saying goodbye.
My buddy Bill Dittman's out there again.
Oh, that's right. Bill Dittman. I saw him out here several times.
Yeah.
Bill Dittman, of course, a former podium finisher at a very tough race, the Mogollon Monster 100. Let's see, we've got some racers out at Jackass Junction.
Are we able to pull, like, who's gone through Jackass already? Is that a thing we can do?
I can try.
I'm going to do this. Got some.
That guy has been rocking those.
I know.
Those pictures for hours.
Seriously.
He has been pouring that water and that.
I've been in that position before, though. Like, it's a nonstop thing, and at the end of it, you don't even realize that you've had like a serious arm workout all
He's
day.
been doing curls all night long.
Is someone filling it up for him? That's the question, or is he running his own water back?
Oh, I'm
and
sure
forth?
they've got like a. It looks like
Yeah.
actually they've got a system back there. I believe that's. Is that Stephanie Bianchi back there? I'm not sure. Yeah, local runner Stephanie Bianchi in the skirt there. But I saw her handing off a picture to somebody else. But let's take a spin around. Looks like we might have lost most of our feeds. And this one looks like it's, oh, there we go. It's cleared up a little bit. Looks like we'll need to have some of our people out on the course do a refresh. I want to know who the guy in the green is. I've been watching him and following him his entire shift. Is that Jim Gustafson? I can't tell.
Looks like we got someone watching from Indianapolis, waiting for their niece, Annie Hughes, who finished already.
Yeah, Annie Hughes just finished a few minutes ago, so hope you'll stick with us for a little while. Cat Drew, I believe the Cat Drew withdrew some time ago. I can take a peek on that. That information I can pull up.
We got a new Annie fan in Troy, and it looks like Annie's pace chart was for 16:30, so she beat that. So
Yeah, see, going in, I hadn't. Annie was one of the runners I didn't talk to beforehand, so I didn't really have any information as to what her goals or plans were on that race. So, Fox Mamba with a good question. What is the cutoff time? 10 a.m. The answer is it's not 10 a.m., but the answer actually differs. For the Wave 100 milers and for the 100K runners, their finish time is noon. For the Wave 2 24-hour runners, they have until 12:30. And, of course, Matt and I will be bringing in the silver buckle to golden hour finishers tomorrow to the best of our ability. We'll have to maybe gargle some salt water and keep our pipes in working order because, well, we were able to do it at Cocodona. There might be a few more finishers this time around. There might be a few. So runners coming in. Looks like a couple of 100K runners that are still working through. One runner that I am familiar with, that we can take a quick peek at, is Sarah Ostaszewski. Sarah finished second in the 100K today, so congratulations to Aravaipa Racing team member Sarah Ostaszewski from Flagstaff.
She finished third overall, right?
Third overall,
and
yeah.
Second female.
And she went out so fast. I saw her coming through at mile 2 where I was doing some filming, and she went out there with some, with some real intent to put a number up. And I believe she actually at that time was third. It was just that there were different people in front of her at that time. But she was actually the first female to the mile 2 point. Obviously, she still had 60 miles to go, but she did a great job.
She makes it look effortless too.
Yeah, I know that, of course, her sister Melissa would love to have been racing, but she's, working through some physical ailments, and hopefully she'll be back here next year. Of course, the both of them finished last year with excellent times. I believe that Sarah and Melissa both finished under 20 hours or right around that time frame. So hopefully Melissa is healed up soon and can race once again. Let's take a look. It looks like we've got some of our cameras back up. All right, we're back out at Jackass Junction. It's either the good Dr. Stephen Crawford or Rob Martin. I'm not sure which one. Is that? Oh, that's the Rob Cam. We'll have to talk to Dr. Stephen Crawford about getting his feet up proper. Looks like we might have some frame issues, so we'll keep it out on Jackass for a little while. And frankly, I want to keep it out on Jackass for a little while because this is the first time we've had visible video out at Jackass Junction. So, oh, I guess I was mistaken. I did not realize that Catherine Drew finished because, according to Travis, she finished right behind Heather Jackson. I was not aware. Yeah, looks like she finished 13 overall with a time of 15:43:03.
Nice.
Some of these times are just so amazingly fast. Like, prior to this year, I believe that there was a total of maybe 40 times under 16 hours, give or take. Definitely no more than 45 under 16 hours. This year alone, there were 14. And this is the 20th running of the race. Absolutely amazing how fast the runners are this year. Of course, you can see Jackass Junction. the one thing about Jackass that people that are watching might not realize is that it is remote. It's about maybe a 12-mile drive based on the way that you have to get out there, but the road itself is gnarly. You're driving to the point where you're like on a sideways 45-degree angle, and you can't get out there without high ground clearance.
I honestly feel like there is no other way for an Aravaipa aid station. I've driven on some precarious drives to get out there as well.
There's a countdown list for us, the most precarious Aravaipa aid stations to get to. I know that there's a few people out there that could do chapter and verse discussions about the Camp Alionite aid station at Tusher's.
Crown King.
Oh yeah, Crown King has got some painful aid stations to drive to. So yeah, Jackass Junction, despite it being in a regional park that's surrounded on all sides by residential areas, like it's a large park, and there are some places that are just tricky to get to with a vehicle. So.
What is this woman running in this big outfit here? Kudos to everyone who wear like a heavy outfit.
No, I mean, there are several people like, well, of course, the Mario Kart outfit right next to her. People get up for it. I have a friend and whose name I've dropped several times in this cast, Jordan Camastro. Jordan is wearing a full body dragon suit from head to toe.
Nice. That's Nicky Coupons there. He finished last year.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah. He's trying to go incognito, but I have spotted him.
Oh, is he in the Mogi Monster hoodie?
Yeah.
Okay, see, I don't know if I know Nicky. I've heard the name, and I believe I've seen him on some Aravaipa posts, but I don't think I know him personally.
He came out to the run on Wednesday night.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I apologize, Nicky, if I didn't realize that I knew you.
Last year, I talked about him a little bit when we were on here because Coupons is not his last name, and so we were talking about how sometimes you don't know your running partners, like the basic deets.
He's incognito.
Yeah, he has
Understood.
a real last name that is not that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I totally understand.
Who do we got right here?
Pacer.
No, this guy in the orange. He's got a
few runners. Let's see if I recognize any. I just haven't. So they've been out there for, several hours, and I still haven't gotten a good shot at the green-suited welcoming party at Jackass Junction.
Oh, I
Shout
like this. Carl said that we should sign the water jug guy up for the Oktoberfest Stein holding contest.
Yeah. Well, this could start for next year's training for him.
Yeah.
Because that'll typically be in September, so he's got 11 months to train. And if you're, able to hold those water pitchers as long as you are, then
he looks like he's starting to fatigue a little bit here. Oh.
Yeah, he's holding him a little bit lower than he was.
Oh, look,
earlier.
we're cramping. Right hand cramping. We might have to sub him out.
Uh-oh. As soon as we pointed it out, he's starting to waver.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, when you're 15, 16 hours into an ultra, sometimes the coverage goes in ways you never imagined.
Yeah.
We start looking for other. Oh, look at that! He's bringing it up high. Got to inspire confidence in the runners as they come in. A couple of 100K runners coming into Jackass Junction. At this point, if they're in the 100K, they're most likely at mile 50, so they're starting to be able to smell the barn here as well. Blatantly stealing a phrase from Andy Jones-Wilkins.
Looking for an update here on Mitch, a gentleman named Mitch, Bib 620.
Lisa, you are able to access the race results as easily as we are at the top of the chat. There is a place where you can check out the live race results. I'll see if I can get them here, but I just wanted to throw that out there for for you and for everybody else. Let me take a look because I do have a laptop open. Is it bib 620 we said?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, bib 620. Okay, Mitch Jacobus. Let's see. He's through. Still on course. And is through Jackass for the third time. So basically over halfway through at this point. That's about as close as we can get. We don't have any backdoor insider info for the most part. So Vivian mentioning aid stations that are hard to get to, Black Canyon. Some of those roads are pretty tricky. I'd have to think about which ones are tough to get to at Black Canyon because some of them
There's
are
a whole bunch of runners here
pretty
coming
straightforward.
through. Got 1, 2, 3.
Looks like
4.
they're mostly 100 milers, probably around mile 70 in most cases.
A whole crew here. But who's 274? You can kind of find out who it is if we.
It's Michelle Goldberg. I don't have any. We don't have the personal info platform. So, yeah. So she's on her fourth loop at Jackass Junction. The live tracker, I mean, are you using, I'm going to check it myself. So are you using the link that we have at the top of the chat, because that's sending me right to the timing result for myraceresult.com that MCM Racing has got together for us. So going to take another spin through some of our iPad coverage. Let's see what we've got here. Who is this? Is this? Oh, it's going to be, for those of you that might have missed it, it looks like it's going to be Devin Yanko's finish. Mm-hmm. Of course, Devin can be seen on Instagram at FastFoodie. Is that her right there? No, it's not her. She must be coming here real soon.
I miss this, so this is cool to watch.
Devin's pretty easy to spot on a race course. She's pretty tall.
Oh, got a little Camille action again. She really has been going after
yes,
with that
Camille's
lightsaber.
lightsaber achieved sentience tonight, so.
What was Devin's time again?
Devin's time was 14:36:10.
Is this her coming through here? No.
I can't tell.
Is that Jubilee?
That's her.
Okay.
So fantastic. Just so happy to see that she got it done.
Nice.
Yeah, with Hennepin going sideways for her. She's also got a very ambitious race schedule the rest of the year. She's on the race roster for Desert Solstice, so there's a good chance that she could be coming back here in December to run once again, of course, on the track over at Solstice. And I told her that when I spoke to her. She's also in the 50-miler at Tunnel Hill as well, so she's got 2 more big-size races coming up between now and the end of the year.
What's Tunnel Hill?
Tunnel Hill is a 50-miler in southern Illinois. As Matt gives us the ringing endorsement of Tunnel Hill, of course, Matt from that neck of the woods. How far away from Tunnel Hill did you grow up? From Vienna? Don't know. Of course, Matt was a former IHSA high school cross-country state champion.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
I Googled it. I read the articles and read about how he basically came out, and it was as a junior, right? Yeah, impressive. Love it. As you can see there, congratulations to Devin for having a great race. We take a spin around and see if we've got any. It looks like our cameras actually are. I don't know what's going on here. Jackass 3. There's somebody's feet. Another runner coming in. Yeah. It's always cool to have that kind of action and motion, as the night gets late, because it's, it just reminds people that the race is still going on. Here we go. Vivian talking about which aid station at Black Canyon. Table Mesa, the road to Table Mesa. I didn't think it was that bad, but I guess if you're not used to it. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a spread there. It looked like we had some sausage, some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
What would you go for here?
Quesadillas. Oh, I would probably grab, in most cases, I would grab some peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and watermelon. Yeah, what do we got going on here?
Potato all the way for me.
We got burgers. Burgers, that's right. So we've got Pete's Meats and Pete's Meats, because we have 2 Pete's on the grill today.
What is this, a pumpkin pie?
Pumpkin pie. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They throw everything at you at Jackass Junction. Yeah, so we've got 2 Pete's on the grill. We've got, of course, Pete's Meats, Pete Mortimer, and Pete's Meats 2, I guess you would say, Peter Curry, out there grilling at Jackass Junction tonight, throwing some burgers down. And I know that they're being helped by Trent Collicott as well. Trent is out there throwing down some burgers. Oh, as you can see in the background, how many drop bags are out at Jackass Junction?
Yeah.
Just absolutely insane. Oh, is that?
Here's one of our grill masters right here. Neither Pete or Pete, I don't think.
It's definitely not Peter Curry.
It's definitely not Peter Curry. I thought I saw Peter earlier and he wasn't wearing that outfit.
Well, so Pete Mortimer decided to mix things up today and shaved all of his facial hair. He's like clean shaven, which is an interesting look. And with a wig, there were several people that didn't recognize him when he came up to say hi. He likes doing that, though. He likes messing with his facial hair for Halloween. A few years ago, he showed up to the race as Freddie Mercury, shaved his beard, and just left a mustache. So he likes to do that.
Well, maybe he's this guy in the green. You just can't recognize him.
Looks like a pacer trying to...
Yes, girl. Get it.
And if you're in the 100K at this point, you're in all likelihood 50 miles in.
She probably had it in her mind that we just have to make it to Jackass and then we'll regroup. And she looks pretty pumped.
Well, and coming back from Jackass, it's also pretty smooth, pretty downhill. So, the hardest part of the race is done. So... And we're back at the static cam at Javelina headquarters, hanging out with our our friends. I know that Jubilee is around there somewhere, most assuredly. I saw Jesse Ellis. I saw the Joker. I saw a panda bear. All sorts of folks just come out at night. Aravaipa After Dark.
Have we missed anyone coming through? If we're looking at our results here.
We can take a look at that.
Looks like Arden Young and Joe have finished. 2 minutes apart from one another.
Yeah, Arden Young, 16:34.29. Joe Corcione, 16:36.24. Two more runners breaking 17 hours in this race. Absolutely fantastic to see. One runner I do want to take a quick peek at is David Bliss. Dave Bliss is the only person this year running Javelina 100 that ran the first Javelina 100 in 2003.
Oh yeah, I ran with him on Wednesday night at the group run, actually.
Yeah, so if you ran with Dave that night, you might not recognize him, as he wears a very long, flowing wig at the race itself, and he's done that for, I believe, the last 12 or 13 years. He hasn't been out there every year, but he's been out there. I believe that he's got 9 finishes, and I think he might have DNF'd once or twice. But he does his best to be out there. He's a local here. He used to actually live across the country, and he said that part of the inspiration for moving to Phoenix was his experience at Javelina 100, because he goes back to the listserv days, where they, basically were on email lists trying to figure out where all the ultras to run into.
Yeah, he said he has no crew or pacer.
Nope.
He's just solo supported out there.
But yeah, he while he doesn't have any crew or support, he knows what he's doing to that. I mean, he's done this race so many times, but also he knows so many runners here that he's friends with, and he's good at making friends. So by and large, he doesn't need a pacer. He'll just turn you into one on the course. So, but yeah, he's going for Javelina 100 finish number 10, which is a pretty big deal. So
yeah, we were talking earlier when we were looking at Arden's profile that she gets really nervous at start lines. What's your vibe at a start line, Chris?
Depends on the race. I mean, if I'm running something like when I was at Javelina 100, actually, it was probably the most I've ever had nerves. When I towed the line in 2016 to run the 100-mile. Now, I DNF'd that race, but it was still a pretty amazing experience. I mean, I got 76, 77 miles in, but I was very emotional. I don't normally get that emotional. Crown King is one place I do get the feels, because it's my favorite race every year, and it's just a different race. A lot of races are big productions, like, I don't know, maybe the one you're watching right now. There's a lot that goes into it, whereas Crown King is old school. It's small. It's not, an extravagant thing. You basically, it's a small countdown, and you basically run from the boat launch at Lake Pleasant up to Crown King, Arizona. And it is old school. You're running alongside ATVs and four-wheelers and Jeeps as you're running up the road, and it's not quite like this.
Yeah.
I mean, there's some great aid stations. Fort Misery comes to mind. That is a favorite of people, but
I'm sure the nerves are different for everyone. Like what the rationale for the nerves is a little bit different, right? So
definitely.
Just potentially for Arden, just the competitive nature of it.
Yeah.
So regardless of what race it is, since she's so competitive, competes at such a high level. But, for other people, like you're saying for Crown King, when you're doing those races that are like in the middle of nowhere, like this is a loop where, you have that safety of coming back around, or there's going to be people going by you at all times. But when you're on those long point-to-points.
Well, I think that the reason why I got nervous and emotional when I was here at Javelina 100 last racing it was simply because it was the culmination of so much work to get here. And that's why I get emotional watching this race to this very day, because I'm watching all of these runners and knowing what I went through to try and finish this race. I get emotional at the idea of how much I put into it, and I know that a lot of these runners are in the exact same situation. They say that this race is an excellent first 100-miler. And what that means is that a lot of people are doing this as their first 100-miler, so I'll know that there's a large chance that this is the hardest race they've ever done. So, I get the feels seeing them. So, looks like we have a 100K finisher in the chute. We'll see if we can peek on who that is. I believe that is, that's Pam Reed. No, that can't be Pam Reed.
Here?
Is it Pam Reed?
Can't see the number from here.
Well, I think that's Pam Reed. I saw her out there earlier today. Of course, Pam Reed is a legend. The only woman, or the first woman I know of to win Badwater outright. Running down the legendary mountain lion fighter himself, Dean Karnazes, in an epic showdown back in, I believe, 2003. She's got 3 Hard Rock finishes, and she was until
Yeah, she did finish just now, 16.
Yeah.
09, yeah.
Well, congrats to Pam Reed for yet another Javelina 100 finish. I know she's finished the 100-mile and the 100K multiple times. So, of course, Pam is an integral. You can't tell the story of the history of ultra running in Arizona or of female ultra running without Pam Reed being a prominent part of it. Most notably for her Badwater finishes. I know that she's got several Western States finishes. And she is part of the Club of 22, if I remember correctly, part of Davy Crockett's unbelievably exclusive club. 100 races of 100 miles or greater.
Really?
Yeah, so she's done
100 races of 100 miles or greater?
Yeah. She's done it all. She's done Western States. She's done Javelina. She has 3 times finisher here in the 100-mile. She also, Western States. I know she has several finishes there. You name it, Pam Reed has run it. Like I said, 2-time Badwater winner, 1-time outright. She's a machine. She's also very nice, too. I met her actually for the first time up in Silverton last year. We were both staying at the same hotel there, and she had a blast. Got
awesome.
to hang out with her and another prominent female who's running the 100-miler this year, Karen Bonet. Karen, who, if she finishes, will be the oldest finisher this year on the women's side at the age of 66, I believe.
I think there's quite a few women in their 60s this year, right?
There's a few. There's a handful, yeah. That reminded me. I was going to actually check to see the progress of another one of our runners. I need to remember our bib number 432. I'm going to pull up here really quick. If I can just remember. Maurice Lohman. So I didn't realize that I actually had so Maurice Lohman could be the first runner to finish the race from the state of Rhode Island. I actually.
What made you think of that? How is that?
What do you mean? What did I think? How did I think of that? I have all of the data.
Apparently.
So,
and look at these great photos.
That's a Howie Stern production right there. So Maurice is the first person ever to look at me and say, "Hey, can I take a selfie with you?" Yesterday at the expo, he came up to me and wanted to take a picture in front of the map. So he's like, "You're the live stream guy." So
nice.
Yeah.
Is he still out there?
Yeah.
Where is he at?
Yeah, Maurice Lohman. He is.
Got a couple people finishing some races here.
Let me pull up where he is at.
Looks like Pam Reed's still the last finisher for the 100K. So let's see who this is.
Maurice Lohman has finished his third loop, and that would mean he's heading out to Coyote Camp for loop number 4, and he was at 15:41. So he's well in range to finish this race, and assuming everything holds together, he will be the first finisher for Javelina 100 from the state of Rhode Island. I'm rooting for him.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely
totally
rooting for him, and
for
for the entire state of Rhode Island. They must
Yes,
be pretty
yes.
pumped.
Everybody from end to end of the state of Rhode Island should be out and watching this and cheering him on. So we'll keep an eye on his progress and follow him throughout the rest of the course. John, I'm not even going to try. John K. Tuning in from Big Sur, gorgeous area, to cheer on the Special K Allegra. I'll say Special K Allegra, who is coming in soon. Awesome. I'm not sure if she's doing the 100-mile or 100K, but we'll keep an eye out on.
Brianna Grigsby just came through for the 100-miler.
Aravaipa Racing Team member Brianna Grigsby, as Matt fist pumps enjoy at the other end of the studio. Great news that she has gotten this done. This is her second Javelina 100 finish. I don't know. Let me see if I can pull up. The last time she finished this, she actually finished 8th among the female. Yeah, 2019. And then last year in the 100K, she was 2nd. So Bree Grigsby is the 11th female to finish with a time of 17:04:49.
She's claiming Tucson as her home.
Yep. She is she's a part of the Aravaipa Racing Team, and so we see her on a fairly regular basis up here. She had an excellent Javelina Hangover 50K as a nice race to prep. Okay, John, Allegra K is doing the 100-miler, so we'll do our best to keep an eye out for her as well.
Got Pac-Man and a Bumblebee coming through the finish here. Don't know what race they're running, but they appear to be done. I heard you chatting earlier about the looped course. If it's, some people like it and some people don't. I think I'd have a really hard time coming through on that last turnaround.
Yeah, it's, well, like as far as like the 4th loop or like after you're done with 4 loops or?
Yeah.
I think it would actually be fairly easier simply because you know that you're going out one last time. Of course, on the left there is Jeffrey Foote. Jeffrey Foote has run more Aravaipa racing events than any other runner.
You're kidding me.
Nope.
I mean, I've definitely seen him out there, but
he's run over 100 ultras. I believe that this will be his 6th finish at Javelina once he gets done with this race. But yeah, Jeff Foote has been a huge part of the Aravaipa story for the last 15 years. I know that he's been running this race since at least 2007. And he just loves doing it. And what's funny about Jeff is that every time he was running an Aravaipa event, he always had to do the long one, whether it be, like a 50K or, 100-mile or whatever. And a few years ago, he decided and learned that he could do the shorter ones and still have fun. And he started actually winning and hitting the podium on some of them. He said that he didn't realize that he actually still had a little bit of life in his legs to pick up the pace. And so he once in a while will drop into a 10K or a 5K and just see what he's got. And more often than not, he actually finishes on the podium.
it's awesome. I didn't realize he'd done so many.
I'm going to take a quick peek at some scenes from
Yes.
today out at Javelina 100. Some of the costumes.
Oh
that
my
we've
gosh! I
seen
didn't
out
realize
there.
there was a person inside of that big.
Yeah, there's
That's
somebody
awesome.
like that.
These are some of the
The one on
best
the left's
dressed,
got to
I
be
take
pretty
it.
warm. Pretty warm.
Is the pink bib for the night run?
Yes, yeah, they're for
okay.
Jackie's
So you
night
can,
runs.
you can pull that off for that. Oh my gosh! Please tell me they had that mask on while they were running. That'd be
Oh,
brutal.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. What does that say?
It says we'll run for
cat
pets. Some live dinos out there.
We had all sorts of outfits. Yeah, there were multiple Freddie Mercurys out there this year, I believe. Yeah, okay. Is there a way to bring it back over there? Okay, cool. All right. I don't know if we cut out there, but we're back in business.
We had another finisher, a couple finishers while we were cut out there. Stefan and Charles. Stefan Pratt and Charles Castanagui.
Are they running the 100 mile? 100 mile?
miler.
Stefan looks like he crossed the finish line 17:09.25, and Charles C from Quebec with a time of 17:10.21. So congratulations to the two of them.
Two international finishers, it looks like, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Stefan from Great Britain. I missed that, but congratulations to them with a couple of very nice times. Very nice finish times indeed. Stefan's 55 years old and just finished this race with a 17:09. That's impressive. That actually, I might have to see if that is the fastest 55 and older time. Good thing I have all of this information at the tip of my fingers.
It is very impressive. Nice weather for him today. Last year was quite hot.
Yeah, it definitely was a favorable day. So, but let's see. In terms of men 55 and up, let's see where his performance ranks. It looks like his is the best in race history for somebody 55 and above.
Nice.
I don't think anybody has broken the 20-hour barrier that was 55 or above. So that's a
Nice work,
fantastic,
Stefan.
an absolutely fantastic result. See if it's actually the 50 and above. I believe that Jay Aldous had the record prior. Yeah, so he didn't beat Jay Aldis's record for 50 and up, which is a blistering 15, 20, 56. But it is the second best all time for a runner 50 or above. Excellent. Yeah, he's running it. Yeah. Oh, was that Andre Lee?
Yeah.
Cocodona's DFL of the inaugural year. Andre Lee looks like he just crossed through and, frankly, is dancing and high-fiving people. I would expect nothing less. The man knows how to make his time worth out there. So, I am.
But if you,
He's hanging out. He's hanging out, hugging people on the side of the.
that should be no
high-fiving
surprise, though,
people.
right?
Look at him. He's just.
I mean, this is his crew,
Yeah.
right? He's.
Yeah.
This is. This is
You
me
know what?
too.
It could just as easily be random strangers knowing
Oh,
him.
100%. When I'm running, I'll try to get a high five from every person I pass. So he kind of has a similar vibe. Looks like we've had a couple 100K finishers too. Lori Bowen, Mitchell Chan, Cinnamon Pryor.
Of course, that is the finisher chute. I love this angle that you can get when you see people coming in. Going to check on a couple of other prominent names, of course. If you've run Javelina 100 in the last decade and a half, odds are you've been sharing the course with Susan Donnelly at one time or another. Of course, Susan Donnelly is bib number 14. Why? Because she has 14 finishes here at Javelina 100, and it's going for finish number 15. So let me take a look and see where she might be on the course at this point. Susan has hit the 100K mark at 15:57:29, so she's in good shape for a finish. So we'll be hopefully cheering her in for finish number 15. And for her, it will be 100 miler number 139, I believe. Yeah, so there's the runner that Shelby. I see Shelby in her cat costume. And that was, who was it that she was pacing in again? It was...
You say Susan's going for her 14th or 15th today? She's got on her thing the 15th.
She's going for her 15th. Yeah, she has 14 finishes.
Okay.
Some Jackass Night Runs finishers crossing the finish line.
Looks like it's starting to get a little chilly, huh? 62 in the desert feels pretty chilly.
62 in the desert is extremely chilly when you've been running for 12 hours when it was 80. It's very difficult when you start hitting like lap 4 and lap 5 out here when the desert is cooled down, unless you're prepared for it. With this race, I know that, for instance, I actually was helping a 100K runner, Kelly Garcia, after I got done filming. And as she was getting ready to go out for her second loop, she finished the race last year in about 15 hours, the 100K. And this year she was going to do the 100K again, but she was going to run it with a friend, but the friend dropped after one loop. And so she was getting ready to go up for her second loop at about 1:30 in the afternoon. And based on the pace that she was running, I said, "You got everything?" She said, "Yeah." I said, "Do you have a headlamp?" I said, "No." And I said, "If you're taking, 5+ hours out there, it's going to be dark by 6. So you need to make sure you have a headlamp out there." And it's kind of weird to be throwing on a headlamp at 1:30 in the afternoon. So, these are the things you have to think about in a race like this where the loops are 20 miles. She didn't have a drop bag set up out at Jackass Junction, so we have what looks to be another 100K finisher. Of course, we still have the energetic crew, the team of Shenanigans Masters out there.
This girl's got some hype friends.
I'm
yes.
telling you.
Look at that
A lot of
hype on that
energy.
unicorn. So you need is some hype.
And
Hype people.
Jesse Ellis actually showing off some dance moves.
Oh, here comes another big old squad.
Yeah, we have a group of
Oh, yeah, you
runners
know
coming for
these
the finish.
ladies.
Do I?
I thought this is the woman that's usually on the After Dark with you. No?
Oh, is that? No. Yeah, I was going to say, the woman with After Dark, that would be you, right?
No. The like After Dark. What?
I don't know what women you're accusing me of being with After Dark.
There was a woman here one of the times that I was here.
I
And
don't
she
know
was
if
on
I-
even later than I was. Like we're talking like really seriously After Dark.
I don't know if I'm comfortable with this conversation.
Okay, all right, we'll stop it now. But I know that it's her. I just don't know her name.
Are you thinking of Lisa Pizzoni?
Yeah.
She came in one time, like to hang out for Aravaipa After Dark.
I swear that was her who just crossed.
Maybe.
But-
I mean, I know that she had a crew that was running the Jackass Night Runs. I just didn't get a good look. Let's see. Of course, as soon as I cut away, I believe that she walked right up to the camera. I mean, it could have been her. I guess I could check the Jackass Night
Oh,
Runs.
she did. I crushed that. 5, yeah.
Well, congratulations to Lisa Pizzoni of the Running University. And she is a running coach here locally, and she is a very hands-on running coach and will actually run a lot of the races with her clients. There's Kelly Garcia right there. That's actually the runner I was literally talking about,
Nice.
who had to throw on a headlamp.
Oh, that's so funny that she's crossing right now.
Mm-hmm. There's Jesse Ellis, the wonderful photographer. Oh, maybe that's not Kelly. No, that's not Kelly. Thought it was. Of course, we are, 17 plus hours into the race. Only the fastest runners in the 100-mile have completed their journey. The 100K, most, maybe probably slightly more than half of the field has gotten done at this point. And then Jackass Night Runs, I would say that most of them are done as well. I mean, as much as one would like to be able to go and party the night away all night, there's only so much that you can do out at Jackass Junction before
Sure.
things get out of control. It's not like Aravaipa After Dark where anything goes.
No. So how many tents do you think are out there? Maybe they were already starting to get set up when I was out there on Wednesday night, but
As far as the sleeping tents or
Yeah.
the pop-up
no,
crew tents?
sleeping tents.
I know that Aravaipa themselves set up probably about 60 or 70 sleeping tents for people that were coming to town. And then other people had tent permits that maybe totaled another 20 or 30 tents. And then you had the actual RV camping. And then you also had the car campers on the other side of the road. So I would say a few hundred.
It's pretty impressive.
Absolutely. Going back, of course, we had some liquid death out there, and apparently people were shotgunning cans of liquid death. I say okay. I don't think that's a hurtful thing. Of course, that is, if you don't take away any other images of Javelina 100, one of them is Jubilee wearing a mirror ball that you should absolutely commit to memory. Of course, that is Aravaipa's own social media manager, Jen Laughlin, in a Care Bear outfit, along with a couple other friends. That is Callie Vinson, who was crewing Scott Traer today. So congrats to all of you that were shotgunning Liquid Death out there. I hope you're nice and hydrated.
Looks like someone
Nice big
come
group
in
of
here.
people at the finish line.
Don't see any more 100-mile finishers, so that must be 100K maybe.
Well, interestingly enough, one of our next potential finishers would be 18-year-old Owen Thornton. Owen has passed Jackass Junction for the final time and is on his way back. I'm not sure when his bib last pinged. We'll see if we can grab that. So at 9:56, he hit Jackass Junction.
So how many runners do we have under 21? Do you know?
I believe 4. I believe that there's 4 runners under the age of 21. 2 18-year-olds and 2 20-year-olds. And yes, the fact that I was able to riff that off without hesitation shows that I have been doing the legwork. Yeah, Colton Rogers, the aforementioned Colton Rogers, who's running with his mom, is through Jackass for the 4th time. Owen Thornton, 18 years old as well, is through Jackass for the 5th time. We also have 2 20-year-olds as well, Zachary Bates and Mila Opelnick. Opelnick looks right. And in their cases, Zachary Bates is through Jackass for the 4th time, and Mila, she is through Coyote Camp for the 4th time. So she is 65 and change in, plenty of time. She's got 13 hours roughly to go, or actually 12 and a half hours. Is that right? Yeah, my brain is working very well. To finish the remaining 38 miles. So, yeah, she got plenty of time. 12 and a half hours remaining.
Let's go.
The math is right in front of us. I saw Bill Dittman's name come across.
I know, and I just saw my friend Mike Ubaldini's running.
Oh, it looks like Bill Dittman actually just crossed the finish line from his 4th loop. Bill Dittman,
Oh, man.
formerly local runner, now lives in Wisconsin with his wife and newborn child.
Yeah, they just had a baby.
Yeah, so
Lola Grace.
he, I don't know how well he's been sleeping lately, but I did get to hang out and spend some time with him this weekend.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, we hung out at the expo and we're talking and stuff like that a few times. We were talking with AJW because of Bill's running Western States last year and his propensity for like having good and bad luck in lotteries and extremes. So was that Owen Thornton that just finished right there, or was that? I mean, that was a very young runner. I don't know if it was quite that young, but.
Bill's a good guy.
Yeah, Bill's a great guy. Definitely a supportive character. Good to have as a friend.
What was that race that he, like a few years ago, was it Crown King that he like started in Crown King, ran down to the start before the start of the race, and then ran the race?
He did it for Crown King and he did it for Black Canyon.
Yeah.
He did it for a 50K and a 100K. And he still beat me in the 100K, despite running the course backwards the night before.
And that was a year where the weather was absolutely bonkers.
He says, I talked to him yesterday, and he said he's shooting for 18 or 20 hours, so.
Well, I don't know if that's in the
Yeah,
cards.
not if
but
we just pass through.
yeah. Sub 24 is definitely still doable, and I know he'd be okay with that. He knows that, he's obviously had, life take over,
Yeah.
and family obligations, so.
Yeah, I saw that Nick Curry was pretty close to what he was talking about the other night, if he was having a good night, so he must be proud of that. I think he was sub 14 or was.
Yeah, Nick's final time was, let's see. Nick's final time was 13:52.42. I know he was shooting for sub 14, possibly 13:30. I actually thought that he had a very good shot at 13:30, but still had a great race nonetheless. I mean, finishing 5th, and I don't think he negative split the course, but he still moved very well. Moved very well in the second half.
Is it possible to tell who we're waiting for on the 100, like who might be coming through soon?
And take a look.
I feel like the bee is a popular costume. I've seen a lot of bees. You said a lot of Freddie Mercurys.
Seen some Care Bears, yeah, there were a lot of bees out there this year.
A couple cows. There was a cow dancing off to the side here for a little bit.
Yeah, cows are always quite a popular. Yeah, it's still Owen Thornton. Or Caden Hintz, possibly Jenny Capel. Nick Leach, or Mark Hammond. Of course, did we ever figure out what happened with Mark Hammond today? So I have a theory about this. For those of you who are familiar with Mark Hammond, arguably the fastest flat ground runner in the entire race. I mean, obviously, arguably. Ran a 12:35 100-miler a couple years ago at Desert Solstice. I mean, he's, quite fast. Anybody that can run sub 13 is in that discussion, I think. But he came out in wave 2, which is the 24 to 30 hour wave. And when he came out to mile 2, when AJW and I saw him, he was wearing a backpack, like an actual backpack, and not just any backpack, the Javelina 100 swag backpack. So I have a theory about that. I believe he overslept, missed the drop bag drop, and just decided to throw everything into the bag and run it out there on his first loop. There's no other reason that I would think that he would have done that other than the fact, I mean, he's still on pace for probably a sub 20-hour finish, which, for, most people is an absolutely dynamite day. But yeah, so yeah, he was at Jackass at 16:43. So actually far better than that. He's looking at probably a sub 18-hour finish, arguably. But yeah, Mark Hammond was running out there with a full-blown backpack on his back at mile 2. So that was kind of my theory as to what happened, is that maybe he just forgot or overslept and missed the Jackass drop bag drop off and just threw everything together last minute. It would be interesting to ask him about that. I don't know if he would be, apt to share what happened, but I don't know, like, for instance, if he's coming out to Solstice, I would love to have that discussion with him out there. He's a nice enough guy. Maybe he'll let us know about that.
We lose our feed over at Jackass.
Yeah, it looks like the Jackass crew is
Wrapped up.
napping.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just say that they're done. I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact after speaking to one of them, he's not necessarily napping. He wants to experience. I'm not going to name any names, but maybe their name rhymes with Mob Rarton. Of course, Rob led our fun group on Wednesday night at the Aravaipa Group Trail Run. And for those that made it out there, we had a blast. We had a fun time. If you ever come out to Javelina 100, I think at this point you almost have to make a week of it to get the full experience. You need to come out here by like Tuesday or Wednesday during the day, because on Wednesday now we've got our group run at night. On Thursday we've got a casual cocktail hour. This year was at Bachelor Pad Barbecue. Frankly, I want to. It's the first time we've done it. I want to go back there, and then Friday the expo, and then Saturday and Sunday the race. So one of our good friends and Coconut under 250 finisher Noel Kingston had a funny story that he recounted to me after the group run. I don't know if Matt heard it, but I got a huge kick out of it. So he was running with one of our groups, the mid group, and which is a 10, 30 minute mile group. It's not a fast group by any stretch, but a nice little casual run through a certain section of the course. And he saw somebody coming up kind of by him. They were towards the front of the group, and he's running along, and he looks over and just sees the headlamp, and he's, "Are you here visiting?" The person he was speaking to was, "Yeah, I'm just here to run Javelina." "Oh, cool. Is it your first time?" "No, it's my fourth." "Oh, cool. So you've run it before?" "Yeah." "What's your fastest time?" 13:01. He didn't realize he was running next to Pat Regan.
Yeah.
And Pat, being totally chill, just casually drops the fact that he's run the race in 13 hours and 1 minute. And Noel was so embarrassed. Of course, so what do? I tell that story to everybody that I see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I met Pat on Wednesday, too. He seems like a really nice guy.
Pat is a
Super
wonderful
chill.
guy. He actually reached out to me after the run to thank me for inviting him. I was grateful that he showed up because he's that kind of guy. And I said this several years ago. I had the opportunity to spend some, decent time with him after, I believe, his third victory at Javelina 100, and he just, the fact that he had that time to spend with myself and others was just great. He was that he was just there to have a good time, and that's the way he is. Like, after he won the race in 17, 18, and 19, he hitches a ride out to Jackass Junction and parties the night away.
I love that.
Yeah, in a clown suit. He
I
always
love
steals. He always steals Jubilee's clown suit and then heads out there.
Yeah.
So, if you look at pictures of Pat that other people have posted, runners, mid-pack and back of the packers that are coming through, and they'll see and Pat will pose with them and talk to them and kind of cheer them on. That's the kind of guy he is, and that kind of ambassador is wonderful for the sport.
I think this I don't know who just crossed, but on the one.
Holly, Holly has a question. Did most people not finish the 100? Looking at live race results, and only 23 are listed as going. No, Holly. 23 maybe have finished to this point.
Just the way that it's listed.
Yeah,
it's 23
the
and it says
results.
DNF.
The results only show finishes in DNFs, like actual quantified drops. Obviously there's still a ton of people out on the course. Now, this race does have a notoriously low finish rate based on its elevation profile, simply because the sun and the heat hit different out here than people are used to. And a lot of times people will take that for granted or go out too fast. But yeah, no, we've got about 24 finishers so far. I see one of our local members, Melinda Yelverton, standing in front of the camera. I believe that she was running the Jackass Night Run, because she had actually expressed some trepidation about running it. I didn't realize this, but because she's done tons of races, tons of trail races, marathons. but she had never run on the trails at night. So
Yeah, that is her. She just finished.
yeah,
5
Melinda's
hours,
a
39.
sweetheart. She is she volunteers at a lot of events. I know she's done across the years before. She does a lot of the fixed time races. So she wanted to go out and test herself out in the desert at night. And
I'm actually surprised at the number of really wonderful like runners that I know that are afraid to run in the dark.
it is a strange thing.
Yeah.
I know some
especially-
people.
Yeah. I don't personally have that, but it's a lot of people.
It can, I mean, if you're not used to it, it can be a little bit unsettling. It depends on the context. I mean, if you're just doing like, for instance, obviously Aravaipa offers the Insomniac Night series during the summer. I think that's a perfect opportunity for people to get acclimated to running in the desert at night. Now, other people are extremely uncomfortable with the notion. For instance, I ran, the last time I ran an ultra, I had to run through the night. And in the middle of the night, I could see where people could get unnerved. I mean, I was pretty fried mentally at that point anyway, so it didn't really affect me too badly. Do we have another 100-mile finisher coming up, possibly? Let's take a look.
Oh, they're just all regrouping to go through for. They
Looks
must have
like
a little trio going.
A group, yeah, it looks like a group of 3 runners: Susan Brown, Ian Wrightson, and Paul Schickow, all crossed the finish line for the 4th time. Of course, to finish Javelina 100, you've got to finish it 5 times. So they've got one more loop, but they've got plenty of time to do it. They've got 17 hours and 42 minutes elapsed, so they've got about 12 hours, 20 minutes left to finish that one last loop. So,
and it looks like they're in it together right now. 'Cause
Yeah.
they were all waiting for each other there. So
they could also possibly be shooting for a sub 24. I mean, that would be 6.5 hours. I mean, considering their most recent loop would have been about 5 hours. It's entirely possible that they finish sub 24. We still have a lot of time before even that bridge is crossed. Of course, over the course of the overnight, we are just going to keep a static hard cam on the start-finish line, and Matt and I will reconvene in the morning, and we will do as much as we can in order to accommodate and celebrate all of the runners as they cross the finish line. It's something we love doing. I mean, a lot of people will mention when they're watching a race like this that they want to see the middle of the pack and the back of the pack get some love. I get that, and we agree. However, when we're covering a race of this style and this magnitude, where there are things such as golden ticket and Western State entries on the line, and there's, this is a high-profile racing event, to be honest. At this point, Javelina 100 has grown into one of the most significant ultras in the country. We have an obligation in covering this race to following the leaders of the pack for the first, until they come through. So the first 15, 16 hours is entirely dedicated and focused, or 90% of it is probably dedicated and focused to the progress of the elites and where they're at. But the race doesn't end after they finish. Neither does our
Absolutely not.
coverage.
yeah.
So we stick around and we will continue our coverage until the end of the race, at which point we will pivot our coverage. And that's one thing that I hope that some of the people who asked for more mid and back of the pack coverage 5 hours into the race will come to understand. We do our best to make sure that everybody gets their moment in the sun. So,
Yeah.
do we just have some people
Nope.
finish?
Looks like she was just going out for another loop.
It looks like,
Had
yeah. I think that at this point, so if there's 12 hours left, well, hopefully it's a lot of these runners are 100K runners that are finishing or 100 milers that are heading out for their last loop. It is getting fairly close to the point where they'll be chasing cutoffs if they're only heading out on their 4th loop. Basically, you want to be
Sure.
at the point where you're at 40 miles to go with 12 hours remaining in order to be safe to avoid the missing the cutoffs.
Some happy 30K folks, 31K folks.
Jackass Night Runs completed. And of course, as I said, if you didn't podium, then you probably did it right. Oh, our panda was our friend of the program, Callie Vinson.
Mm-hmm.
I did not realize that Callie was our panda at the start-finish line. Of course, Callie crewed Scotty Trayer to a magnificent race out there today at the 100K when Scott obliterated the old course record. A little bit of a shot as to what happened at the start of Jackass Night Runs.
Oh, I saw all those M&Ms running through earlier. It's a whole bag of them.
Looks like it, like all the colors and everything.
Yeah.
And Jackass Night, oh my. And Jackass Night Runs, keep in mind this is, as we say, the on-site experience is an R-rated event.
Is that some summer maybe?
Just a bunch of people getting ready
Yeah,
to
they're
have
having a
great
good time.
on
They
the
are ready
course.
to rumble.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we can't
Oh, there's a
play
bunch
the
of bees.
audio for music rights reasons, but you can see the energy hopefully, and you can kind of see, how much fun everybody's getting ready to have out there. Everybody's bobbing their heads or like outright dancing, and they're, largely in costumes. I mean, I think that if you're going to run Jackass Night Runs, you have to run in a costume.
Yeah, it's probably a prerequisite.
Yeah, I think the only person I've ever met who didn't run the 100 or the Jackass Night Runs in a costume was Trail Gangsta himself, Rory Monahan, who was very focused last year in setting the course record for Jackass Night Runs.
That seems fair. Could have worn like some flared shorts or something like that, but
Yeah, and he's kind of a creative guy like that. So, did you see the fire that was being thrown around this morning?
no.
Oh my goodness, that was intense.
What do you mean fire being thrown around this morning?
There was fire, like genuinely like torches flinging around. There were a couple of entertainers out there that it was pretty nuts. It was a lot of fun to watch, but a couple of people would walk by and not really realize that the people that were next to them were playing with full-blown torches.
Wow.
Yeah.
I have a friend who's a fire dancer, and it's the real deal. You really
Yeah.
gotta-
Those torches put out a lot of
a
heat.
lot of heat. Yes. Looks like the 100K finishers just coming in kind of in droves now. Quite a few. No more 100-mile runners at this point. Big gap right here.
Yeah. I mean, there was bound to be some separation eventually. It just so happens that it's now.
Since you're a numbers guy, do you know how many people, like what percentage it's their very first 100 that are doing it?
That I don't have. I don't have a ton of current year information in that regard.
Yeah.
Most of the data that I have is like prior year information compiled. Like I can tell you how many people of a certain age finished on in any given year or things like that, but as far as like, current year information, I didn't I wasn't able to coordinate getting all of that information.
Sure.
Of course, one of the things tomorrow that we're going to be doing is covering the golden hour finishes. The closest DFL ever to missing the finish of the race. Of course, we have a 30-hour cutoff here at Javelina 100. It was Paul Piplani in 2005. He finished at 29 hours, 59 minutes, 38 seconds. So he had 22 seconds left. Now, oddly enough, the only other person to finish with less than 1 minute to go was a Huaja Andrade, and that was the same year. So your inclination, at least mine, was to think that they maybe were running together.
Sure.
Not true. So somebody who was there said that Paul could be a little bit of a, I don't know, prankster or someone who would game the system, perhaps. Let's put it in those terms. So I guess Paul waited in the bushes allegedly waited in the bushes near the finish of the race, because back then it was over at Pemberton Trailhead, and made sure that the other runner passed him in order to get the DFL award, the final finisher award.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
how long was he allegedly waiting in the bushes?
I don't know, but he made sure he came in 3 seconds behind the other guy.
Dang.
Yeah, so it seems a little bit excessive for
the
reward, but I guess if you want it
you're
that bad.
you have a little bit more control over that one.
Yeah.
If you're looking for an award. Guys just trotting right along there, cruising. So right now, I've never been out here at this time of the night. So right now, are they still pumping some music and stuff like that down here? Are they trying to let the people sleep? What's the vibe?
No, they're still pumping music out there. No, there's no quiet hours tonight.
Okay.
I mean, the quiet hours were last night, and it was very quiet last night after the after the quiet hours started. I believe it was at 10 p.m. I think that's when things shut down for the night. So.
Do you find that most of the runners are sleeping in the tents out there, or they're doing hotel or coming in from home?
I think that most runners that have the opportunity to sleep elsewhere are actually doing so.
Yeah.
I think that there's a misconception that it's crazy on the night before the race, but it's not. I mean, they have the family movie night, and they have, the kids fun run and stuff like that. Those are pretty much the only things that happen after like 4 p.m. After that, I mean, and there's a late rush to pick up packets for people that were like at work or something like that, or people that took a midday flight. But, I mean,
there is like a host hotel, right?
What?
Is there a host hotel?
Yeah, there's a host hotel, the Sonesta, off of Shea in Scottsdale, so not too far. I think about maybe 10 miles from the actual race event. And I spoke to some people that stayed there, and they were pretty pleased with it. So,
She's all smiles. Who's this?
hopefully she's got 11:54 p.m. Hopefully she is heading out for lap 5, but no, it looks like she's heading out for lap 4. Stephanie Catino, 17:24. So she's got. Okay, so she actually was in wave 2. So she's got a little over 12 and a half hours to finish the remaining 39 miles.
Who's this coming through?
Another runner and pacer. Or is that 2 runners?
I think it's her pacer.
Looks
This
like
is kind of a nice angle. Yeah, it's her pacer.
Bailey. It's like what?
It's her pacer. This is a nice
Okay.
angle because you can see. Have you been a pacer before? I've definitely
Yes,
done this little pep talk walk right here.
I paced somebody in 2014, which was my first experience out there of any kind.
Yes. She is having a good time.
I would assume she's finishing up.
Yeah, I
then.
would imagine so.
Let's see if we can figure out who that was.
It's not coming up for me.
I don't have a name either, but that was Jenny Capel. Jenny Capel finishing in 24th place overall.
Oh, there we go. She's out of Reno, Nevada. 49.
So yeah, of the 24 finishers so far, we have 12 men and 12 women. Looking at the lists, there were a few surprising DNS names on our race roster that did not participate this year. Melissa Guillen out of California. I noticed Melissa has had some success out here. I believe that she actually podiumed the 75K. Oh, that's Nathaniel Chan right there, local runner, and I believe coached by Run Fasta himself, Mr. Scotty Trayer. Nathaniel Chan actually works with one of our friends of the family, Soul Sports, as an expert in all things shoes and gear. Yeah, there he is pacing.
Who's
He's
he
also a
pacing?
very fast runner. I know that Catra Corbett was not able to make it here this year. Unfortunately, doggy duties called. Dog duty, as in like obligation, not dog duty poo-poo.
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunately, Catra wasn't able to make it this year. Michelle Magana was another name that had come up in our pre-race discussion as a high-level runner who did not make it out here. Again, I don't know what the circumstances were with most of these, but I just thought that there were some notable names. Maybe they looked at that field and said, "Oh my goodness."
Yeah, maybe it was stacked.
It was a very stacked field. No, I don't think that anybody would have, ducked out because they were not wanting to compete. Because after last year, I think the secret was out that people were, coming here to throw down and chew up some ground. I know that Graham Shalvoy wasn't able to make it. He got ill at the very last minute, and I talked with his wife, Corinne. They're both on the Aravaipa racing team, and they said that he fell ill at the last moment, and they live in Colorado, so they were going to head back. However, there was some positive that came out of that because their youngest son's birthday is tomorrow. So they're going to surprise him, for his birthday. So I think that that's actually pretty cool. Actually, I think his birthday might be today now that I think about it. So
Good silver lining.
yeah, I know stories. I know plenty of stories. So yeah, we're actually at the point like mathematically where like runners, I don't think it's the cutoff just yet, but like the runners should be like coming through here, finishing their third loop if they're running the 100-mile, because if you're running, a 6-hour laps, you want to make sure that you are able to, give yourself 12 hours for the last just under 40 miles.
All right. Who's the showman coming through here? Couple guys.
Not quite sure. But yeah, we've reached the 18-hour mark in the race. Of course, some of these runners are they're at the 17:30 mark because they started half an hour later as part of Wave 2. Randolph mentioned it's got to be tough to pass that hooker Ray for one more loop. The rave kind of dies down a little bit after midnight. The third shifters come in. I wish we had coverage, like video out there of Jackass for third shift, because that's a tough as nails crew out there that's working at that shift, because you've got some truly like amazing people. The crew organizer out there for that shift is Honey Albrecht, and Honey has run, pretty much everything there is across the state. She owns Rim Runners, a store up in Payson, Arizona, and she is, just an absolute. Actually, I'm sorry, Margaret DeHess owns Rim Runners, but Honey is the manager there. That's right. Of course, Margaret just joined our Aravaipa team here, doing some event work. So, but the two of them basically put together a crew of very solid runners and friends of the family, including former co-director of the Javelina 100, Linda Van Tilborg, and this year, as a one-time only thing, Jerry Kilgariff is working the third shift at Jackass Junction.
Very nice.
Founder of the Javelina 100.
Also, I'm excited to hear that they have some running popping up there in Payson, because there's such good trails up there. I bet you there's a ton of people moving up that way or starting to migrate towards that.
Well, even if you're not living up there, it's so close that you can head up there. Really from anywhere in the Phoenix area in the East Valley, it's 90 minutes maybe. So,
absolutely, but I think there's probably people moving up that way. It's just such a nice, beautiful part of the state.
Well, they're moving to there. They're moving to Flagstaff. I don't know. There might be people in the room that might have made their way up to Flagstaff in the last year or so that no longer live in the valley. Matt Feldake has now exited the room. So.
Oh, he lives in Flag, right?
Yeah, he moved to Flagstaff. Looks like we have a 100K finisher doing a quick photo op.
How long has Matt been in Flagstaff?
Since March.
Oh, just since March. Yeah, I would imagine there's been a huge increase in the number of people moving up there. In the last year or so, I've known at least 10, 15 people myself.
Yeah, I've known a few people as well, surprisingly. I didn't think about that until you mentioned it. But, yeah, I've known several people who have made their way up there. Looks like that last finisher was Nicholas Vasquez, who finished in 17:03:19.
Oh, nice.
So congratulations to Nicholas for finishing the 100K. That's Scotty Treyer right there down at the bottom of the screen. Run fast to himself.
And we also had Nick Leach go through on the 100-mile.
You finished it?
Yep.
Oh, well, congratulations to Nick Leach.
Another
finishing
BC guy from Squamish.
18:03:31. Oh, that's right. You're a Washington person.
He's from British Columbia, it says. But, yes, I think they do have potentially have a Squamish in both areas.
So it's kind of like a Kansas City where you've got one.
Well, they have Vancouver, Washington, and Vancouver, Canada as well.
That's
There's
true.
a lot of things happening.
So
up
who is
there.
copying who there? Is that British Columbia copying
Yeah,
Washington?
I don't know.
Or
Maybe someone could help us with that. But I know in Washington they call Vancouver, Washington the Couve.
Oh.
Just to differentiate. Because Seattle's pretty much equidistant between Vancouver and Vancouver. So you have to have some.
That would be kind of confusing.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you had to go somewhere you drive to the wrong Vancouver?
Yeah, I can. I can see that happening probably. For myself, definitely. So we've had 25 finishers so far, huh? On the 100-miler.
Yep. looks like just looking at some names coming through. We've had a few people. Looks like Flagstaff runner Allie J has actually crossed through Rattlesnake Ranch for the 4th time. Allie J ran Western States last year, if I remember correctly. She what? Oh, she helped film the Cocodona film. The live stream. Okay, yeah. Because I know I've seen her at a ton of events, and she's definitely a part of the running community here in Arizona. So we'll see if she can keep it up. And that's Henry Ward crossing the finish line right there.
Oh, gosh, Henry's getting a lot of. He's finding
he's
the
just
camera.
In the right
Good
place
for
at
him.
the right
Yeah.
time. I don't think he'd be done yet. I mean, he's fast, but I don't think he's. Okay, so he finished his 4th loop, 18:06. I mean, I know he's usually shooting for sub 24, so that makes sense. But yeah, he can move. And Henry trains by doing some of the most painful running. He had he held I don't know if it's called a race, but a training run at his house a couple weeks ago. He lives in the cul-de-sac, and it was laps around the cul-de-sac all day.
Just like a short just like a tiny cul-de-sac.
Yeah, like basically, I think it was like you had to do like 9 laps of it for a mile.
Oh my.
Yeah, and
I feel like he does a lot of heat training stuff too, if I remember correctly.
yeah, Henry, he does some awful things to train himself. I'll tell you that. But yeah, doing the whole, I think I did maybe a mile's worth over the course of 4 hours of hanging out in his driveway and watching the kids throw water balloons at each other. It was actually a fun little gathering and get-together. So, but I couldn't imagine running that many loops in my cul-de-sac. So, hats off to Henry Ward.
I don't know what everyone's taking a picture of, but everyone is snapping a pic of something off screen there. So something must be going on.
Something scandalous,
Yeah,
perhaps.
maybe. It is late.
At Javelina 100, you just never know. It's Aravaipa After Dark, after all. Looks like we had a couple finishers in the 100K. Jim Bravo finishing in 17:07:03. 70-year-old Jim Bravo, septuagenarian, finishing the Javelina 100K. Pascal Lanaville finishing in 17:07:26. Congratulations. And Penny Schmeidler, 61 years young. Oh, no, Penny has not finished yet. Penny has just crossed Rattlesnake at 17:08:24. So she's almost home. We'll see her in about an hour or so. So,
Do you know who the oldest runner is just out there at all tonight, regardless of distance?
I don't.
70 is the oldest I've heard so far.
I know that there's at least somebody there's multiple 75-year-olds, and then I don't know about Jackass Night Runs. I know that Gene Dykes is running the Javelina 100 mile. And for those of you that are familiar with Gene Dykes, of course, he is a world record holder in several disciplines, arguably the greatest septuagenarian runner alive at this point. Gene has the U.S. record in several distances and disciplines. I actually have those notes. Imagine that. So Gene, who is in the 100 mile, he holds the American age group record 70 plus for the 50K, 50 mile, 100K, 100 mile, and 24 hour.
So just a couple.
Yeah, and he didn't start running races until he
That's right.
until he was like 58 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So his running career is basically as long as mine, but he has a little bit more to show for it.
I mean, that's inspiration for, it's never too late to start.
Oh, yeah. He was
Or in my
58
case,
when he
put it
took up
down,
running.
leave it there for a minute, and pick it up later.
Yeah. Gene Dykes is a heck of an inspiration to people of any age. Okay. Maybe about 5 more minutes. Okay. We're going to start to wrap things up here tonight at the studio. We aren't going to stop the stream necessarily. We are going to start a new stream, and we're going to go quiet for the rest of the evening. And then we will pick up in the morning to pick up and run and talk some of the runners in. You can tell it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Started to trip over myself. What are your thoughts, Jackie?
I don't know. I mean, this has been seems like a great day for everyone. I think is in the recent history, the weather seemed to really cooperate, be on everyone's
Absolutely.
side. The vibe seems high. It's like, I don't know, just in my memory, this seems to be where there's not a lot of hiccups going on across the board. So it was like a nice, good race for everyone, it seems.
When was the last time you were out on course? 2019?
Yeah, 2019, yeah.
Okay.
And I was doing the finish.
Yeah, you were working at the
yeah,
headquarters aid
headquarters,
station,
yep.
which is an absolutely huge undertaking. I mean, the operation in that, I would say tent, but it's more like 5 tents, like all lined up next to one another.
It's amazing how several hours can go by like in a blink of an eye. Because even though here it seems like people are coming in just like sporadically, but when you're out there, they're actually coming in quite regularly. So
Yeah, and that's November Project that was doing that, right?
Yeah.
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 So, it's amazing, like you said, that you can really be working hard out there and then all of a sudden you turn around and, the sun's starting to come up or, whatever,
Yeah.
or it's midnight, depending on when your shift ends.
And if you've never been out there, it's hard to understand how everything starts to malfunction, I think, for some of these runners at some point, like the brain's going and the fingers. So like you're having to do like the water hydration packs for that, as it gets like deeper into the race, you're a little bit more hands-on, a lot
For
of
sure.
motivational pep talks there, figuring out what type of food they might need. So even though, I'm sure Jug Guy, the guy holding the jugs is still working it out there. It's tough stuff.
His forearms are going to be sore tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, I hope that he's got leg day tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because
I hope he rests tomorrow.
that's true. Yeah, it could be rest
but-
day. But
Yeah.
no, I mean, for those of you who have not been out to Javelina 100 and not experienced it, I wholeheartedly invite you, if you're a trail and ultra running fan and you happen to know that somebody's coming out here, raise your hand to be a part of their crew because you're going to be experiencing a great time. One of the things that I maintained when I was talking with other people about this race is that even after people run it one time, if they don't ever want to run it again, they still want to be a part of it.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And they want to either crew or pace. And frankly, the people who don't want to run it again after running it the first time, they want to be a part of it without having to do all that heavy lifting. So, like Jackass Night runs or, crewing somebody or pacing somebody, and they get to experience all of the fun that's going on out there and all of the energy. And my favorite, I have things that I love about every race that we cover, but my favorite thing about any race that we do is chasing down the people that are coming in and out of the chute, the little, having a headquarters loop. And a lot of times with some of those elite runners, they're coming in and they're, everybody's ringing bells and cheering for them and stuff like that. It's a great visual, and you can see how much, everybody in there enjoys it, and a lot of the runners feed off of it. Like, for instance, this year's winner, Devin Yanko, was totally loving it. Like, she was all smiles, and every time I saw her, she was in a great mood. And and actually, to be honest, I didn't really quite see that in her face last year when she had a less successful race. So to see that kind of change in her demeanor, from year over year, she, even though she's been going through some stuff, she seemed to have this positive, feeling about this race. Like, she was just here to see what happens. And what happened? She ended up having one of the best races of her career.
Yeah.
So.
I think when you're going just kind of back to the energy or people keep coming back, I think, if anyone's ever thinking about should I do a race or not, I think going out to watch a race or do any of the hands-on stuff. I mean, it's almost impossible to leave there without thinking about signing up for your next race. I've committed to not signing up for a race, but if I go, like even going out on Wednesday, I was like, all right, what's next? It's just such a good energy, and I think if you're ever on the fence on what to sign up for, just like go out to a race and it'll get you like a pretty good idea of what you're wanting to do.
See, I love this. See, you can see there in the black hoodie, like now actually back facing us, that's Scott Traer. Scott Traer went out and ran 100K today and, you know, had an amazing race. He's still out at the finish line just hanging out and being a part of it all. I believe that he actually might have given Jubilee an opportunity to rest, and he's
working.
He's cheering runners in. Yeah, but I mean, he did run 100K today, so I'm sure that they could have found some other way to leverage somebody else on staff. But he wanted to be out there so bad that, you know, and this is not the first time that's happened. Like at Black Canyon, he was the same way. Like he hung out at the finish line for another 6 hours, 7 hours after winning or finishing second and winning that golden ticket, rather. So that's just the way he is.
Some people just have that energy, Chris, and you and I are not them because we are starting to mumble a lot on our words, I feel like. And so I think the sign-off coming soon is probably in everyone's best interest.
Yeah, you're probably right. But thanks for tuning in with us. Obviously, the race is far from done. We've still got about 12 hours and 12 and a half minutes remaining of video coverage, but we are going to give your ears a rest for a few hours, and we will be back with you bright and early tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Arizona time, to catch the silver buckle to the golden hour. For Jackie Knoll, I'm Chris Warden, and we will be back with you tomorrow morning.
Adios.